Been a bloodbath this weekend, but I like to bathe multiple days in a row, which is why we are back on a wonderful Sunday to say farewell to a few more names in EGC Masters Winters. I'm, of course, KP. Joining me, as always, the wonderful Crackety. Look at, oh, he's even got, you know, this is like, I think this is like a new time high in formality for you. That's a very sleek looking hoodie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that the standard we're getting? Okay, yeah. But then in that case, it's also an all-time low for you, though.
Oh, yeah, I was waiting for the you dress like crap.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I thought I wanted to balance it out. If I show up in a three piece, I'm like, I know my boy's going to go for the cozy look, because we are going to have to be sitting cozy for a very long day, my friend. We had an interesting one yesterday. It looked like it was going to be a speed run of 3-0s until that LUMT Anatan series. We might actually have some very tight series happening today, as we'll be kicking off in the upper bracket semi-finals. Marine Lord versus BC, Puppy Paw versus Anatan. I think the way I just described this, Crackety, is it's the battle of the upcomers versus the battle of the old guards.
It's definitely an interesting one, right? Like upcomers. I'm not sure if you can still describe Puppy Paw as an upcomer. Like he's been there every single time. Anaton is like the real upcomer here that I want to say. Louis obviously still there, waiting in the losers bracket at the moment, or you know whoever drops down and gives him company.
Yeah, I mean Vortex in there as well, but in the lower bracket already, right? I mean that was kind of crazy. I think people probably expect Marine Lord to come out on top yesterday, but the 3-0 Vortex, you know, it was interesting because just the other week, Marine Lord was actually praising Vortex, saying he thought he'd actually improved drastically as a player after he took that stint over in Age of Mythology.
You know, maybe this is all part of Vortex's plan. He drops down to the loser bracket early and waits for whoever comes down with him to the and then make his way back up again.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, the other way to look at it, the classic one I always like to reference it is Team Liquid Dota 2, upper brackets of pussies, you know? Like, that's the mentality you got to have when you're down there. You know, at that stage, every single series matters. You know, when you're on the upper bracket, you stick in the upper bracket, you almost become a little bit lazy about it because you've got a little bit of a safety net, right? It's not survival, it's just chilling. But it's interesting to look at some of the names that like made it through, right? Like yesterday we said farewell to Wham and Baltoon. I think Baltoon won't mind me saying, like, probably of what we had remaining, he was seen as the weakest player here. But the other one I think might be a little bit more surprising is the fact that Wham is already out. This is the guy that I feel like at the end of the year we're starting to toot him as maybe a reliable podium level player, right? I think for a lot of people the top three for a bit at least was becoming Marine Lord, Puppy Paw, and Wham.
Yeah, Wham definitely. I feel like he's got like those phases where he's really, really good, and then phases where he lets off a little bit again. I'm not sure how to really put him at the moment. Like leading up to EGC Masters Winter to the playoffs, I would have confidently put him in a situation where I could definitely have seen him in the semifinals. That didn't end up happening though.
Yeah, I agree. It has kind of been hit and miss. I think there's a few players that come to mind that have had that issue where like you're ready to hype them up and say this is their time to shine, and then something falls off a little bit. I think, you know, one thing that comes to mind for me is big drastic change moving into season 9, changes around walling, right? We call them Wham's walls for a reason. I mean, this man still finds a way to wall in impossible situations in the current meta, but at the same time, you are talking about walling meta essentially being nerfed, right? And I think that's something that the Wham was always very good at, was hunkering down and playing for the mid-late game. Admittedly, Puppy Paw is similar in that regards, but I think the difference with Puppy Paw is he's a little bit less, I don't want to say predictable, but he's the type of player out of the two twins, if you had to say someone is all-inning me, your first thought is it's probably Puppy Paw.
Yeah, Puppy Paw, I think he's like just overall really excellent at getting maximum usage out of his units. Like the maximum value possible for him that he can achieve. And that's just such a great ability to have. Like when he's got like a smaller army, he's still, every time that he takes fights, is able to just get so much value out of them. He's so effective with his military and how he uses them. It's really something that I want to say really puts Puppy Paw apart from a lot of other players, just like positioning wise and how he takes engagements. Very, very strong for him overall, I want to say.
Yeah, it's quite comical. So I remember after they made the mango changes, I watched a few Puppy Paw games. I'm like, oh, is Puppy Paw washed? He's not dodging the mango shots anymore. It's like, oh, got it. I mean, the guy who used to be the best at dodging mango shots doesn't anymore because what's the point? They don't really do anything. So really interesting to see. Anatan, I think the most interesting thing to me is he spent so much time grinding out with Marine Lord scrimming with him, he's essentially becoming almost entirely like him at this stage, Crackety.
I mean, it's very similar, I want to say, but there's still like I feel like
Look at the
Anaton
image.
specifically. Yeah,
It's like a mini me.
It's a new haircut, right?
It must be, you know. He's letting it grow out. He looks so different these days.
He does, but Anaton always has that like sort of unpredictability. He practices with people like B, like Cat, Scatterbrained, and yeah, even Marino as well. But he's got always these amazing strategies that he kind of like gets somewhere, picks up somewhere, iterates a lot, and suddenly he brings them out on the big, on the big screen, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe he's doing that!" And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's always entertaining.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we have an entertaining set. Our favorite map appears. We know the players hate it, but God, do we like to watch them squirm. Moving Out has actually been drafted.
Yeah, so we are getting moving out here, potentially. First one is going to be Gorge. We're going to be seeing Abbasid versus Chinese. And Abbasid for Puppy Paw. I've been talking about this quite a lot, like a couple months back, but I feel like Wham and Puppy Paw are just about like some of the best Abbasid players that there are, like on the high ladder. Like they're really good at making a lot of archers, getting composite bows in, and using excellent timing pushes there with all of those upgrades that come in. Up against the Chinese, though, it's going to be interesting, but it looks like we're going to be moving into our game number 1 of our first set of the Sunday in just a little bit.
That's right. It's time to kick off a wonderful Sunday in style. EGC Masters Winters here in the upper bracket semi-finals. No eliminations on the line, but an easy ticket almost punched all the way towards the upper end of the brackets on offer here. Puppy Paw versus Anatan. Rid of the battles of the new guard, I like to call them, right? And then later, we're going to be seeing Marine Law versus Beastie. These are the guys that have been there since the very beginning. For Puppy Paw and Anatan, they're still chasing that first S-tier tournament title, at least in 1v1s.
Look at what Anaton's doing here. We're going to be seeing Chinese double scout opening. This is a really interesting play. I've first seen this from Core. I've actually first seen this from Core. In the current Pro Scout meta, they could only do normal Chinese scouts that already get a big bonus to their vision. They get if we can take a look just at the vision right now that Anaton has on these scouts, it is massive just how much vision these scouts have. And only will you find a lot of baseline, you're going to deny your opponent a lot of vision, which already said. The way that he's going right now, he's already just trailing one of Anaton's scouts.
And well, are you robot mode? I think you might
I'm
be.
robot
All
mode.
right, go for the reconnect. So hopefully I'm not muffled into robo mode too. I mean, the interesting thing about this is that Crackly was saying that this is a strategy that really began with Core, but Anatan has been there the whole time as well. Like, this is the guy that I still remember doing it in the very early days. I think him and Core have probably been the two most consistent people believing in the 2 scout opener. It definitely has a lot of value on Gorge in particular. I think Anatan's one of the people that quickly mastered this. Louis was fairly good at it at a time as well, of just cycling in and ending up quite frequently with 75% of the sheep.
Yeah, definitely a lot of sheep coming in here for him. I'm not a robot anymore.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you weren't before, which makes me think maybe you are actually secretly Skynet. We'll find out. Millie Wing is going to be coming in, so Puppy Paw doesn't want to turn this into a greed race. I think one thing to keep in mind is like this matchup used to feel pretty good for China back in the TC boom, but now I feel as if ABBA is behind, right, with us being in a Pro Scouts meta. Have we got Crackety?
I hope it's working now. Hope it's better.
All right, fingers crossed. I like how the technical issue started as soon as we got into game. Like, pre-game waffling, absolutely fine. All right, Crackety's going to try a few things, and we'll see if we can actually solve that. But focusing on the opening here, folks, we are seeing the military wing coming in just to try and pressure a little bit onto those initial scout grabbings. Anatan, it's kind of interesting with his macro here, right? He's not full-on just naked rushing into the Pro Scouts timing here. In fact, if we check in his base, he did at least set up the mill, right? He would have the supervision. I don't think he went for an IO opener by the looks of it. I mean, there's no way you go Imperial Official opening when you go 2 scouts, right? That's pretty damn expensive. Yeah, so no Imperial official. First one's going to be popping out now. We already have a lot of taxation sitting in that mill. You may notice he actually dragged it a little bit even further away from the TC to have it right on top of the Imperial Academy. So that should be his biggest priority. Yeah, it pays off, man. I told you, he's one of the believers. There's a lot of people right now that go, oh, why would you do this? Waste of resources. I can kind of see where they're coming from. It almost feels like this should be the meta where it matters least, right? With us having pro scouts in almost every game.
There's still so many sheep following that scout. It's insane.
Lord. The Puppy Boy, I mean, this is the thing. Puppy Boy, we have a true count for him, right? Because he would have started on berries, presumably. I don't think he got much.
Yeah, he can't have gotten a lot, like maybe 5, 6 sheep underneath his TC.
That's worrisome as well. Like I said, like this is not really a civ that plays pro scouts, so you're gonna have to go and secure those berries. Likely we'll see him TC drop on the west side because he's got the military wing and go a little bit looser as he will getting 2 TC. He wants to be aiming for the berries, maybe get the deer shoved in. Might even then be walling the backside to make sure that the scouts can't use the tree lines to sneak in.
Anaton. Oh, he's even going for the Song Dynasty now behind this, so Barbican of the Sun is coming in. Might be very late, though.
That's very different, actually. Wait.
Yeah, he has to cancel it. There's no way that he can get that up. Oh, I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to get that one up. It's fairly close to TC.
If he does the corner.
Angle.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that you rush his Song here, though. Like, I would have expected just the pro scouts to be too valuable. There is the possibility of a TC race. I think this is the weird thing is, like, a lot of people think ambassadors are decent to ego chow a TC race with China. But every time I watch it happen, I feel like China peaks too quickly. Ambassadors, in theory, are better for economy in the true hyper late game. It just takes too long to get there.
Yeah, the main issue is that, like, when China goes to TC, it's very, very costly for them overall to keep up with the food, right? Like, you invest so much food into the villagers, you gotta go for an early farming transition, which is very expensive. Meanwhile, Abbasid, throughout the time that they got, like, multiple TCs up, they pay a lot less food for their villagers. So, and also their farms are cheaper with the economy wing. They have a very easy time in that regard. Yeah, Anaton, he's in a bit of a weird spot right now. I would have really expected him to go pro scout as well. Maybe invest into just like a couple of archers to make sure that he can get the pro scouts in. Hasn't come in so far, and now he's in Song Dynasty.
Yeah, it's quite peculiar. I mean, the reality is 2 archers, 2 spears can't really stop you, especially with this type of spawn. You notice Anatan kind of got the dream to not worry about harassment. 1 deer left, 1 deer right. And then obviously the 2 on the north side, Puppy side might be a bit harder to contest, but usually you can sneak in and snatch something. We do have a delayed play into the archer racks now. Horsemen are already being queued up by Puppy Paw. So he kind of done this in reverse to what we've seen historically with Abba, which is usually you see a lot of the horsemen, double horsemen opening, and then the TC drop afterwards to secure the map. Really didn't worry about it because I imagine Puppy Paw was expecting pro scouts originally.
Yeah, definitely. I was really thinking that we were going to see pro scouts as well. Like, first you take your opponent's sheep, then you deny the deer as well with the pro scouts. That's not happening here. Instead, it looks like we are now seeing a commitment into feudal age, and with Song Dynasty, Anaton will have access to those Juganus. So a very formidable army for him that he can make here. And I mean, like Puppy Paw, he was forced to build his TC next to the berries, which spawned a little bit further forward for him. Right, because he doesn't have a lot of sheep inside of his base, so if he gets denied off of berries, he's working with very limited food, so already value achieved by Anaton. Now he's got a target.
Yeah, it almost feels like this is a classic, I wanted Juji, but you banned Juji, so I'm going to make Juji happen anyway.
Juji at home.
Right? Like, I mean, it is a pretty big difference you're talking about there. I mean, you have to weigh an extra, like, 8 to 9 Juganu, technically more because the discount the age up, when you play China compared to playing Juji. But in fairness, the trade-off is I think you get a much stronger pump around 10 minutes due to all the taxation, the fact that you haven't sacrificed extra villages like you would as Juji.
Yeah, the transition into Castle Age also just comes a lot more natural with all of these extra taxes that you're getting in. Granted, you're missing out on the Meditation Garden, and on this map there are typically some really great spots for Meditation Garden. I'm looking at the generation though, and I'm thinking, yeah, there wouldn't have even been that great of a spot there.
No, it really is a coin flip on this map in particular. I remember in the early days, people thought it would be worth walking out the corner, and they discovered, oh, yeah, the tree lines are actually just a little bit too small. It's like we're getting a little bit of harassment coming in, and it will keep Anatan at home from the time being. Anatan, has a problem here, though. Puppy Paw is inflating Horseman at an aggressive pace.
He is, but there are some spearmen in already, a good amount of them as well. And Puppy Paw, is he scaling archers as well? Because you need at least like 10 archers, I feel like. And we got +1 damage in for Anaton, while there is no pierce armor in for Puppy Paw.
No,
it's not even a blacksmith.
I mean, I wondered how Puppy Paw was doing this. He just skipped archers, spearmen, and tally, went double stables. In theory, the idea is good if you cut reinforcements, right? But if you catch him like this, if you try to run straight at him, you're going to have a bad day. The double spear does show up. Double archer will at least be able to trade out well there. Juganu are going to be dove upon. But these Juganu, I mean, they turn into horse shredders when you have no undermesh. And keep in mind, Puppy Paw, he probably went double archer range next, which means we're still nowhere near having a blacksmith.
Yeah. He's investing all of his wood right now into mass archers. Double stables, double archer range. So that's a lot of wood investment there. What other upgrades do we have for Anaton at the moment? Does he already have siege engineering? I don't think so. He was never really in the spot right now earlier to put up a ram, so I don't think he invested into that yet. Getting pierce armor in as well for him. So these Juganu are gonna trade out fantastically up against normal archers.
And it's like the berries on the front side have been gathered first. Puppy Paw does have the deer behind, but I don't believe he shoved those deer in. So if Anatan circulates, he can block them. Just a little bit risky.
I think they even got spread apart. Yeah, they're very much spread apart from each other.
We need to check on the Puppy Paw sheep count. Like, this is where the game gets scary for him, right? I mean, the reason why he's got this many horsemen and gotten away with it is because how cheap your villages are, but there's still a reality check. Yeah, only 8 sheep remaining and about, what, 3 berry clusters left? So not a great deal of runway, especially considering how much the sheep Anastan still has at home and how close his first gear pack is to his base.
The economy numbers are also still very, very close between the players. Granted, that's part due to just having those Imperial officials from the Imperial Academy. On top of that, Song Dynasty also means that you're going to be able to scale villagers a little bit quicker. Only having a 3-villager lead for Puppy Paw, like 10 minutes into the game, that doesn't feel quite good. And I mean, it gets reflected in the income, right? Like Anatant, he's leading by a ton when it comes to the resource income.
He is. I think Puppy Paw's eco is a bit stronger than that, right? Because we have got the Imperial officials counting up there, but the reality check is like Puppy Paw has nothing efficient now to do with his economy. That's the real problem you run into here.
This could be good, though.
I'm going to look
very
for
good.
We'll be able to stick on top of him here. The undermesh did come in, so the Juganu not able to directly fight back at all. I don't know. He's going to have to hop reinforcements home.
Kickoff.
Now, we do have a ram.
That was amazing.
I know. I don't think that Puppy Paw can fight this army just yet. Probably has to wait till about 20 archers.
I think that TC is down.
Yeah, there's no one left on it, right? Like, he hasn't even left the garrison force.
Is he going to be able to keep it alive? I think villagers, he might be able to pull some villagers over there.
He hasn't got wheelbarrow. It's way too slow, right? Like, you get intercepted. So it looks like he's
going to take too long.
10 with the economy lead. And Anatan is happy to now go into Pro Scouts at 12 minutes in the game.
And look at that. There's a small cluster of villagers right now moving out to the berries in the corner for Puppy Paw. And there's a single yellow dot right there as well, waiting for that to happen.
He's so limited, right? There's no way you go further north when there's already a push in towards the TC location here. So Divin's going to get one worker kill. Horsemen are still keeping Anno pinned, and the villagers a little bit slow to move away there. Should be able to shuffle off, mostly unscathed. He maybe lost one, but the reality check is that you can't really be diving the TC in the Barbican with just 12 horsemen. So he's going to have to come back and directly attend to this army. And the scout has revealed what's happening out there. So it looks like, is he just going to go all the way over blind?
I mean, we do see the military blob from Anatant move somewhat in that direction. What's happening over there? Spearmen are meeting up. This is an issue for Anatant, right? Like, his military is very, very slow. If he's out of position, or just a little bit too long, like he is right now. Oh, this could be dangerous. A lot of horsemen did go down, though.
Yeah, and a lot of them low HP.
Past, that's enough.
Okay, he's going to dive in. Yeah, but look at the health bars on the horsemen.
Actually,
they're going to get erased. They're gone.
They were all weak. They were all weak. No way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you try to run through 6 spearmen with a handful of horsemen and just watch these you trade out. I mean, I don't think we even have boot camp in.
He probably doesn't. I would imagine that he doesn't.
No.
Yeah, it's not in. It's not in. Horseman. Yeah, not one horseman isn't going to be enough. Puppy Boy, he can't take these fights.
Oh my god, and look at the queue. Anatan's like, okay, who needs spearmen? Apparently I can just stick enough bolts in a horse. And remember, he knows about what's happening on that eastern flank, so that's going to be his next target location. Puppy Paw needs to reblob Horseman at what almost feels like an impossible pace here.
Granted, the sheep have run out at this point in time for Anaton. Pro Scouts has come through. He's only just now investing into additional scouts, though.
Still, like, you look at the state of things, the risk Puppy Paw now has to take with his economy versus what Anatan can do, right? Because it's not like you're in a state in this game where your TC was live long enough that you can now add in farms, right? Like, if you add in farms here, you're dead. The weird part is it looks like Puppy Paw, I'm really hoping I'm wrong about this and that's just outposts. It looks like he's thinking about another TC.
Yeah, he is.
What?
I mean, you can't stay on one TC, right? Like, Anaton's on Song Dynasty. He's gonna scale.
But you have
need
food issues.
Scaling on your side.
Right? Like, let's face the fact, he has big food issues.
If not yet, then at least in a little bit, he will have. And there are so many more Shuganu in queue. And this is the issue, like, you really need a big mass of horsemen against that. Like, you need at least half the horsemen that your opponent has in terms of Shuganu. Like, you need 16 horsemen right now in order to beat this with the archers that you got as well.
Like that. And I was like, I can't beat a horseman, but I can beat a villager. We do have a poke out on the west side there. It looks like Anatan was forced out to D originally. That might mask the fact that he went pro scouts as well. So Puppy Paw might have this belief that Anno is also out of food. And there's the TC drop. He sets up on the deer. He sets up behind the deer though, so hilariously, the pro scouts play could still steal a lot of this away.
Could, 100% could, but at least for the time being, Puppy Paw is going to get additional food in. And looks like Anaton right now is mostly just taking his own deer, moves out to berries now as well. Puppy Paw, he's massing up resource behind this. I think he actually cancelled some horsemen. Now he has to reinvest though, as the push comes in from Anaton. Ooh, this is dangerous. I think he was flirting with the idea of maybe trying to go up to Castle Age, because if he goes up to Castle Age with the Eco Wing, suddenly he's going to be able to afford farms very easily. At least do that farming switch up. That would solve his food issues, but now, inside of his base, there's a lot of Shuganu. He is trying to trade out, but you don't want to trade out with archers against Shuganu. Not in a straight-out engagement. You need a front line.
I'm a little bit perplexed, man. I feel like it would have been worth stopping off a boot camp, even if you want to be greedy and rush the age, just like 30 archers with extra health. Feels like it would have been worth the investment. So Puppy Paw being inside his own base will eventually mop this up, but definitely high price paid. Behind this, we do have the scouts rotating for more resources. And Puppy Paw, you know, with 300 food income a minute, it doesn't really instill confidence in your ability to mass horsemen here.
This was a little bit much on the trickling part, though, and Anaton, he's going to lose a lot of his military there, and very slow-moving military as well. So overall, I think Puppy Paw might have enough here to potentially stabilize it. It's very rough. We managed to mass up a good amount of horsemen as well. Up to 5 horsemen again. Make that 4.
Woohoo! Hey, there was only 4 musketeers. That's all it took to bring it all down. So.
Now the food income is going down. Oh yeah, this is going to be difficult.
He's setting up farms in the back of his base. Like, this is the most difficult phase of the game for him. Anatan has options. I think we're seeing Castle Age, the one he's choosing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be coming in fairly soon. We say that yet another 10 Jignu suddenly get queued up.
Yeah, but his economy barely moved. That's the hilarity of that drop-off point with the deer and also the taxation of gold. It feels as if you need more archer ranges if you really want to keep doing this, because it's almost like he's missing part of his timing. Because you can see he's just kind of over-macroing, right? The economy's getting too big. The taxation is just ridiculously strong with this play.
Speaking of timing, there's a couple of horsemen waiting for villagers to go out to the boar. Granted, those aren't villagers, those were spearmen. That was the front line. Okay, nice play from Anaton.
Once upon a time, they were villagers. When they were small boys working the fields. So, how much farmland can Puppy Paw set up here? You should have enough room to go like 3 or 4 farm classes. Dude, I look away for 10 seconds and he goes from what, 500 food to enough to buy Imperial into the Imperial Palace? What a sieve.
I mean, to be fair, like, Anaton destroyed a second TC, right? Like, he should be able to do this. I think Puppy Paw, he had the tools to stop that TC from going down, but he opted to go for the reinforcement instead, and now he pays the price for it as Castle Age came in. Veterancy on the Jugunu, probably getting supervised as well, and there we go. +2 pierce damage now coming in as well. He's going to be in a great spot. Puppy Paw about to be able to click the age up though as well. He needs to wait though. He can't rush it up.
No. And this is where there should be a shove and there should be some punishment.
It's
And
conjuring as well.
it's going to be a price to pay here. I mean, realistically, this could be the third attempt at having a TC going down again. Meanwhile, Anatan has, alongside that tech up, alongside everything else he's been doing here, been able to also mirror the farm count that Puppy Paw has achieved.
Yeah, this is about to be very, very painful. Puppy Paw, he needs a lot of gold now. He's sending a lot of villagers out to the last gold vein. And there's a single yellow dot there once again.
He knows. I mean, this is the thing about Gorge. The tricky thing that makes it quite an interesting map is it spreads you wide. The hilarity is it wasn't even there to scout out a desperation play for gold. It was there to take the deer away.
Now he knows. Now he knows. And there's knights on the way as well. I think that might be either another scout or a knight that is going over in that direction as well. And Anton looks like he's just going for the dive. He knows what's going on. He sees the age up. The Abbasid, they can't hide it. You see that House of Wisdom, you will know that your opponent's trying to age up. Puppy Paw takes the fight underneath the TC, does get that bonus support fire from the TC. Bootcamp has come in behind all of this as well, so archers are going to be able to tank up a little bit more here. This is going to be enough, though.
No, and the corner's
going
here.
down.
Okay, he's just snatching the deer away. So the Lance still haven't arrived. Archer count is still looking pretty healthy for Puppy Paw. There is a concern about his wood, though. He's already eaten through that safe tree line, which means he's going to have to move them somewhere else, say, in the path of all these Yuganu that are now looking for kills. And the first Lancer has just arrived. Puppy Paw is still 10 seconds out. And because it's not, culture first, military wing second, we're not going to have an immediate camel answer to these Lancer raiders.
Archers trying their best up against these Yuganu, but it's just so many units coming in. 8 more Palace Guards still in queue. Golems in queue for Puppy Paw. 1 Lancer as well, but food is a limiting resource here. We're not getting any veterancy upgrades. That would not come in time for him. He recognized that. More villagers going down, though, running through the Yuganu to safety with that main TC. Still kiting back.
This is half of his food income, Crackety, right? He's got 5 workers on the berries, another 5 up on the deer. Most of his food is coming from Farm Central here. Admittedly, a pathetic-looking Farm Central, right? Because he hasn't been able to make that transition, but it means the ability to go Golems, Lancers here is going to be limited. Even crossbows, right? And you've now got Palace Guard flooding into your base. It may not be Yuan, but they're quick enough to hunt down everything. Look at the worker kill count. It has tripled in the last minute.
Yeah, so many villagers going down. Anatund, he's got Puppy Paw firmly in his hand right now. And behind us, even going for the relic play. Monastery has come in first. Monk already out on the field. Now picking up those relics. 30 villager lead now. And it's just going to get worse and worse from here. There's no way Puppy Paw will ever get back to farming inside of his base.
Let's put it the correct way here. Puppy Paw has got worker kills in return. But 25% of that came from a ball. That's how grim things are looking right now. Anno is just going to pull back. There's no need to dive and overextend here. Puppy Paw is in shambles. He may be 2 TC, but he has a long road to go. For Anno, the next step is to prep something a bit more permanent. Rams are on the way, but he's also looking for those relics to continuously extend it.
Yeah, triple ram play, crossbows, and Palace Guards out at front line. Still some Shuganu remaining. I think he's just like splitting them up into little groups that he went on to raids with. And I mean, that's kind of like the way that he got just this many villager kills, right? Like Juganu, very effective at taking down villagers. Archers, they don't do bonus damage to villagers, but Juganu, they just always have that high base damage against unarmored units.
Exactly. And, it's not like Puppy Paw could have Undermesh level 2 ready with that dive. He was still waiting for the 3rd age at that stage. When you have to react with this much of your army to kill 1 Palace Guard, it's a bit of a sour position to find yourself in here.
Plus 2 Pierce armor is already in for Anatun. Plus 2 Pierce damage not yet in for Puppy Paw. So the archers, I mean, they're gonna feel like normal archers against normal men-at-arms.
Yeah.
Typically Palace Guards have less Pierce armor, but if you don't have the Pierce damage upgrade, that doesn't matter.
It's also the scalability, right? Like, he doesn't have safe trees anymore. Gorge usually allows you to get with these type of archer comps because how much safe wood. That doesn't exist now. He's going to have to play wide, and that's exactly what he can't afford to be doing right now. Rams moving the 2nd TC. PG get ready to dive. They're going to go hunting. I don't think you need to overextend here, right? Just commit the force in one position and push through. There's a point at which raiding is less valuable than going for the kill.
Villagers gotta evacuate, but at this point, 2nd TC gone. Puppy Paw's way of scaling in this game, gone with it. Still tries to go for the fight, but military mass not in his favor. army value. Granted, the wood doesn't get counted for the archers, but it's still not going to be enough.
Hey, man, we've still got enough stone to make another attempt at 2TC.
I mean, maybe for Anaton.
He's on the big stone right now. Puppy Paw is legitimately gathering. I mean, this has to be a keep drop to stabilize. Nothing else would make sense. I just don't think it's going to be quick enough. So it's going to be an opening win for Foxlands member. I mean, a damn strong start as well. Admittedly, you can argue China probably the best civ in the game right now for the current meta styles. ABBA have fallen down a little bit. But that's when it's standard Pro Scouts play. And credit to him, the way Anatan played this was anything but.
Yeah. I mean, this definitely wasn't your standard Pro Scout play. And against the standard Pro Scout play, I think military wings make sense. But overall, in any China versus Abbasid game, I would personally still prefer the early economic wing.
Or like, I think this is an interesting build theoretically around Culture Wing for your own Pro Scouts, but it doesn't work against the absolute upper echelon, right? Like China, HRE, Juji, those are just way too aggressive and fast. So aggression, fast, well, maybe not that fast of a set. Puppy Paw apparently likes getting beaten around a bit. He's finally thrown in the towel for game number 1.
GG comes in. Yeah, military value lead at one point. Puppy Paw, he got some great picks there every now and then. But ultimately sacrificed his first additional TC for it, and after that it felt like it went downhill there from there on out. That second TC just kind of completely disallowed the scaling for Puppy Paw, and he had to reinvest so much into that in order to get it back up again, not to be able to even get enough food for the age up then.
Yeah, and really well played by Anatan from the perspective of blocking that sheep herding, right? I think that's really where it began to go wrong with Puppy Paw in the very early stages. Getting so little, usually you don't care as a Basses because you have fresh food stuff to make things cheaper, get berries, and you mentioned the Eco Wing usually is going to be there a lot of the time. I think he was caught off guard by that, right? And by the time you see what's happening with the double scout play, it's too late to find a pivot reaction. If your goal here is to block Juganu, you need to have ample sheep for this type of play, mass horsemen, which this was probably the one time they actually looked like they were worth their weight in food.
Yeah. I feel like if he just, like, after that pickoff, went back, he could have definitely defended his TC, like 8 villagers inside of that as well. By the time the units arrived, the 8 villagers inside TC could have killed like half the spearmen that were there and made it relatively easy for the horsemen with the archers to take that fight.
I mean, after that, it just felt like Puppy Paw was scrambling for food, right? Anatan had sniffed out the weakness, and I just loved the delayed playing the Pro Scouts. It was coming in this dive, right? So at that point, you knew Puppy Paw was going to be driven back to his base. Oh. I mean, this fight as well. What a joke horsemen look like, right? There's 5 spearmen. That is literally 5 spearmen just getting a few stabs in there, and all of a sudden, there's no health bar left.
Yeah. That was absolutely insane. Just, we had so many horses. That was so much value lost within 2 seconds, pretty much. It was absolutely ludicrous just how quickly those horsemen did go down to the spearmen.
It's crazy as well, because it felt like almost as if Anatan hit the A-click at the perfect time for each spearman to attack a different horseman, right? Because, like, there is a very big risk. Why that usually looks like a bad defense for the spears is you just overkill one pony, right? Like, everyone just stabs the same one, and there's a very big attack animation, and attack speed is very low for spears. But that pristine hit to all of them got it low enough that the repeater crossbows just basically fire off one volley, and everything was dead.
Yeah. That was absolutely crazy. I can't believe, like, getting that, like, value volley in. You just, like, see all the horsemen suddenly disappear with a single A move there. And the spearman just perfectly set it up for that. Here at this point in time, I felt like, hey, Puppy Paw can maybe rebound in this because Anatan was just trickling heavily at this point in time. And even though archers, like, get countered hard by the Jugunu because no bonus damage on both sides, but Jugunu just have more base damage against unarmored units, Anatan just got the age up in behind that, and then this push happened. Once again, Puppy Paw doing a great job of, like, keeping him out of his economy, taking good army trades here, even being an age behind. But I feel like the age up just need to come in so much earlier for Puppy Paw. If he was aged up at this point in time already, instead of 45 seconds later, I think he would have still been in a decent position to hold.
Yeah, especially with the Golden Age too, and so you skim a few seconds off the tech speed, so you get me a bit faster, and you do have enough base to kind of run away into to buy that time. Especially at this stage in the game, right? Like usually the issue in Gorge is you have to be pinned in your base because that's where your tree line is. At that stage, it ran out anyway, so you could have been spreading wider. But, the other interesting thing to think about here is, realistically, Anno did just use his most powerful pick in his draft, right? He still has some decent ones. Delhi English come to mind. But I think Chanya's the king. But Puppy Paw, if you're an NA fan, no need for the doom and gloom. He's still got HRE as his first pick. Wouldn't be surprised if he whips it out here, because usually you don't want to end up 2-0 behind. Obvious reason is, if he wins one more game, I lose. But from a draft POV, it allows your opponent to do some wacky things with their selections.
Yeah. HRE definitely a very, very strong civ here that Puppy Paw has access to. I'm wondering what the idea was behind picking Abbasid on a map like Gorge. It's not typically a map that I think we see the Abbasid most often on. Typically, it's more like aggressive civilizations or civilizations that can move into a certain timing window in Castle Age.
I mean, I'm trying to think if he was expecting French.
Maybe so, but look at what we're got coming up next here. We're moving straight into our favorite map, I feel like.
wait. I would have thought he'd leave this a little bit deeper, because Japan seems like a doozy, a decent civ to have here. The Shinobi spam, very strong. But as we've witnessed, Ottomans are no pushover on this particular map either.
Yeah, we're going to be moving out next. Oh man, I'm excited. I'm happy for this one. Moving out, coming in, and it's gonna be Ottomans for Anatund. And I'm wondering right now. If Anatund has something special planned for Ottomans are moving out. I'm thinking, of course, you don't have a lot of room for military schools. Where else can you get your military schools in? The Grand Galley. What happened with the Grand Galley recently? It's been buffed, actually.
Oh.
The Grand Galley now gets affected baseline by the production speed upgrade, aura from the blacksmith. Previously, that wasn't the case, so the Grand Galley actually produced units very slowly, but now it always produced them at the quickest speed possible.
Something tells me he's probably just going to build Sipahi in an imam.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But if it gets to that point, mark my words.
Wait, hear me out, awesome. Crackety. I've got it. It's going to be Cav Archers on the mainland.
Oh, please no. Cav Archers, I feel like I think Cav Archers are in the same spot that Mangudai are in. Really, really good in Imperial Age. Before that, not so much. Mainly because you can just stack so many upgrades on them in Imperial Age. That's when they actually become borderline broken, similar to Desert Raiders.
In fairness, though, Mangudai have been looking really good in this tournament so far.
Yeah, and granted, it was one game. It was one game on Kalogger where they turned really good.
We've had multiple games where small groups of Mangudai define the game. I think the issue with Cav Archers comparatively is you have to get a Vizier point into them, and then they cost what feels like an arm and a leg compared to Mangudai for what they do, right? Well,
I think Mangudai become really strong in Imperial Age. Before that, there is so much counterplay against them.
I mean, you just got to find the right angle, Crackety. You're up against Japan. They don't like having ranged units. Ergo, build Cavalry Archers. Just kite them out, laugh in their face. I mean, we'll have to see what Anna's got in mind, though. It's time for game number 2. We are moving out.
Moving out indeed. So there we go. Game number 2 coming up right away. Puppy Paw playing as the Japanese and Anatund on the Ottomans on a nice little shared starting island. Little wood line divides the two players, but don't be concerned because there is going to be plenty of intimate action on the starting island coming in very soon.
Yeah, I like to call that starting island Pac-Man with a moustache. Or Bangtash from the 70s.
That's a weird moustache.
Yeah, he didn't shave it evenly. I mean, but what do you expect for a guy who has no arms?
Why is the moustache going from top to bottom?
Because you're looking in he's tilted on his side, you know? We'll have to see who's going to gobble up who. Realistically, Japan should feel really good here with the play into Shinobi. I think that's the one redeeming quality, because something that's interesting about Ottos is in the mid game, at least on a standard map, they're pretty good at dealing with Japan due to the meta's auras. Of course, this isn't our standard map. This is a little bit crazier. And that's going to maybe limit gold-oriented units, which is why I was thinking Sipahi could make a lot of sense for the Ottos, just to kind of raid the tree line.
This is the complete opposite of a standard map.
Yeah, it's slightly different. You know, on a standard map, you have enough time to think about what you want to do. We don't like thinking around here, Crackety. right? We feel like you should be prepared as a pro player for everything to go wrong in the first 5 minutes.
Exactly. Oh, is there a reason why Anaton's going for the far deep sea fish? Probably not.
I think he just like looked on the mini map. I don't think you can rally them on the mini map.
No.
Right?
That's shoreline fish.
Oh, yeah. They're shoreline,
Yeah. I was baited.
Which is
they look
like
the same,
which is
but,
hilarious in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, that's actually something you gotta watch out for.
These are some of the
baited.
most confused tuna shoreline fish you'll ever find. You know?
Yeah. They went a little bit too deep.
This is
9
basically the
villagers?
Nemo story, right? Like this is the
Or 8
clownfishes.
villagers?
Wait, 8?
8 and a scout? That's a big commitment from Puppy Paw.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, the only way this would make sense in my brain is if you were trying to like either fast tech or we're gonna do something weird like building the Coca Township on the starting island.
Getting a house in.
Yeah, which
And
is going to
can
be
you
the
see that
mill,
gold
right?
mine?
So he's going to eat the
Yeah.
berries, and then he's going to split to the gold. But my thought here is like, there is kind of a wacky
Oh,
play.
he already has Tawara.
Yeah. Wait, really?
Yeah, he's missing 50 gold.
But he doesn't have a forge. Oh, sorry, yeah,
He's
sorry,
getting
we're
it
talking
now.
wheelbarrow. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so we are going to get berry rush. So one thing I'm wondering though, like, is there a world in which you just build a shinobi on the island? Because the thought here is Anatan's going to eat deep in that tree line, and you can just shin in, right? Like, if you just keep spamming shinobi there, you can hit out a lot of villages, and then transport them to the outer island afterwards.
I think it makes... I mean, both works, right? Like, both works. I think the main issue there, like, you can also have it on the outer island and then have the shinobi transport to the middle. I think it's better that way because you don't want to have all your landmarks at one spot.
You know, in case Anatan rushes Castle Age and builds rams out of his Mehmet and Imperial Armory. Just your standard dangers, really.
Yeah. There we go. Age-ups coming in for both players. So we are getting the Coca Township on the outer island and Sultanani trade network on the center island for Anatan. It's going to be a very nice landmark here for him, just passively able to generate gold. Very important on a map like this.
Yeah,
And we already got some early walls.
Yep, Anatan's like, no, not in my territory. I mean, the awkward thing about this is the Coca will produce a unit that doesn't care about walls.
Yeah.
Will spring in their step. So we'll have to
But
keep
you
an eye
know,
out for that.
it's one of those situations where you might find yourself in where you jump the fence and suddenly you can't jump back over because there's a cooldown.
I never have those issues, Crackety, because when I jump fences, it's like that cop in Hot Fuzz. You know, I
Can't recall the scene.
I jump the fence, but the fence falls over with me.
Oh. It's like, okay, that makes sense. Now you can't jump back over.
Wait, can you sabotage? I've never tried. Can you actually sabotage fences?
I don't think so.
It sounds
I mean,
dumb,
maybe.
but like good dumb. No way.
Why would you sabotage a fence when there's a perfectly sabotageable dock right next to it?
I guess you just like, haha, no sprouts can be produced out of this palisade wall of wood. Assume that's how it works. We have got the transport ship rotating around just checking what's happening on the other side. First Shinobi, of course, being the free one, is going to be queued up. Spring's coming out from both players here. Everything just very orderly. No signs of chaos so far, which feels like we're on the wrong map.
Additional docks coming in from both players, and the scout does spot out Anaton's villagers there. Interesting mill there, not next to the berries, instead next to a gold mine. Getting wheelbarrow in a little bit early. Do we already have that? Yeah, Shinobi's already on his move now.
Yeah, so it's not
On
going
the
to
move.
try to drop him on the other side. I mean, you can rotate round, harass the opponent on the gold, and then your transport ship can just pull across onto the island again anyway. But it does mean that he's done nothing to hinder production of the initial boats. It's a little bit difficult against Ottomans, right? Because they do get those cheaper docks.
Yeah. This could be a little bit dangerous now for Anaton, though. Does manage to... that was the scout. Okay, so he hasn't scouted out the Shinobi yet, but if he goes further in that direction, he's going to be able to spot him.
Yeah, he just kind of dragged him towards the critical piece of information here. But, you know, this could be a bait if it wasn't for the fact that Papa Paw just added in 2 more Shinobi.
It's a lot of Shinobi. It's a lot of firepower. Do we get an outpost on Anaton's side or a production building?
Nah, we're just gonna cut through and get our blades out.
Oh, there it is. No, there we got an outpost.
Okay, so yeah, we've got outposts in the outer island, but like none being committed in the center is a little bit surprising. Usually around now is a good time to try and drop an outpost. Otherwise, you end up in a weird rush against your opponent. But
Yeah, outpost definitely really good. And it looks like we already... Do we have an emplacement on that dock? No emplacement yet. It's not firing.
we do have a very, 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 very tiny Berlin Wall no-go zone between the two with those walls coming up from both. There's always a chance
Scouts
the
still
Shinobi
chasing
would
each other.
accidentally teleport in. Ooh, that's great. We
Able to
do
stay alive,
need
villager.
to finish it, though.
Yeah, not happening.
He's not sniping the villager
repair
either.
speed. I mean, how are you going to snipe it?
It's so
like
difficult,
inside
right?
the ship. Yeah.
Like, you know, you have to click beyond the ship and beyond the dock. And as we know, Brackety, you can't rotate your cameras. It's illegal.
Oh, outpost is coming in. Can they already see each other at this point in time?
No.
They can't yet, but no, that wasn't an outpost. That's a lumber camp and a house. Okay, never mind. No outpost
There's
yet.
no
I
room
was
for
hoping.
outposts at this stage.
They just gotta like look at each other, and at one point the player's gonna realize, and he's gonna be like, "Wait, I can make an outpost here."
All right, hear me out. This is the game to build archer range as Japanese on the mainland, on your island, rather. Just get a few cheap Yumi out.
Maybe. Ooh.
You are living in La La Land, mate. Anatan,
Aw.
he loses the sheep. So master of sheep in game 1, doesn't know what they are in game 2.
Oh, villagers trying to repair, but you gotta be so careful.
We're scaling quite a lot of horsemen, so he's definitely looking to breach that outpost in the outer island.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean,
If you're able to take that down.
It won't stop Anatan from generating gold altogether, but it will minimize his ability to get mass, which means that we won't see that big demo ship play.
Oh, and he's making archer range. He hasn't scouted the horseman. Wait, he has scouted the stable. Why is he making the archer range?
Yes, you can hide in the tower. I mean, you kind of have to address the Shinobi first, like, right? Like, your opponent could have a lot of them coming. Harrislet's also on the way from Anno, so he's going to be joining the dance of these emplacements. Of course, Puppypaw a bit more efficient. Doesn't really have to touch stone to get what he gets.
Yeah, no fortification, though. This is difficult. Looks like the villagers that were repairing the dock did get taken down. At least one of them did.
And
There we go,
we
first
have
outpost.
arrived. Surprise! So that's only going to be one worker going down. But still a lead for Puppypaw that is now building.
Yeah, and it is going to cause idle time. Granted, Anaton still had like 3 hulks in the queue, right? Wasn't a lot of idle time for him in the end. Looks like we're getting emplacement in. I want to believe that that's a dock emplacement, but I'm not seeing it come in
No.
Puppypaw on the dock, so might be inside of the...
Is
oh,
it-
no, never mind. It's for the outpost in the woodline. I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah, he's upgrading online rather. So we are going to have a little bit more annoyance in the center island. But for the moment, Anno's safe. It's a bit risky, though. That south side, if he loses the fight, has to fall back at all. That's huge idle time on his woodline.
Fortified outpost, though. Fortified outpost is going to mean that that outpost is pretty much safe against those units.
Made a big investment there so far. Demo ship's going to be a whiff, but Puppypaw, like, we're now 5 horsemen, 5 shinobi. He was really looking for that timing, just starve all gold. It's going to take way too long now. It means he's actually weaker on the water as a result, because Anna, of course, has just been blindly committing everything to the seas. Demo Connect is going to come in. Just needs that finishing touch. This is also idling out the second fishing strike, but that is a hit and a half. Gets 2, almost
That
gets a
was
third.
intense. Oh my god. Gets the value in. 2 hulks go down, another one now. I still feel like the investment Puppypaw on land is completely negotiated by those outpost fortifications now that have come in.
I mean, he's just standing there. Like, if you check that eastern island, the eastern side of the map, you can see it, right? Like, from both angles, he's just kind of staring. Like, one day I'll be able to take out your goal.
Menacingly.
He's staring intently, right? It's almost like you've just rolled really useless abilities in Pokemon, like, what? Glare, I think was one of them.
Oh, now Anaton going for the dock on the side of Puppypaw's base, so he's going to be able to take those fishing, like that deep sea fish that is still at the shoreline there. Anaton gonna get a lot of food scaling there.
It's not going to be free pockets available to him. I mean, Puppypaw, the best easy maneuver to make is just go the opposite side of where your enemy's military is. The problem is if he does that, it will be a dive directly into his back line where he's still got the remainder of his fishing. So kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Anno, meanwhile, is now adding in Sapahi. Was that on the outer island, though? I believe so?
It is. It is on the outer island, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, there we go. That makes a bit more sense of spears. The archery range is already gone. Cancelled it in the end. Must have noticed just last second what was actually happening.
Still more units in production over on land. It's going to be another fight on the shoreline from the looks of it. But this time with an emplacement on the dock. Fishing ships look like they're getting sacrificed here.
Look at the demo ships. He's holding them back and waiting for the pristine moment. He's basically sacrificing hulks to clear the way for a big breach here. Archer ships were held in reserve, though. Puppy Paw saves his bacon from getting cooked here. Now it starts to feel like an overextension.
It is,
they may go
still
down.
Demo ships.
There's one demo. There's double arrow slit placement here. As long as he pulls back with the sandwich. Oh, no! He's just a mile ahead with this. What a move! And now look at the villagers idled. Puppy Paw looks sunk in brain as much as he's sunk at sea here. Not sure what to do with this anymore.
Oh my god. He still has the emplacement though. So this is going to be a tough fight if it goes on for a lot longer. Grant, there are even more demo ships coming in. Puppy Paw is trying to get them over.
I mean, that is a hot chase for just one ship. We'll be able to find it and go back for the other. The spring ships are moving in, so she'll be able to snipe one or two villages when they jump out. Instead, actually, kind of a misplay there. Anatan didn't move in. Would have been able to get one or two workers for sure. So Puppy Paw has migrated to the mainland, but he needs to secure it all 360 here. It's going to be a dive onto the outpost that is heavily fortified. Sapahi are coming out, but that is terrible against Shinobi, so not a great way of defending himself here.
Is able to get the Sapahi down. No spear in production. Not that it really matters, because in theory, Puppy Paw could also sabotage the barracks here. I feel like maybe Puppy Paw now tries to go for a transition over to Castle Age in through the land. Yeah, sabotage is coming in, at least on the stable. Outpost is focusing down Shinobis from the looks of it. Looks like we are getting spearmen in potentially as well. Yeah, Anatan able to take the water control here, and now we're getting into a situation. It's going to be fairly interesting because we're going to be seeing a situation where a player has like no access to water at all and is instead going to have to play this one on land. Repairs coming in. Puppy Paw is not reacting.
It's just stunners in a few villages now, but I don't think that's low enough for a kill. So Puppy Paw's army is going to fail him here. He's in trouble pretty much everywhere at this stage, it feels like. He can't really touch the fish at all. He can't stop Anatan permanently from gathering gold. And even with all this harassment, let's keep in mind that Satani has been generating a little bit of gold trickle through to work with, which is why he's still able to keep scaling a new line of navy to make sure Puppy Paw never gets back on the seas.
The sheep are getting transferred once again. Villager migration moving over to the deer or to the next batch of berries out on the mainland.
Can we check the outpost and hover on its emplacement?
There is a vizier point that changes the emplacement to a crossbow.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he got that. No, go down a bit. Down a bit. No, down more. On the damage value. Like, you want to see the bonuses. Okay, so he didn't get extensive fortifications.
Yeah. It's the normal one. No, normal 10 damage.
It's an interesting tech. Basically, it makes it 20% cheaper to get emplacements and gives you crossbows, which do more damage. Yeah, won't be seeing in this game. That was just normal arrow fire, shredding through him. We do have outposts now coming on the north side. Zanatan diversifying on his gold gathering here, and he's clearly getting ready for Castle Age. And Puppy Paw is trying to mirror here, admittedly with a substantially weaker economy when it comes to the seas.
Yeah. He's going to need to make something happen on land instead. So villagers, though, on the deer, and surprisingly, economy numbers at the moment still fairly even.
Yeah.
And that is with the 3 additional economy units that Anatan got from the landmark.
Which is very surprising, actually. If we do a raw villager count, I mean, the thing is the fishing boats should be adding on, like, what? 8, 9 in favor of Anatan. Yeah, so 49 villagers.
13 fishing ships. Puppy Paw.
51. So yeah, it's only those 2 worker kills. So he's missed a lot of production, right?
Maybe.
Unless the fishing boats have been
no,
surviving.
no. There, I remember. I forget about it every time.
Oh, that's right.
There's a bug.
Yes.
The fishing ships, they count as military.
They count as military. Yeah.
Because they
Wait.
use Delhi as like the base civilization.
I always forget and then always remember, and then we go through this every time. Yeah, so that's why, like, you can look at the raw military count. It doesn't make sense because he's got, like, what, 15 in boats and then 2 in land. So that means there's a missing 17. So you've got 17 fishing boats. It's an insane economical.
We're getting transition into samurai now. On Puppy Paw.
I mean, he can't really afford anything else, right? And it feels like you're going to need quantity because I feel like you're going to get zerged here. If you look on the north side, Anatan is just building up a giant base to push forward with.
This is going to be a tough one. Double outpost there as well. I mean, with this many villages on gold, like, you can just mass Janissaries. And Janissaries with their attack speed, like, crossbows don't do that well against samurai. I mean, they do well, but they don't do that well, mainly because of the slow attack speed. But Janissaries, they attack so quickly, like, they take down that deflective armor instantly, and then they go ham.
Just build Yumi.
Even against other big Asias, they're really great. But yeah, Yumi Archer, I mean, yeah. But
I mean,
do you
in
ever
theory,
really want to make Yumi? You kind of need to, but do you ever really want to?
When your economy is like 17 behind, I think you really want to, because it's probably the only thing you can afford. Like, you know, we have Puppy Paw and Castle Age building Spearman. Do I need to say more?
I mean, he says Spearman RP, so makes sense.
That's true, but he's Japan, right?
Oh,
like,
Sapahi. Sapahi? He
he
does have
looks
ships
like
nearby.
He looks like the deer. He has noticed.
Shifts getting pulled.
Textiles is doing a lot of work here. Because that
It
should have been a
has.
dead villager by now. It looks like he's
It's
going to
gonna
lose
be
one.
one dead. Yeah.
The walls are up. What is that wall from Anatan? He's living in an ambitious world here. I don't
I
think
mean, he has the fishing ships there, right? Like, he should have the line of sight to see that. Hey,
on
there's
high
probably
ground.
stuff moving over there.
Let me check because I think
He barely doesn't see. Okay, never mind.
That's unfortunate. I mean, we have to remember that a while back they did nerf the vision a little bit, and then obviously uphill as well comes into the equation. So a bit difficult to get that deep line of vision. This is depressing for him though. There's not actually much in the way of places that Puppy Paw can keep gathering without being seen here.
He might need to go for another migration over to the mainland. What's good for him, though, is that at the moment he's able to take berries, which are just so insane for Japanese. Like, look at the food income for Puppy Paw at the moment.
It's ridiculous, right? Because once you have the level 2 wheelbarrow, you're basically gathering at board gathering rates, and then if you get the tier 3, which comes in Castle Age, to the moon. A little bit of a step there. Anatan didn't notice that he's being harassed on that tree line, so we'll have to pull away now. There's some nice kills found for Puppy Paw. Needed as well at this stage. I know.
Oh, villager, he's getting the information. He knows what's going to be coming his way.
Yes, that's exactly what that villager had planned. The reason he was down there, he's like, I feel a need to go discover what they're up to.
Oh, look what Anaton is got now in queue. What's going to be coming up next? He switched over from the mangonel on the landmark over to the sprinkles.
Yep.
And that against Japanese just hurts the Japanese so much. Like,
I mean,
what do
everything you
Japanese
do,
want to
right?
make?
Yep.
Melee.
And they aren't playing the mounted samurai strategy, right? Which makes sense in fairness. Like on a map like this, with the weak economy, yes, but more important, this map, because things have already started to wall, because you're both equally on the mainland, you're talking about thin choke points, right? Like, could you imagine just trying to play mounted samurai to mountain pass? It just feels dumb if you can't get past that choke point. So I see where he's coming from, but Anatan apparently saw it coming a mile off.
Yeah, Anaton, he doesn't have a lot of water military,
No.
right?
He's kind of given up on it, which is surprising. It's not like he done anything to stop Puppy Paw getting back on water here.
And it's very easy for a civilization like Japanese to get back on water.
Yeah.
Reinvesting into fishing ships, not that expensive for them.
Well, it looks like he's getting ready for war again. We just saw Armored Hull coming in, and he just spawned the Bombard.
Oh, and it's gonna be on the main island.
Yep.
And he's already got a ram there as well. Oh my god, this is gonna...
Ram for the vision, Bombard for the kill. Sounds like a combo.
Getting samurai on the main island.
I mean, dude, just like, yeah, I don't know why this Ram didn't just head upwards looking for the villagers. If he just gets line of sight, he could wipe it.
Oh my god, this is... This map is crazy.
And he brought the
He
entire
brought
army
the
here.
army over. Oh, Puppy Paw, you can't see that.
He's gonna learn at the
He's
halfway
gonna see it
though.
now.
He's like, oh no.
Oh no.
He's like, can you guys deflect a cannon shot? No, we can't, guys. There's limits. What do you want from me? I managed to make a bolt deflect. I can even make a gunshot deflect.
Just
You want me to
slice
make
it
a
in half.
cannonball?
Just slice it in half. It'll work, guys. Trust. Believe in the process.
Hey, you just need to like make some sort of weird noise that seems appropriately out of Overwatch, right? Just quote Genji, and then it works. Oh gosh,
Military
push coming
schools.
in though. I mean, he's just fixated here. He's like, okay, I'm not pulling the army back. This is gonna be my island.
Yeah, I feel like there's also no way for Puppy Paw to realistically push over that wood line. Just because of the choke point as well.
And the other interesting thing here is like, if this drone just starts attacking, this burn force dies very fast. It's like the Janissary.
Puppy Paw, he's gotta go for migration.
Yeah. He will be able to get out because he was able to get back on water the way he did. Anatan has been holding troops in reserve. Look how many Janissaries have just been sitting here this whole time. So I'll shred through the wave of melee troops.
Yeah. He's gotta go.
And on the mainland, on the island rather, we've got like another attempt to raid. I think that was maybe Samurai diving in. Yeah, so he's trying to wrap around the back. I mean, it's just too many Janissaries though.
Boy, still got a lot of units there on water. Might be able to pull them to go for a little bit of a supportive play here. Samurai still looking to maybe go onto that Great Bombard, but it's so difficult. And when that Great Bombard gets a shot off,
He's not targeting the villages though.
is it gonna? No, it's not gonna shoot.
Just squeeze on in there, get full coverage, boom shakalaki away to victory.
Ooh, Samurai.
Janissaries. Wait, has he got Dachi? That looks like a
I think he
Dachi.
might have. It's a lot of damage, that's for sure.
The back away here. Yeah, it is
is
definitely the
+1 damage.
Adachi, so it shreds through them. The Janissaries aren't clearing this as quickly as you'd like to see because Anatan has zero front line to protect this. Sprills are arriving as well. He will eventually mop this up, but that's a lot of defense force like lost, right? You've got maybe one Janissary. It's going to be none, surely.
Oh, wait, that's a crossbow. The TC has the crossbow on it. Anaton's got the Vizier point now.
Wait, really? He
Yeah,
actually went
look
for
at
it.
the placement.
Okay, that's kind of sick, specifically because your opponent just went into heavily armored units, right?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Meanwhile, Anno now building even more spirals. Now, we did say that it counters all the melee units that Puppy was going to build. There is one interesting interaction. It is the thing that's being built right now. Ona Bigisha are kind of a signature siege killer with their attack speed.
Yes. I mean, they also get the bonus range, right? So they are able to surround quite quickly.
And you are getting your dream, Crackety. It is on the way.
Yes, let's go, the Grand Galley. That's what I want to see. Oh my god, this was
This is just getting toxic. And he's getting more crossbow placement. No, sorry, he's going for the Spriggles instead. Why discount it? So Puppy Paw is done with this island now. He's like, you know what? Fine, have it. You get this nice little island in the divorce, but I'm taking the entire landscape of the mainlands.
What does Puppy Paw want to do against this now?
There's a lot of villages, right? Because he has gone
Yeah,
extra 2 TC.
and he managed to force Anaton like back onto the one fishing side as well. Like he
However-
took over water for the most part again. But now with the Grand Galley,
Yeah. And not just that, there's another big problem. Congrats, you've moved your villages away, you built 2 TC. But the Great Bombard survived long enough to the point that Anatan's gonna be able to make more of them.
oh my god, yeah, he's about to hit Imperial Age, Istanbul Observatory, and now with the amount of military schools that he's got out already, he's gonna flood military.
And the fact that it's built into the Grand Galley that you mentioned earlier, right? It's just going to be a nice little D-Day storm into the corners. The Geeks in the meantime are going to be able to just poke from the flank, but there isn't going to be any full dive.
he's
I'm
making
struggling to see what
Yumis now
Puppy's
as
solution
well.
is, man. Like, we're 26 minutes in the game, your opponent's
There's
going
a-
Imperial, and you're going
There's a
Yumi.
timing. There's a timing that Puppy can reach on land. Because if you look on land, Anaton, what does he have on land? He's got 20 units on land. Puppy Paw has got like 60.
We do, however, have Anatan adding in a lot more men-at-arms now.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
Honor Geisha don't do well against men-at-arms. Neither do Yumi archers.
No, you will kill them, but it's almost like watching a swarm of 8-year-olds attack a teenager. You know? You'll eventually topple him. But that teenager's on the local rugby team. He's built.
He's been taking creatine.
Yes, creatine. Let's go with that. Definitely no illegal substances.
I mean, it's
we
not
are-
illegal.
when you're one of like when you're on the high school rugby team, but you look big enough to be on the national team, there's definitely nothing sus. I'm not projecting.
Definitely
There
not.
wasn't a kid like that in my year. He was really big. So we have the perfect sniper for the boats. Turns out there's not going to be any raid attempt there. Courtesy of the giant ass
Oh,
bomber.
Villager finds the army once again. Does go down, but does provide the information. So Anatan, he's gonna know what's going on. And that bombard, it's gotten so much value, right? Like,
You know what, Cracky,
putting
it's
so much
interesting,
pressure.
right? Like, what we're witnessing here is the need for Omen to get a buff. If you look on their military schools, you know, most players would be like, let's just send a scout, right? You can't. That's why we keep using villagers to scout out the players from Puppy Pool.
where did half the Honor Geishas go? Weren't we at like 32?
Did he get sunk?
It makes sense with the math, right? He was on 32, now he's on 16. 16 fit inside a transport ship.
But what did he run into? The Grey Bombard?
Maybe? The Great Bombard. Definitely
We saw it sink
tanked
one
the
thing,
ship.
but I don't think it was the transport ship. I'm pretty sure that was a galley.
Something's been sunk.
Many things have been sunk. Like Puppy Ball's hopes of winning this game, it looks like he's trying to save for Imperial now. I mean, this has to be Castle the Crow, right? There's
It's
no
gotta be
point,
the
actually.
guns,
Yeah. Like, this is a sad reality, right? There's
And
nothing
he's
for you
putting
to
it
trade
forward.
to.
He's putting it forward right where Anaton's about to push from.
Oh, no way! And the outpost is about to see it. If he lines up the Springles, he can wipe out 2/3 of the builder force there. We need to check on that. It's going to be a big hit to the economy. He's moving in for it now.
Positioning.
Wait, what? Wait, no!
And working on the ball.
I don't know. That was a golden opportunity here to hit them with the Springles.
Now, Puppet he's going from the other side.
We do have the big ass characters coming out now, so Puppet knows it's only a matter of time before he's forced off of water. There was an attempt to go around.
He's gotta go back.
Back down, but he's got to rotate the entire map. So essentially, for the defense, Puppy Paw, yeah, we've got the boats, then we've got the army out of position. Let's just basically be fair and take 3/4 off of his military pop count, because that's what's missing from this.
Springles are supporting on land, though. Now Sapaya leads Sapaya as well. Running through.
Straight to the farms.
They
And
are
this-
so much more tanky than normal horsemen.
The other problem is those Springles. Those Springles are stopping any assistance from the water at all, even if you get close to the coast. There's also enough Springles to almost immediately snipe out any hand cannoneers that spawn. This looks done. I just don't see how Puppy Paw is meant to get any deeper in this game. I'm shocked he even survived this long.
I feel like there might have been like some timings that he could have pushed on land. But Anaton, he's just been so good with having enough units, enough choke points with the siege to always pretty much be able to... It's the okay, it's a tech.
Let's say it properly.
It's the no damage Abuna.
The Surrender Bune has come out to play and has failed him entirely. But it do look pretty with those missiles.
Yeah. I mean, the gunsmith went down already. There's another great bombard.
At least they track, right? I'm sure like Kim Jong's somewhere taking notes on them. But he's seeking scrap. It's just everything else about them is sad. We actually have Puppy Paw trying to never have to worry about the land again. He's actually stonewalling off it, which makes sense considering his army this entire time has still been running all the way around to get back to defend their base. No, really, they're still coming.
They're on their way.
Soon.
It's similar to the dragons from Game of Thrones, right? Like, they took a couple of seasons. They'll be there. Wait. Hold. Another season. They'll get there eventually.
Esports seasons, it seems appropriate because this one's getting spicy, man. This game continues to deliver. I don't really see the way for Poppy Paw outside of Anatan slipping up big time. Like with this much siege, even Reboldiquins, these type of choke points just kill you to try and break through, especially with how
siege, right? You gotta get rid of the siege, and there's about to be 4 great bombards in for Anatan.
It's only 4. I mean, you know.
It's got 8 Spriggles as well. It's a lot of siege.
And a Reboldiquin.
Yeah. If you're a melee unit right now, you don't feel confident. Oh,
You know, it's a good thing that Poppy Paw isn't just playing a Civ that practically is all about its melee.
That's good.
Wait a second. That's proof that Grand Galleys need another buff.
Oh, the Shinto Priest. Okay.
Yes. The critical detail that matters right now is that shit. They have killed religion. It's very unhistorically accurate for ultimate.
Now imagine this. Imagine this. 2 more layers of stone walls, and then you go for a landmark snipe from Poppy Paw.
Yes.
Put up 2 layers
then,
of walls and you snipe on 2 sides.
and then you run all the way around and discover he's got like another stone wall, and then you run all the way back and then die like this. Clash coming in. The sprinkled shots will just clear the front line quickly. The Great Bombard will look to turn the back line into 10-pin bowling. The Reboldiquin has been there as morale support, and the Sipahi are going to be mopping the floor with what remains here. The hand cannoneers are just trying to shuffle in between the outposts. Should be able to survive this initial wave, but Anatan already has 10 more of the counter-camp lined up and coming.
Yeah, he does. There's a lot of reinforcements still coming in, and another TC is going to fall underneath the fire of 3 great bombards with 3 more in queue. With the AoE that's coming in, like, these might as well be mangonels on top of everything else.
And the Reboldiquin at this stage just feels not needed because this is coming with the hand cannoneers. There's only hope, but for Anatan it makes things simple, right? Just more cavalry can go. There's at least a raid going around, so it looks like he's trying to cut off the center island. But at this stage, there's not really much left on that island. And hilariously enough, Anatan is now hiding his farms inland in the remains of Poppy Paw's base.
Yeah, there's no great way still for Poppy Paw to be able to deal with that siege. Getting more Takabunas in. Is he maybe trying to snipe them from water?
Does that work? I mean, they have less range than Great Bombards, no? Pretty sure they have worse range than Great Bombards.
Less damage, that's for sure. That's another landmark down. There's 1 remaining. Poppy Paw.
You know,
only that Castle Age landmark.
Yeah, so this is where you wish you built the Tanegashima gunsmith on the east side of the outskirts.
Yeah.
So you could just keep running around in circles, coming back, repairing. Because like,
imagine if he had like 3 bombards from that. Or, like, he could have maybe like. We've seen it time and time again that like mass bombards actually work against the great.
What is that keep?
Oh no.
Okay, Takebune.
Oh, wait, they're actually doing well.
Hold on a second.
Well.
The Great Bombards aren't reacting right now. They've got other things to deal with. They're still not turning.
Second one down.
He's so focused on killing the hand cannoneers, he's not dealing with the Takebunes. However, I think their attacks, some of them might be getting intercepted now.
I didn't expect that.
Are you kidding me?
I thought the Great Bombards would barely get tickled by them.
Well, yeah, but that's because the Great Bombards didn't even turn around to attack them. Like, if you check the Takebune range, isn't it 10? I think it's 10. Yeah, it's 9. It's even worse.
I had no clue that was gonna happen there. Suddenly, guess we're getting an additional 2 Takabunas in.
But surely, look, there's no way Anatan would go into a fight and again completely ignore the Takebunes, right? I can't believe I just said that statement, but you need to deal with the Takebunes. I mean, he has got the Springles still. Realistically, in these fights, because Poppy Paw no longer has a front line, your Springles are best used to deal with the Takebunes, and then Great Bombards can target the hand cannoneers.
There's still a win condition, though, that is running thin behind all of this for Poppy Paw, and it's that last landmark.
Yeah, we're getting closer. Like, he could technically avoid the attack abilities the whole way around.
Oh. Actually heading back a little bit.
Those are landmarks.
One landmark.
I'll start to go down.
Getting reverse wind condition.
And what we're seeing right there on the island is how Canadians feel about trade right now.
Yes. In this timeline especially.
Was that like 100% tariff?
Yeah. No more trade.
No more trade. Never again.
No more trade. Bombard gun. Granted, we couldn't really see it, thanks to the beautiful colors.
Wow, I feel like, you know, this is impressionist painting. Atakibunes have broken the broadcast. Now all we need is for Puppy Paw to enter the Flying Dutchman cheat.
It's going around the side.
We talked about this, right? If you just avoid it like the plague. Because as you know, problems in life work like so. If you ignore them, they just go away.
That's how it works. I mean, Puppy Paw, what does he have? He's got hand cannoneers.
We have a great bombard intercepting new Atakibunes. And just enough army thickness to sneak on by unnoticed here. Oh god, and the hand cannoneers are coming.
They are coming. They do be coming.
They might be going to the afterlife. They're not careful.
Like, what can you make Puppy Paw? He's got 75 food per minute.
What
siege. Can he afford?
Make siege.
What siege? He's making rams.
All the siege. No, it's because he needs to hit through the other side and there's walls in the way, right?
There's also rams coming in from Anaton.
He's like, I'm a-coming. Wait. Can we just go back over to that tree line being cut by Puppy Paw? The irony of having no food and standing right next to neutral sheep is not lost to me.
It's not worth it, man. It's just 200, 600. Oh,
we can just eat gold and wood now. And oh, this great bombard. Honestly, if we're playing Red Alert 2, it probably got its veterancy its full star by now. Shoot 2 great bombard shots at once. Break through on the wall. Papa was like, aha, you cleared the way for me. Go, Rams, go. New wall attempt. In front of 4 great bombards. What could go wrong?
He's trying to put them up quicker and they can go down, but up against the great bombards, it doesn't really work. Where are the villagers going?
To see Grandma and Grandpapa up in the heavenly skies. They are dead. And Puppy Paw is discovering that it might be a little bit difficult to end this with a landmark victory.
Yeah, it's not happening. The hand cannons are going all the way around, but this landmark, it's remaining on one side and one side only. Doesn't have the rams there to protect. Villagers getting put. Nah, it's over.
It has to be over.
There's no way.
Just line them up for the Springles, please. Oh.
Yeah, there they go. GG comes in. Anaton now with a 2-0 lead.
And let that be a lesson to everyone. Do not build attack opinions. I mean, they look good.
They were really bad until they suddenly weren't bad.
Yeah.
Then they suddenly became really good.
Yeah, the game was completely, not even a scrambled egg. It was burnt to a crisp at that point for Puppy Paw. I mean, the fact this game went on for 40 minutes has me scratching my bloody head. I think a lot of people's jaws might be dropping this, though. Not that Anaton is not capable of great things, but considering Puppy Paw, just a few months back, was seen as like the number 2 in the scene. To find yourself in this situation now, where Anaton may 3-0 wipe him, is insane.
Definitely is. But there are still chances here that could be coming in. We're looking at the replay. I mean, Puppy Paw, this was not an easy game for Anaton to close out by any means here. There are still chances for Puppy Paw to come back in this one. It's not over yet. Anaton, he has one game that he needs to win. Now on match point.
We've got
Puppy Paw's not going to make it easy for him.
Yeah, we've got maps that, for the most, are a bit more orderly. We've got Dry Arabia, Cliffside still to come, but there's also still Kalauga. Now, that's where things get a little bit interesting. Puppy Paw does have Mongols there. Vano? I mean, it's like, what, Ayu, Delhi, English, French? So I'm wondering if, considering Puppy Paw is willing to do this with game number 2, if he just takes the punt on the less orderly maps again, and goes to Kalauga. The other option for him would be to lean to the HRE. We've got to remember he still does have that. And considering most of the options Anaton has, HRE should almost feel like a almost free win, I want to say, for almost every matchup there could be. But I mean,
Yeah.
this has to be a little bit draining, man. Like Anatan has leveled up. You have to remember earliest month he wasn't feeling too well, so there's kind of like a questionable element of like how good he was going to be looking going to this tournament. The boy is looking firm, back on the practice, and a hot contender to make that upper bracket finals.
Yeah, 100%. Looking good so far. Be interesting to see the draft now for next game. I think that maybe you just put H3 next. Just like, obviously you're a match point. You got to win the next games. So, if not now, got to use your best civilizations.
Yeah, and that means definitely starting with the HRE. Outside that, he's got what, Malians, Mongols, Order of the Dragon. In fairness, if there's someone who can convince you that Order of the Dragons is a decent civ right now, it's probably the Canadians. I think they've been looking most firm with that civ.
Yeah.
But it still needs the right matchup to justify.
Does the right map as well. There are certain maps where OT just isn't quite as good, but it's got to be Kalogger immediately next up. We're going to see English on Kalogger up against the Mongols.
This was kind of my worry as I was looking, thinking, oh man, you probably go Kalauga and Mongols, because Mongols has been one of the goated civs here. But Anatan, he was just squaring it away. If this was Ibids, this is the type of map where Mongols can make Ibids look uncomfortable. French, you can make French look uncomfortable. You know, Delhi, I don't think there's crazy value for Delhi here. But English are that civ that you can't outburst rush. English are that civ that can cheaply go into the ponds themselves. And they're even the civ that can set the aggro point. Because on this map, the idea that your resources are exposed goes both ways.
I'm wondering which landmark you would go for here, if it's going to be like a Council Hall English.
In Council Hall,
Yeah, I think overall Mongols isn't that bad on a little bit of a stretched out map, because the middle area between the two players definitely can feel a little bit stretchy. And double production archer means that early on you should be in a great spot to be able, like, the thing is, chances are you're not going to spearman rush English.
No. You could.
You could.
There are many things you could do in life.
Not in a 2-0 situation where it's match point for your opponent, but there is the reasoning behind it is that you're going to be saving up a lot of stone from your Uvu that you're not putting into the spearman. So instead, as soon as the H-up comes through, you're going to be able to double produce a lot of archers. And English, they're not able to immediately like full-on blast archers out of the council hall. Like there's going to be a little bit of downtime with the income.
I mean, there's theoretically a horseman opening that could be cool here, because the gold starts forward and exposed, and the tree lines are a little bit further away, right? So you're not exactly guaranteed that the TC will protect you. And if there's anything that English villagers hate, it's horsemen, right? Because you have one less base damage than shivs, and it's range damage. So even Dark Age horsemen do fairly well.
Dark Age horsemen, they get only 1 pierce armor, not 2, so they're going to still take like 4 damage with each hit. They have a little bit less HP as well. But overall, still going to be in a great position to harass early on the goal. The question is what the plan is going to be here in the end. It's only going to be a couple more seconds until we're diving into our game number 3. Potential match point now for Anatan. So Puppy Paw in a matchup with Mongols up against the English on Kalogger. He's going to have to give it his A game. And we're jumping right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3, we got Puppy Paw. Color Red playing as the Mongols, and Anatan already busy luring in those deer with the English, playing in the color yellow.
Scary situation here, you know, going to this tournament, big hypes for NA, the expectations being 1, if not 2 people on the podium, but they found themselves pipped at the post already. Wham eliminated, and Puppy Paw now very much at risk of being stuck in that low bracket quite early when there's a lot of scary players down there. If he wants to make it work, his journey requires perfection. It requires perfect execution here with the Mongols. Admittedly, we've been seeing a lot of Mongol dubs on this map, Crackety, and a lot of it has come off the back of Magadai. Unfortunately, of all the civs in the game that you could build Magadai against, this possibly is the worst one.
Yeah. The English definitely looking good here when it comes to being able to counter out those Magadai with the bonus armor on the Men-at-Arms in Castle Age. And in Feudal Age, just having longbows with +2 range means that you're going to be able to take them down from afar.
You see what I'm talking about with the gold, right? Like, it always spawns kind of forward and exposed. In fact, that's a very big problem in this map for Puppy Paw, is if he wants to do anything greedy or Keshik-oriented, you look at his spawn, he's actually sacrificed being anywhere near the gold to get right in that tree line. And it is going to be the stables opening move with Fury Crafting here. Really good against the English villagers on their own. And Anatan may have made a mistake. He kind of took the bait, because obviously you're not expecting a Rax Rush opening as English. He chose to be greedy and go for his opening dock.
Yeah, so it looks like we are seeing some horsemen come in. First one even produced before before he has enough stone for double production, so no double production coming in. Looks like the villager is actually running back in time. I think Puppy Paw just wanted to harass a little bit. He didn't want to force the villager back, but inadvertently does mean that that villager is going to live before the horseman arrives.
Yeah, I mean, the question now is whether you can actually burn down the dock in time, right? Like, if it's spears, no doubt about it, but horsemen, much more pricey, right? An extra 40 resources, that's a 50% increase in cost. That's going to slow your timing down. And admittedly, if Anatan just knee-jerk reacts by rushing feudal now, not building too many fishing boats, you'll be in a pretty firm position here.
Yeah. I like that Puppy Paw isn't scouting the map more than he needs to. He is keeping that calm out there on the gold, meaning that one villager already going to be a little bit weak. Oh, looks like that gold mine is actually still in range of that main TC. So it's going to be tough for the horseman to get the kills there, get the pickoffs.
I know, he actually pulls the villagers with the short bows, so he's trying to deal with this before it snowballs
It's so
and get all
many.
the gold needed.
And
he's
the
not
TC
even
still
attacking.
Yeah, the TC's still hitting. He's just gathering the gold, right? Like, that's all that he needs. Like, this many villagers, like, what's his opponent gonna do?
I mean, if you one-hit volley, though, you just kill the horseman straight away, right? At this stage,
You would,
should be
yeah.
low enough. But no interest, so instead, I know, we talked about the idea of rushing the age. It's exactly what he goes for, so it should be likely going to be Council Hall coming out here. For Puppy Paw, yes, it's bad that he had the Khan here instead of gathering the extra sheep, but the interesting thing with Calagro is the sheep spawns are quite tight, and there's not many of them. And on top of that, with the TC placement, he did already secure the deer, so should have plenty of food to get him through the Dark Age.
Yeah. And it looks like Puppy Paw is still gonna get a little bit of an earlier age up in compared to his opponent. Mainly due to the investment of Anatan into the water. So it kind of evens itself out, and if Anatan's able to deny the dock here, it's gonna be in a fine position.
Yeah, makes sense, right? With the stables opening, it kind of keeps you away from the Council Hall. We'll get a little bit of burn damage on the fishing boats, but realistically, as long as Anatan's paying attention,
He's
none of
repairing.
these should be dying.
He's out repairing it.
He's like, wait, why would I idle multiple ships when I can just idle one while the others work?
Oh, he gets it in as well. Into the dock.
Okay, so for Anno, I'm wondering which way he wants to go here. There was a classic aggressive 1TC build with Abbey Kings where you'd mass horsemen. Probably don't want to be doing it here because your opponent can go to Keshiks, right? So
He's just out repairing them.
can you guys please just find something else to do with your time?
Why does it barely cost wood at all? It doesn't even cost a lot of wood.
Because that fishing boat is standing there, goes, here, bro, take some of my planks, and just rips them off and gives it to him.
Oh my god, this must be so tilting right now. Can't believe.
I mean, it takes so long to even attempt to kill one of these. You've actually got enough time to just all chat type to your opponent. How's this going for you?
Yeah, it's not going well. It's not going well right now.
You know what I'd be typing
sure.
right now? I'd be like, maybe if you build more horsemen, question mark?
Oh, this is an awkward spot right now to be in as Puppy Paw. Where are you even gonna go from here? Are you just gonna go for your own farm, not farm, but dock now as well on your side? Try and get some fishing going yourself?
It's gonna be so late, right? You're gonna have to set up archers first. You have to anticipate what's gonna be coming here. We can already see the spin being produced. I know, this is a pretty strong 1-1-1 play now, right? Archers, spears, and horsemen.
Could be. Could also just see him go for the king and just only spearmen. Oh, we're getting a kill!
He done it!
Amazing!
He's invincible! Oh, wait, they've got spears.
At least he cost a lot of idle time on the ships, right? So the horsemen weren't completely worthless. They also screwed a little bit with Anatan's balance early on. And now we did get a dock up from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, but this looks pretty bad, right? Puppy Paw, instead of adding a new unit type in, he's now being countered by spears, and he's producing an extra thing that gets countered by spears.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit tricky. It's also weird that Puppy Paw's going for the dock play while going the cav here, right? Because it's definitely putting a lot more food burden on him. But it means his next transition is going to be slower, right? So Anno has an opportunity to get a step ahead here. I mean, he might even contemplate just going out for a dock drop on the west side as well. We have to remember that for English, their boats are cheaper, so they can actually out-aggro you on water.
Yeah, and we are getting that archer range in as well now. Legally coming through as well. Shouldn't be in... Yeah, it can't do anything against those villagers out on the gold. But how many villagers are there? Is that 6 villagers? That is 6 villagers, so one is going to go down.
All right, draw straws. Who's gonna die here? You are the.
Oh, you can run. Maybe you can run. He can run. Oh,
Wait, the
wrong
wolf
direction.
as well? Come on.
Ooh.
We better get him in. The king should be able to get away.
Oh, if
And
he's
I'm
gotta go
being a
down.
little bit careless there, but we'll get our range.
No, he goes down. Value? Oh, he lost the horseman though. Okay, trade offer. Speaking of trading,
It's a fair, it's probably the best trade offer this Canadian's going to get. A pretty valuable one as well when you think about it, right? 360 resources for 200. But in fairness, like, you have to ask the question, does
He's not
Papa
done
actually
trading.
want those?
he's not done trading yet. He wants
He's not
more.
spearman. He's going off the villagers. He just wants the kills. That one spear. Wait, he switched targets.
He's got 2 villager kills off there.
What is going on here? I know is mismicroing, right? Like he switched targets after Papa pulled away, didn't retarget onto the injured Keshik. It just happened again there. That should be at least 1 Keshik down. Instead, Puppy Paw getting 3 worker kills. Make it 4, and no signs of Anatan being able to counter contest.
Ooh, Keshik. Sleep at the steering wheel.
Finally get some value, but here's the crazy thing. I mentioned Magadai have been dominating this map.
We're getting them in.
Look at Puppy Paw's transition here. I can't believe it. Against English of all civs.
They're coming through. Khan's Hunter's in there as well. Something that's actually really interesting about the Khan's Hunters, something to always keep in mind, is they actually get the ability with the Falcon. So you can just have the Khan's Hunter as well. You don't need your Khan in order to get the Khan's Falcon out onto the woodline, so you're always going to be able to spot out the villagers.
The problem is Anatan, if you check his vision, he's not looking, right? I mean, he should be suspicious about this amount of gold, but maybe that's the secret genius of Puppy Paw's choice to stick on Keshik, is like to Anatan, oh, it makes sense why he's on gold. He's building heavy cav.
And another 2 villagers go down. Puppy Paw is suddenly ahead in the economy department.
This is getting ridiculous. I know has at least got horsemen coming, but you'd think that would be the counter to Magadai. Anyway, they're weird. Let me put it that way, especially when your opponent's defending near the Yam. You don't feel like you're a counter.
Yeah. A little bit of a tough situation to be in there now. And still a lot of spearmen, a lot of horsemen coming out. But with the Yam aura, as you mentioned, like the Mangadai, they're just going to be able to kite all day long.
Yeah. Even against the horsemen, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually stick to a target long enough to kill. Another awkward problem here is like Anatan, some of the Puppy could do to catch him off guard is getting the blacksmiths ready and going Steeled Arrow, right? And then you can shred. Archer ship in the meantime, it's going to look to trade out here. A little bit of poke damage coming in, but this is a dive underneath the dock. The healing will win out. Anno has still got the land forces. But the fishing, I think he can just repair this.
Yeah, you can repair that. And now the Mangadai reveals...
Oh boy. So this is sadness. I mean, luckily you're not dying quickly due to the undermesh, but you're also not doing anything. Oh, sorry, not undermesh, the natural armor of the horseman.
Yeah, but the spearmen are going to get sacrificed now. And that means, guess what? What's back on the menu? It's going to be the Keshiks.
I think the thought process from Puppy Paw here is surely he has to take the bait. He has to address with longbows now. That's going to leave him weaker on the front line.
Ooh, that's a horseman. Was a horseman.
Yeah, the king is back in action, but really you want to be peeling the horseman to hunt with him, right? The tricky part now is if you go raiding, the Magadai can mirror, but actually exceed you with this attack speed.
Yeah. The archer ships have no armor, so maybe in spread formation, that could be a ship that Puppy Paw could take down. There's, like, the Mangadai have an insane, absurd amount of attack speed as well.
Yeah. They don't have the Khan here to buff it further, but still. It's pretty good by default. So, we do have the blacksmiths, undermesh down the way. Anatan isn't panicking. This is actually the correct way to go. It doesn't mean you can contest the fight now, but down the line, you're going to be good for it. Check this rotation. Archer ship's coming in, but he's also got the horseman shadowing, looking to pin him in the corner.
Keshik's out there as well. Looks like we might be getting a little ring around the rosy here.
The other way.
Wait,
I mean, he's
you don't
running
want to
towards
go
the
to the
archer
shoreline. Yeah, you don't want to go to the shoreline. It's the one spot
okay,
you don't want to be.
We got him!
Oh! That's a lot of damage coming in.
Took a while. Took a lot
down.
of effort. But these very pricey cav units just got hit.
Yeah. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. Looks like all the shoreline fish is already gone on that side, though. That Anton has been on.
Oh, he could end up losing the archership. I mean, horsemen are quite quick. A little bit of rubbing up going here. They're arguing. I get the fish. I get the... No. Boys, just move out. There's another dot coming in the center of the map.
Little raid potential. Short bows are getting pulled. They want to know who's boss.
Keshik is going to dive underneath the TC. I mean, as long as you kill the correct villagers, you shouldn't lose any. Unfortunately, a bit of a mismicro there. Anatan wasn't pulling them back. He was too fixated on trying to actually kill the Magadai. Army is reacting home now. I mean, it's crazy that for all the effort Puppy Paw bit in, all the kills he's got, the eco is still neck and neck.
Very
Now,
much so.
look at this. Puppy Paw. He's bypassing his castle age.
Step Redoubt with a lot of villagers, and that is actually really strong because, what does Step Redoubt do? 50% bonus drop of gold. With that, you can rebalance your economy. You can just buy resources for a pretty effective price.
I wonder, is there a potential men-at-arms play in Puppy Paw's mind here?
I wouldn't recommend it, honestly.
It feels
I guess with the forward Yamara, maybe.
It's tricky because double arrow TC fire, but at the same time, yeah, like your opponent has horseman spears. He's stuck in H2, right? Men at arms is the cost-efficient way to surge forward here. And if we're being real, Puppy Paw has a very limited runway. I mean, look at his food right now.
It's non-existent, at least not really.
No, it's a
Fishing
repeat of
ships.
game 1.
Yeah, fishing ships should be able to... Oh my god, the villagers are being idled out now. Outpost looks to be going down.
They might be idled a bit more permanently in a second there. Doesn't really feel like these horsemen are dying quick enough. They are going to try to pull away. Yam should allow them to mostly get out unscathed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you have no gold, no food, with step readout. What has Castle Age achieved?
Yeah, and Anatan only needs like a minute to be able to catch up to Castle Age. And if he goes Castle Age, chances are it's going to be with a king...
What's this doing here?
It's going to get taken down frontside, but he's going to go up with another TC landmark.
With the men-at-arms play, Kraken. The men-at-arms play. They're looking pretty armless, actually. There's no Yam here because the outpost went down. There's no troops on the front side to use the Yam at all. You're right. Anatan just has a free ticket now to go to TC.
Yeah, and I mean, the horsemen as well. Like, they can always just pick off the men-at-arms. And with the healing that you get from the King's Abbey, right? Like, you can just always heal him back up. And there it is. King's Palace is going to be coming in.
This is insane. Like, I want to reiterate just how bad Anatan's position was in this game, what, like 6 minutes ago? It looked like Puppy Paw was just in the driving seat. It's crazy the way he's unraveled this mess.
King's Palace is going to be coming in backline as well. So very safe second TC coming in for him. Han is going to be able to take down that horseman. Courtesy of that bonus damage that he got from the Aja.
The crazy part as well is Puppy Paw is now going into crossbows, so Horseman comp could keep value for Anatan potentially. I mean, likely we'll just see him switch into men-at-arms and his own crossbows, right? Like, this could turn to a battle of the auras, and, well, Puppy Paw's aura is just going to feel pretty discounted compared to what the English have.
Yeah. Units now coming in. Fishing ship, or at least the arch ship, should be able to spot out the units coming in here, so should buy Puppy Paw some time to react. Crossbows are going to be coming in.
And ignored. Completely ignored. He knows what he wants, what he really, really wants. The villagers.
He's going to get it.
Out of time achieved, 1 kill as well. Kept everything on Puppy Paw's side of the map. Nanatan's Wano is rising here. He only has 1 farm cluster, but we're reaching that stage in the game. We can easily just jump into the second and third and keep an infinite pump going.
Listen to this, though. Fast Imperial Kaganet now.
With what food?
You just buy it. You get the money. Granted, the gold one is about to run out, but just imagine.
Got it. So, yeah, I think it might have to stay in your imagination in this one, Krakeny.
But imagine what you could do with that.
Right? Like, Krakeny, do you want to invest in my game development studio?
Is it based on gambling?
Yeah, there's like I was basically making an RTS where every choice is gambling from Ibis.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, imagine the things we can do. I just need 2 million.
Imagine Puppy Paw high rolling though, with the Kaganet suddenly getting like 6 consecutive rows of either like Ruse Knights or Elite Palace Guards.
I mean, the
with the bonus HP as well in the Palace Guards.
So I'm just figuring this out, right? If we want to go the gamble route, we really could, because if he goes Karganet and that works out, and he wins this game, the next game, Anatan can go Iabids and go the real gambling, right?
Ooh.
And then, like, for, you know, a game of 5 potentially, you have Order of the Dragon, which just feels like a gamble to pick in general, right?
Anton, he's still investing more and more into the Horseman Spearman composition. Now some Knights being added into the mix as well. We do have some Spearmen in for Puppy Paw as well. I feel like if Anton doesn't add in like longbows or anything among that line as well, like the next fight could be pretty bad for him.
But we have the king. We don't need longbows anymore.
Surely.
It's kind of what your brain does when you do Abbey of Kings, to be honest. Like, Abbey of Kings into King's Pass. It's like, what is archery ranges? We do have them now, though. There we go. So
oh, wait, there, yeah, longbows coming in.
Also a play for relics. One that isn't being mirrored right now by Puppy Paw.
Don't have a move out to it yet. Granted, Separate Out does kind of make you hallucinate that you have much more gold than you actually do.
He'll never run. Oh, it ran out.
Look at how much gold incoming. Oh, no, it ran out.
Look at what this... You can't see it right now because it's on the very edge of the map. The step readout is shuffling all the way to the western corner. It actually might get ran into by the cavalry. He's diving in. I mean, if he goes straight after the workers, this is perfect value.
There's no Yamara here. The units are so slow from Puppy Paw. There's no Yamara at all. No outpost
There's no wheelbarrow.
No wheelbarrow as well. They're so slow.
And now you'd be like, okay, why are these villagers out here? I mean, Puppy Paw try to be creative about it. Like, oh, yeah, we're just berry gatherers. No, there's nothing weird happening in the corner. Unfortunately for him, yeah, the demo is... Oh, does anybody look? No, he doesn't terminate it.
Oh, not in time, at least. As more villagers potentially going down as he was moving out to the deer up top to the north.
Can you just die already? This is brutal to watch. Puppy Paw. It feels like there's no play for him to make here. Anatan has full rotational power, and as we know, Mongols is the most abhorrent civ at playing defensive. Even more when you have 0 Yam aura coverage.
Yeah, it's just, you don't even have the, like, it's not just bad enough that you don't have the aura. You also don't have the vision. You're always going to be on a delay when it comes to reacting to the cavalry from Anatan. He's got so much food per minute here. For a while, he's been doubling the food income, so the military is just going to pull ahead, and economy-wise, already an 18-villager lead now.
Scary situation, Puppy Paw. You have to feel that he has to do something in the next 3, maybe 4 minutes maximum, or with curtains anyway. At that stage, Anna would have enough farms to contemplate Imperial Age. Meanwhile, looking like you might be able to find some more damage. Definitely been fishing for it. Chooses to just keep the troops alive, but you know what? That's a very calculated thought, and the calculator is actually broken. So it does get mopped up. Nice surround there by Puppy Paw. That's only wave number 1. Still plenty more to come.
Yeah, a lot more rounds remaining in this Horde Simulator. There's a lot of villagers on gold right now for Anatan. What's he planning here? Is he trying to just save up for Imperial Age now?
At this point, Puppy Paw's the one that has to make a move, right? I mean, you could argue with that logic, just continuously rotating horsemen is very valuable because it means Puppy Paw won't be able to defend himself at home. We do have him bulking for the main fight, right? Like crossbows, longbows, this is the bread and butter of winning these type of cast stage engagements.
Yeah, the next fight, it's going to be a brutal one. 12 longbows are also going to be enough to pretty much one-shot the spearmen that Puppy Paw has. So he doesn't even need to invest much more into them. Has enough to like have critical mass. With good enough micro, like his army is completely going to demolish what Puppy Paw has.
What's upsides for Puppy Paw here? You know, it's not like you went Kurotai. It's not like you've got the Yamor anywhere. For Anatan, he'll probably take a methodical approach, just slowly crawl across with outpost placements, right? So you get that aura, and then hit the enemy base. And yeah, we can already see the additional outposts coming in.
Yeah, and we're also going to see the desperation play now from Puppy Paw. Triple mangonels coming in, and he sees it. The scout even puts down the campfire to boost up his line of sight. He knows what's coming his way now. Triple mangonels.
You want to toast some marshmallows? Oh, okay.
I see you.
Okay, I may be dead, but they went mangoes. Get ready, boys. So we've got more horsemen coming. A lot of gold being rushed here. Anatan, too much gold.
Another one.
We don't need this much gold. Like, just in case, he might camp here for a bit. Villagers. Anno's dancing right now. This could be able to dodge away.
Mangonels don't have the homing shots that they used to.
No. And
Outpost ward as well, so he's gonna get the yam.
yep, he just now has to remove all these outposts in the TC, so his opponent doesn't have his.
Oh, the horsemen are
think we're
splitting
good.
up.
Yeah, because like, why directly engage this? It kind of reeks of desperation, doesn't it?
Definitely does.
The Quadra-Mango is a little bit threatening. In theory, there's a raid onto the economy and then a full backstab that could occur here. He's definitely got enough time.
He's going for it. We see the horseman going for the long route here. I'm not sure if this has been spotted out, but Puppy Paw, he's pulling some villagers away. Yeah, he's pulling all of them away.
Yeah, the outpost.
Yeah,
the
he does
outpost
have
spotted.
he does have
He's
division.
going straight off the step readout. Villagers are going to be a shuffle out there. Now, this would be the time to go. If Puppy Paw wants to make something happen, he needs to go in now. Because if you walk home, you know what this is. It will be Imperial Age English.
Arms coming in, more Mangonels. Grant, imagine if these were just Ayubit Manganiques right now.
Right? All farms gone. All villages gone. Everything
All
gone.
TC gone, buildings gone.
Instead, stuck with these turds for a siege weapon in the Castle Age. Mango's just going to hit onto the TC. I know, he's actually coming home. He left a small group of horsemen to raid into the enemy base, but the rest are on their way to defend their homeland.
It's going to be a brutal fight in a little bit.
Tricky part.
32 horsemen.
Yeah, and Anathan, I mean, he's housed right now, right? He's pretty much at pop, though, so in general, what he needs to do now is start trading. Get him with a few troopers here, so that's at least going to be a trade of types. Not a great value one. Diver's coming in. He's looking to get rid of that primary TC, which might remove the attack speed or entirely, actually. There's no outpost nearby.
Yeah, nothing nearby at all. And granted, the King's Palace in the back, but you'd have to go far. Oh my god, how many villagers died there?
Puppy Paw, no! I mean, in fairness, right, this is the goal. Did you really expect to get many more troops here? But admittedly, I think what he wanted was many more mangoes. That's the gold gathering block, though. The step readout is down in the corner. But now, once again, with no yam and only wheelbarrow, those villagers have to run a marathon to the left side corner.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is do or die now. Afraid it might be die.
Yeah, Fans definitely have to brute force it. And keep in mind, he doesn't have much food income right now. 500 a minute is not impressive here. Horsemen, they can melt
Out
quick.
to step it out again.
Yeah, there's so many outposts to give that aura. Horsemen unable to get in, so just throwing them away. And we have Anathan going, wow, mangoes do look pretty good. He's switching into them himself here.
This might be a little bit late, though. Keep protecting the wood line, but there's still that one crucial victory condition, as there was last time.
This is tricky, man. The problem now for Anathan is he keeps trying to scurry in with these horsemen, but he's basically relying on ignorance. He hasn't got anything engaging on the front side of the fight, right? He hasn't got any baited attention. He looks like he's trying to drag enough time to get more farms up. In fact, he's rushed the east side of the map in desperation to get farms up here.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Is there a way back? We're getting even more mega. That's number 7. Can we get number 8?
So many outposts as well. Just makes it hard for horsemen to ride in general. Gives the vision, gives spring wheel placements now as well. Pinches him against the
These trades are so
remains of the deer
expensive. These trades are so expensive for Anathan now. He can't really afford remassing those horseman numbers. Has Puppy Paw done it?
It's not over yet. He still needs to reach the King's Pass and end it. And
Everything gets pulled! Everything gets pulled! No!
Select all. Surely not. The horsemen are going to ride in from multiple angles here. The villagers might actually be able to reach the mangoes. The Lombos are being targeted right now. He needs to clean this up. 2 mangoes down. 4 to go.
Mangonel shots!
I think the villagers are doing it. The villagers are carrying it through. Anathan, he's wiping the siege. But can he now clean up? He's got no army left.
There's nothing left. And Puppy, he can buy wood. Puppy Paw can buy wood. He's got the market. Get rams in. Go for a landmark snipe. He's still got over 40 spearmen.
He sees it. He just spotted
There's
it. He's
one
like,
thing
okay,
left.
in we go.
We're getting it. No way.
Lombo's being
He's
queued
going
up.
for it.
I don't know if this works though, because remember, he's still got. Okay, there's the second wave.
There they are.
I don't think this is enough spearmen to kill it though.
How many villagers are inside the inside the TC?
I mean, you should have a garrison force full, right?
should be
Yeah,
10.
9 out of 10.
9.
That's good enough. The Lombos are trickling in. It's wiping out the aggro force. So Puppy Paw, he loses all the mangoes. He's going to lose all the crossbows. Spearmen are going to be contested by the Lombos and just killed outright.
He's got
nothing left in the bush.
The spearman gun.
What do you do now?
got
Like, Puppy Paw, I mean, he's shrunk the eco lead, right? But it's still 5 relics, a 20 economy lead. Farm set up on the east side. And now a counterattack opportunity for Anatan, right? Men-at-Arms and Lombos can beat back everything Puppy Paw has remaining. Unbelievable.
100%. My God. This game is just going back and forth right now. Multiple times. The Mangon, I feel like if Puppy Paw just maybe kept running back and back and back, at least run through the crossbows, maybe there was like a really big chance. It looked so good. It looked so unbelievably good, but Anatan, with the crazy villager pull, able to just about pull enough in order to get him out of the stickiest situation that I've seen within the last 2 weeks.
I tell you, it's like watching a table tennis rally between champions, right? So much back and forth, your neck might get whiplash, but it looks like Puppy Paw is about to get whipped. Anatan, now still with a healthy eco lead, is starting to flood out Men-at-Arms. He's starting to find those pocketed resources in the more dangerous areas of the map. Now, there is a counter raid opportunity on the east side, so Puppy Paw might find all those farms that Anno set up there, but at this stage, he could just pull these villagers back to the safety of the starting base, now that he's recovered his own home.
One thing. Bounty. If Puppy Paw just gets all the farms down, right? He's gonna have enough bounty to mass up a similar sized army. Great. That doesn't look like it's gonna be happening, but
I spend 37 wood, you get paid 50. Cost is time. Try and math that one out to see who comes out better. This game has been insanely scrappy.
we're even getting military ships now in from Anatan again.
Interesting choice. The food is limited, right? But then again, Springles, that does reach into your food pocket as well. It's getting ordered out. So Puppy Paw can't really afford gaps in the economy anyway right now while he keeps remassing. Lombo's a really big threat here.
Good amount
just
of
the
them,
engagement.
Grant, with the Yam aura, you're going to be able to catch up to him, but the Yam aura doesn't extend an infinite amount.
No. And kind of at the limits of what he can reach right now. Like, Anno really hates those fish. But have you guys tried fishing with rocks?
It's really good.
Yeah. It's like you squish them into fish base. It's very efficient on timing.
Yeah. Not only do you get the fish, you also get
The paste.
you know, the production immediately. Yeah.
Like having someone already pre-chew your food.
Pre-pasteurized fish.
If the deer comes a little bit closer, you're going to have deer covered in fish paste. Delicious.
Hampton, I mean, the food income, he's doubling what Puppy Paw has right now. Triple mangonel away. Okay, let's go again. Let's do this again. Let's do it one more time.
He's like, it almost works.
What if it almost works again?
This is like one of those rock bands that had that really good one album, but then it ended with like crippling cocaine addiction. And now they get back together, like they're talking about the good times. Like, what if we just done it again? They completely forget how it ended. Just one more track, you know? One more live.
Remember the last time I was in a really good spot? What if we just do that again?
Yeah, you know, like I was doing really good, and then I saw this giant bear, and then I attacked it, and it's killed me. I feel like, you know, the bear's probably tired now. There's no way he has like infinite food.
Bears don't have that much stamina.
Huh.
Trust me, I'm a bear expert.
Yeah,
Bears
I mean, they
eat
spend how many months of the year sleeping?
Battlestar Galactica. Yeah. Anatan, he's repaired one of his landmarks, though. The main TC looks like it has been repaired. Another one. Ooh, he's gonna need it.
Hello, Lombo's coming in here. The mangoes aren't forward enough yet.
Gotta be
The
careful.
Lombo's are a bit scary here. Anatan going back into Horseman. He's looking to blob fast.
Yeah, and a lot of them as well. 15 out already. Almost 10 more in queue.
Yeah,
Still.
they've been using some sort of pheromone on the stables right there. There's a lot of horses being produced.
Yeah.
And now Poppy Paw, if we check his vision, is kind of important, right? He doesn't have the
Same again.
outpost auras anymore. He doesn't see as much as he did last time.
Yeah, he doesn't have the outpost forward, so he doesn't have the MR as well with him. Maneuverability, definitely an important topic. Anatan even went out for the fish there.
Are you kidding me? You repaired that?
Already?
Yes. Really?
What's the RI on that?
That's 50 bounty again, baby. Let me just take down that 7k HP structure. Horseman riding in. Now, last time it was Spearman, right? The Horseman couldn't commit, but this time,
there's no
so
Spearman.
simple.
There's nothing left. All the investment, all the mangonels going down again.
This is it. It's the end of the road. Puppy Ball will not go deeper in the upper bracket. He's got to duke it out in eliminations. Anatan is in the upper bracket finals.
With a 3-0 victory up against Puppy Paw. Not something that I, or pretty much anyone, probably expected at this point, right?
No, I would have expected a tight series. I mean, the crazy thing, the absolute crazy thing is that he got a 3-0 over a guy who was considered to be a king, right? Poppy Paw was on the verge of being crowned, right? Like when you think about it, he's the person, you know, we looked at his performance against Marine Lord on LAN, and a lot of people say, you know, it wasn't the Puppy Paw we're expecting. A lot of people coming in 2025 are like, this is the guy who's going to be taking titles. And although he's not eliminated, this is a really big foot in the arse to wake up. Anatan is looking to make this year, his year. And he is off to an amazing start. He managed to get a 3-2 over Louis that would have probably put some questions into how he's going to execute. But then to come in and get, admittedly not the cleanest 3-0 victory because it was back and forth, but to get a 3-0 over Poppy Paw, absolutely incredible.
And indeed, in these games, they were incredibly well played by him as well, Puppy Paw. I mean, he had the chance, right? In his last game, there was this really golden opportunity. Oh, absolutely insane how this game went. The king, Puppy Paw looked like a rocky beginning, then able to just kill so many villagers, so many villager pickoffs time and time again to get him back into a game where it looked like he started on a pretty devastating disadvantage. Anton, though, able to bide his time and made the correct choice with pulling like 20 villagers, was it?
It was such a clutch call, right? The textiles just made the difference, because that's the thing. The spears just wipe out horsemen well, right? But spears have low base damage. That was the reality check there. And also, because it's crossbows are going to end up usually targeting the same villager, overkilling. Like, just a sick read by Anatan to flip a game that looked like it had been thrown away and turn it into a winning play. Incredible. And, you know, now questions have to be asked. We're thinking, NA, could this be their year? Now you've got a situation where one player from NA has already been eliminated in the lower bracket, and now another one is left fighting for his life down there as well, with some heavy hitters such as Vortex and Louis waiting with eager arms to receive.
Oh man, once again, we see that crucial fight. The Mangonels just not being able to go all the way back. Maybe if he, when the villagers were coming forward, shot the villagers once, that could have been an insane pick off there as well. The follow-up just wasn't possible here.
And I think we are going to be having the legend himself on the line shortly for an interview to pick his brain and his thoughts, because I imagine Anatan, I don't know if I want to say, is this like an all-time high, right? Like, is this his best performance? We must be on the verge of it. He hasn't been in the grand finals of an S tier before. He might have had one semi-finals. I'm not sure he has. I think this is his best performance ever.
I think so too. Yeah.
You know what? We can talk to him himself about it. We can pick his brain, because I think we have got Anatan on the line to talk to. There he is, Anatan. First of all, congratulations. Yeah, that little eyebrow shuffle is the shuffle of a confident man. My friend, we've got to talk about this. A 3-0 victory over Poppy Paw. Poppy Paw, who I think you'd agree, it's fair to say he was seen as like the next prince in AoE4, the rising star. How are you feeling after a set like this? You must be over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, I still cannot believe that I at top 3 of the tournament. Like, my best performance was top 12 for every S tier tournament. Like, I was never make it to playoffs. And now I'm top 3. It's just unbelievable. I still... Yeah, cannot believe.
I was just going to say it's incredible, right? Because I think there's maybe some inspiration to be had that the last tournament, the team tournament, you came second, right? I'm sure it felt bittersweet to be that close but still be denied. But at the same time, although that was an S tier tournament as well, like being in the top three in a 1v1 is a whole other level. That's what you dream of as an Age of Empires 4 Pro.
Yeah, I still cannot believe. The reason is, I mean, there is a possibility that I would skip this tournament because there was ladder race and I couldn't play quals because of my health. And like I was at hospital and watching demo stream, and he lost one game in ladder, and that's how I qualified for tournament. If he didn't lost one game in ladder, I wouldn't be in this tournament, like at all. I
mean, that's
didn't,
insane.
like wow, yeah, I cannot believe.
Talk to me how you're feeling now, right? Like, are you back on? I mean, you look back on form, but health wise, are you feeling in good shape now?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm like in my previous tournaments at Red Bull, at Master of Realms, I was always super shaky. I was like, okay, I need to make it into top 8. Okay, I have expectation, I have good ATR, I need to make it to top 10, top 8. And I always was kinda not on point. Now I'm just playing, like, I don't know what, but it feels like everyone playing so shaky versus me, everyone afraid of me. Louis afraid of me, he don't wanna attack me. Pipey, look, he played well, but also, yeah, it was super chaotic games. Like, yesterday, I rewatched Marilord's stream, and Papi wrote in chat, like, what the hell, how, like, Louis and Anton playing so, like, nervous, why it's so chaotic. And now, like, same position, like, again, we just, like, we forgetting about our practice, we just fighting, like, raiding and just beating face each other in the game.
Do you think
and
part of
I
it
like it
is because you didn't think you were going to be playing this? That, I mean, it's kind of weird because you're here now as like, take it seriously, but in your mind, it's like, this wasn't meant to happen with your health being what it was. You weren't expected to be here. So you almost,
yeah, I mean,
mentality
I
was
just don't
come
care. I'm having fun. I wanna make only nice with Rus, okay? I wanna make nice with French, okay? Like, with versus Papi, I tried a bit more serious because, like, we played few practice games and I, like, understand his draft. I think I caught him on draft a bit. Yeah. And, like, he must to throw away his Sith, like Abba. It was bad pick versus China, and after that, it was kind of hard for him to come back.
I like the way you approach that as well. Like, basically choosing to essentially do a delayed pro scouts because he was clearly expecting it, right? Like, China are king of pro scouting. You pretty much, it felt like you used his expectations in this series against him to find very creative solutions. Is that how you feel throughout, like game 1, 2, and 3? Each time you knew what he was expecting you to do, and you just kind of done the opposite.
I mean, I just knew what he'll pick, and like, I practiced. I know that he rates Mongols very high. He loves Mongol dice. I know that Japanese second pick only for moving out. But for me, feels like moving out is like, yeah, chaotic map, not about Sith, but about babooning. So, yeah, I was a bit lucky with my baboon stuff.
We enjoyed the monkey expedition there, though, my friend. You delivered an entertaining series. It's not often a 3-0 can be that incredible to watch, but you definitely delivered on the entertainment, and you should be proud of yourself. I reckon what we'll do now, we'll let you go chill out because you've earned it. Congratulations on a new best performance in 1v1s and AV4. Hopefully the first of many.
Okay, thank you a lot.
Fantastic to catch up, Anatan. You could feel the excitement, man. Like I was like, that's the dream of life as an interviewer, Krakeny, is when you're just able to start asking one question and they won't shut up because he's just having so many things he wants to get off his chest. He's so ecstatic. I mean, crazy to think the way you described that as well. He qualifies because Demu loses a pub game.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I remember Demu even like talking afterwards while he was playing the qualifiers. He didn't even know that he was able to qualify through ladder. Like, imagine if he just didn't play that day. He would have been absolutely fine. Instead, he played, he lost one game, and he had to play through the qualifiers. And that's the way that Anatan was able to qualify. And I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy to have him in this tournament. Just overall, being able to watch Anatan, like, being into that player that came into Age of Empires 4 a little bit late, started playing more and more, started getting into, like, the Conqueror 3, Mid-Conqueror 3, High Conqueror 3, started playing the War Chief Club, and getting great games there, and more he just keeps practicing, improving, and now he's top 3 in an S tier tournament. Absolutely insane.
It's exactly what you want to see as well, right? Like, you just want to see the unexpected stories. There's a lot of people probably anticipating that as good as Anatan is, Poppy Paul should just be able to take him, right? That's a fair assessment to come into this. Not unfair to Anatan. I think you'd agree. Like, Poppy Paul is seen as one of the big scary beasts here. But, you know, it gets us a step closer to what we really want to see. And what we really want to see isn't just the predictability of the top 4. That's not why I want Crackety. I want us to get to the playoffs and say any one of these 16 players could lift the trophy. That is the dream goal of any scene's competitive environment, is that you don't know who is going to be king.
Yeah. Speaking of king, though,
Oh,
we
yes.
got a matchup ahead of us. Look at that. We got Marine Lord and Beastie.
This is interesting. Yeah, Marine versus Beastie. I mean, this is like one of the El Clasicos. Beastie, I'd say, I don't want to say fallen off. It's more that other people have caught up, right? Like, I think towards the end of the year, if you gave people power rankings and they didn't let any like favoritism of who they watch or support of these come into it, it's fair to say like Marine Lord, Puppy Paw kind of feels like a solid 1-2. Then it gets muddy between like Wham, Beastie, Return of Vortex. Is he on form? You know, you've had B potentially kind of climbing in there with some creative spring strategies. But, you know, this was, I'd say, just a year ago plus, you would have looked at these two as the kings, right? This was the back and forth you were expecting. Just before where we saw Vortex and Lizfrom going to Bender. If you look at the statistics, these are the best performing two in AoE 4 historically.
Exactly. And you mentioned that like Beastie maybe falling off a little bit. I think it mostly has to do with, and I want to say this, I think Beastie has kind of changed his playstyle a little bit over the last like 1 to 2 S tier tournaments. I don't think he's much of the like turtleish late game player anymore. I think nowadays he's more of an opportunistic and sometimes even very aggressive player. Like there was a definite change in playstyle, and it has started to like build up more and more to where I think at the moment Beastie is in a really, really good spot again. And I want to see this one because we're going to be seeing Delhi, a formerly very aggressive civilization, still a very aggressive civilization, up against the Malians in the current Pro Scout meta.
Yeah.
And Delhi always is like that civilization that is able to flood so many units and just absolutely smack on like the Malians, right? Like Malians, they have issues with handling lots of units early on. Delhi can make a lot of units early on, even in Pro Scout meta. Like you might want to go for like Warrior Scouts, Pro Scouts, get the deer in. It's very tough to do that up against the Delhi, because usually it's tough for horsemen to deny deer against Warrior Scouts, but Ghazi Raiders can do that. But I guess we're about to find out because we're jumping right into one of the most anticipated sets in the EGC Masters Winter. We're going to be joining our game number 1 between Marine Lord and Beastie. Just a couple seconds. There we go.
A matchup historically worthy of grand finals will occur here in the upper bracket semi-finals. Not even that close to a GF showdown. One of these two will have to claw their way through a lower bracket run. Marine Lord versus Beastie, a best of 5 to decide which one will be going up against the hot and secure Anatans, currently sitting in the upper bracket finals after 3-0ing Puppy Paw. Is it going to be the ongoing reign of the champion, the unstoppable Marine Lord just not dropping anything as he goes? Or is Beastie ready to rise up at the start of 2025 and say, I am back and I am ready to take it all?
Oh man, I can't wait to see how this one is going to play out, because remember, whoever loses this series is going to have to face off in the losers bracket against Louis MT. And Beastie has dropped a couple of comments in regards to him playing against Louis MT. He struggles against the man. Louis MT, one of those players that can give Beastie a really hard time, no matter the stage of the game.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the Chinese Beastie, but I've said before, at this pace, you can see a world in which actually Beastie becomes the Serbian Louis, right? Like he's that good at playing the late game, and historically that has been an area that Beastie likes to get to. But we have to talk about this particular matchup. Marine Lord is seen as a very secure all-rounder player. He doesn't rely on the late game. He doesn't rely on the all-in styles that we've seen historically from Vortex. Marine Lord, if you had to choose one person to represent you in the boxing ring for AoE 4 that can do anything at any stage in the game, this has been the selection for almost everyone.
Yeah. Marine Lord, he's just, I want to say, whatever strategy he does, whatever plan he has, he executes it cleanly. That's like the main thing that you got to give Marine Lord credit to. Whatever game plan he has, he executes it to perfection. We're going to have to see what his game plan is going to be up against the Delhi. Dome of a Faith coming in for Beastie. No surprises there. A landmark that currently gives you 130 resources worth of savings every minute. How much do you get with the Manzakwari KP?
just a measly 75. Can I refund?
Refund, please.
Yeah, just build a Saharan trade network, outpost rush my opponent instead. I mean, deny him some of those pretty little scholars. This is an interesting one, though. Like, Malians versus Delhi, historically a matchup which Delhi used Malians as a human toilet in. But there is a new meta. And that new meta was technically a nerf to Delhi, right? The Pro Scouts meta has left Delhi a little bit weaker against these civs that have the ability to rush them. Key amongst them being China, Zhuji, HRE, but Malians is also a strong contender for it. So with that on the table, you have to ask the question, is there a world in which Malians could be favored here? Is there a world in which the Farimba could be the cherry on top to get a win?
Ooh, I don't know about the Farimba. I mean, it's one of those landmarks where no matter what you choose in the end, like, Delhi has a way to counter you out, right? Like, Ghazi Raiders, already like a specialized horseman, so you probably don't want to go for the bonus javelin throwers. Then you get like the Freeborn. They also don't do too well against the Ghazi Raiders. I guess the best case for you would be the Mansa Musafati.
Yeah, they are ridiculous.
They are really good. Yeah.
It's pretty ludicrous how effective they can be. I mean, it's just a good flooding unit as well. The trade-off, of course, when you go for Farimba is like you're going to have a weak economy to Zerg, so you have to be efficient in your trades. We've seen actually at the highest level, some players, B comes to mind, really good at delaying his Farimba choice until he sees a reason to commit, right? Like, just the patience shown can be key with that landmark. But it is going to be the Pro Scouts to kick us off. You already see that coming in. Beastie has not got his queued up yet. Wheelbarrow about to complete. Pro Scout's likely the first thing coming in, but that's going to take him 3.5 minutes to get.
It's going to be a little bit until that comes in. We're only going to have that 1 mil at the moment, so isn't going to be able to get his like other upgrades, his other economy upgrades in anytime soon. Marine Lord is also going for that Pro Scout play, but we will have Ghazi Raiders coming in for Beastie. So it looks like early on we're going to see like a little Ghazi on Warrior Scouts action.
Yeah, but he should be able to drag 1 or 2 back safely. We have the Donzos. This is a really good spawn for Marine Lord to play Pro Scouts. Double deer on one side can be a negative, but when you know your opponent is going to just spawn into Ghazi straight away, the Donzos are a perfect counter solution to this, and he's already got them getting queued up.
I like the macro behind this as well. Marine Lord, he isn't going immediately for the stable, isn't immediately going for the Warrior Scout upgrade. He's going first for the Donzos. He is prioritizing this clearly, and I like to see that.
It gives him a nice next step, right? Like, you delay getting your gear, but now you have Gonzos to go out and contest the sacred site, right? Because it's not enough to get what you want out of this map. You now need to find a way of stopping Beastie from getting what he wants. And on a map like Gorge, with so nicely, tightly compact sacred sites, it's pretty obvious what he's going for.
Oh yeah, this is looking pretty odd. Archer's coming in already for Beastie as well. Oh, this is going to be a scrappy feudal age here.
It's tricky, right? Like, you know, if you're another Civ, you'd be like, great, I've already got the stables, let me build horsemen. Warrior Scouts don't really offer up that same value to counterplay into archers.
Yeah, they don't do bonus damage against ranged units until you reach Castle Age. Archer range coming in as well for Marine Lord. Will have access to those javelin throwers. Gotta be able to protect them though, so more Donzos are gonna be needed behind this.
Yeah, but this is like the classic combo for Malians they love, right? Build spears, build javelins. Build more spears, more javelins. Over time, you have an army that can't be dove because choke points, they fight around so well. And then eventually, like, if your opponent stops pressuring you, let's say they want to go castle instead, you have a Zerg point to chase onto their side of the map. And I think that's the big level up we've seen out of Malian players in the last few months, has been understanding those timings where they can attack in feudal range.
Yeah. Marine Lord, he's in a little bit of a difficult spot here right now because his deer all spawned on the same side. That's not the type of Marine Lord spawn that you usually want to see. Meaning that BC, you can just play on one angle of this map and completely deny the deer for the time being. First Javelin Thrower is in. Marine Lord starts to try and trade out a little bit here. He was able to utilize the Spearman Throw from the Donzos earlier to already get some of these archers a little bit weak. Makes it easier for the Javelin Thrower to now start picking off some of them. And he just picks off another one.
Yeah, but this is like your big window of Delhi, right? You have the better production right now. Over time, this should scale a little bit against you unless you can then lock in the sacred sites. So that should be his next step.
He's going for it now.
Yeah, we've already got moving out. This is going to be a triple
That's
cap.
number one.
And Marine Lord, I mean, the unfortunate nature of this type of build, right, is you don't now have the Warrior Scouts in surplus to then go and block the sacred site caps. You're going to have to allow it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue for so many civilizations when you're facing off against the Delhi. You cannot split your military 3 ways at this point in time.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if you're like French, but then again, if they just show up with 2 Ghazi and there's a healing scholar, you're just going to die there anyway. It's not pretty. I think quite often the biggest problem I take with this Delhi timing that makes it so oppressive is the fact they'll always have piety as well.
Yeah, piety. That's the upgrade that you already get in that you're able to start researching in Dark Age already, giving you plus 40 HP on those scholars. And scholars, do remember, they don't take bonus damage from any unit in the game.
It's ludicrous.
It's insane. It is so tough. Like, they act as such a great meat shield, but it looks like Marine Lord might be able to take that one down.
Apparently not. He needs 2 hits.
Oh, he's got more.
He's got new boys. He's going to stop it. So blocker on the central sacred site. The other 2 have been captured though, so Beastie's already getting a lot of gold slithering into his pockets. Donzos are going to move out to try and block the north side. And we should now have access to the deer, so Marine Lord can start pulling them home. But remember, Beastie, he bought enough time that he was able to get into pro scouts himself as well.
Yeah, 4 scouts out already for him. Gets them in a lot quicker as well due to efficient production, so will have a very good food income source inside of his own base now.
And I don't think you want to play a long feudal age here as Delhi, right? Like that sounds like a doomed plan against
want to. Like, long feudal age isn't necessarily bad against Malians if you're able to, like, keep taking efficient fights early on. But Marilla, he's already on 10 javelin throwers. Okay, this is going to be dangerous then.
He's got blacksmith techs coming in as well. I love the timings here. He's going to beat Beastie to the punchline because Beastie went immediately into archery range. He had the stables right. He was late adding in the beastsmith. So his tech timings aren't as competitive. There should be a window here.
Marine Lord still trying to go for that decap. Lose a javelin thrower there on the sacred side. But this many javelin thrower means that Beastie, he's going to have to really, really weigh the odds when it comes to taking an engagement. He might need to take a fight together with the scholars, but I think probably the move over to Castle Age, as you mentioned, probably is the better choice for him, as he already has like so many scholars out on the field, more in queue. So by the time that he reaches Castle Age, he's going to have like 15 scholars, and is going to be able to get upgrades in faster than the Malians.
Scary thing is that stage, there's enough hybrid attack shots coming out, like your scholars can get sniped straight away, right? So you can't use them for defense. I believe he has got practically all of his scholars banked in as well. It feels like Steeled Arrow is coming in fairly fast, but I think he just pulled some out. So has slowed his timings, means that Marino does have the undermesh advantage. Could even think about going for Steeled Arrow here. Not bad considering it does affect with Donzo's shots as well. And
Finds
in the meantime,
villagers.
Beastie has
Why
a
is
nose.
Beastie out on the map?
Great micro as well. Targets 2 at the same time. We'll be able to find a few worker kills, and apparently Beastie did not have enough deer at home.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy, because usually at this point in time, the Delhi, that's like the kind of crazy thing with the Pro Scout combination there, is you don't need to go out on the map. You can stay safely inside your base. By the time you reach Castle Age, you're going to be able to take map control. Marine, he's returning the deer. Okay, never mind. He noticed. He noticed.
Has Beastie been missing villager production?
He lost 4 and killed 1. I think there might have been some slight downtime.
Okay, yeah, I think
no,
so,
he
like
got textiles. He probably got textiles, says Delhi, right?
You'd think. It looked like there was a lot of javelin shots required. No, that's a sheep.
No textiles, actually. Okay, so
they're
that
about
must
as
have been
vulnerable as
some
sheep.
idle
Yeah,
time.
so it's not an insane amount by the looks of it, but like it's noteworthy.
Ghazi getting chased by one warrior scout, suddenly turning around. Hey, you're not meant to chase me. I could chase you. Decap on all 3 sacred sites behind this.
Yeah, this really slows down
playing this so well.
Look at Marino's macro right now. If he pulls people over the gold, it's almost guaranteed what's coming next, right? For the time being, he's just holding on to the food. Do we have ranches getting added in? It feels like this is
I've
ranch
not seen any. No, there's no ranches.
This is just eating
He's building
all
it
the
full. Yeah. Is he just maybe he just wants to play this out in feudal age and just doesn't have enough gold in order to keep making units, or woodwise as well? Because he's floating so much food right now, right?
He's pulled over the gold. He's fixing it now.
Yeah.
This feels like it could be a remember timing. I mean, just think about this, Crackety. Like, Javelineers against basically mass archers. Gives you the kite potential.
Oh, no, he's reinvesting. Suddenly pulls a lot over to more warrior scout.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, when you tech up, this is still going to give you a different value point, right? It's that your warrior scouts will be a counter to archers with castle. The other thought,
they also don't take bonus damage, right?
Yeah, the
There's
other
no
thing I
spearman.
was wondering is like maybe if he was going to consider going sofas. The tricky part is like against Delhi specifically because of Ghazi with bonus damage is a bit harder to justify in Feudal Age. But it might be worth investing, say, like 5 just to get raids in on the enemy side.
Yeah. Once again, Ghazi Rares, enough of them to easily burn down that pit mine as well. We're gonna find another villager here that was busy working, unless that villager is being sneaky, but there is...
He knows.
Yeah, there's a scout
he
there.
He's
knows.
like, wait a second.
These houses
these aren't
don't
all the
build
houses. So we'll better chase him down. It's going to be another worker lost there. Marine Lord. This is one of the tricky things I find about running Malians with Gorge. Why I historically haven't been that big of a fan of them. Is, yeah, the initial goal is really tight next to your base. You got loads of safe wood. However, when you want another pit mine, you're going to have to run super wide, which cavalry civs are way too good at exploiting.
Castle Age is coming in. Marine Lord, he's reinvested a lot into Feudal Age, though.
Yeah, and he's also reacted to this play. Like, BC right now is getting exactly what he needs. Instead of his opponent barreling towards his base, he's barreling towards his precious pit mine, trying to protect his income.
And we have 9 scholars already garrisoned. Like, the upgrades are going to be coming in fairly quickly. The question is, will Beastie first try and pick up all the relics, or will he first try and get all the upgrades in? Because you got to decide. If you pull the scholars out, your upgrades are going to be coming in a lot slower. A lot slower. Let's not downplay that.
If you go for the relics, it reveals the play. I don't think you could be walking out for them already, right? So instead, I think you understand an army this big could run straight at you. You need to get your veterancies in.
Job has come through, getting all the upgrades queued up.
And there's
Code
no
blades as
Scholar
well.
No, like everything's seen, right? Like Marine Lord's on the flanks for scouts, so you'd see you moving out for anything.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just going for all the upgrades now. Blacksmith upgrades coming as well. Can we quickly hover over the blacksmith upgrades? Because they don't get boosted up by the efficient production, so we can quickly see just how long these are gonna take. Yeah, a minute. Yep,
Yeah,
it's normal.
Seems
yep,
reasonable. I mean, that's like what you. That's like, you know, around what you usually have to wait for attack.
Yep.
I mean, they're not
That's
paying
with
for
some
it, but you know.
And that's
like,
with some scholars out on the map, right?
Yep.
That's a
trying to
big
scour
mass,
out.
though.
I mean, this is the dive point you're looking for, right? You have to punish the tech. Musafadi getting queued up as well. Marine Lord's aware of what's coming next.
With this many javelin throws, you might not even need the Musafadi to be able to critically injure those men-at-arms. More scholars moving out.
That's definitely dead. And so is
Yeah,
he.
it means the upgrades come in a lot slower as well, though, right? Like, losing this many scholars at this point in time.
Look at the
God,
damage
this
that
could
MA
be
has taken. He's going to burn through the production.
This is going to be difficult. Veterancy has come in on the archers.
He's
Does he want to take the dive now?
Creeping for Beastie. He's gathering 0 wood, so he didn't want to add in any more archers at all.
Yeah, none coming in. Does have enough for a lot of men-at-arms. But wait, is that his only barracks? Is that his only barracks?
I think so. And
It's
also on
the
top of
only
that, he's not
barracks!
gathering food right now. There's
Is
a
there
limited
even a
runway.
scholar inside? There's
No.
no scholar inside that barracks.
No,
he can't mass them.
He got spotted trying to walk away with it, right? That was the one that got sniped. Both of
That
them, in
is
fact.
critical.
I can't believe this. Marine Lord with the Musafadi coming as well, who'll have the answer for a trickle of MAA. Beastie, he needs to gain something. He's moving for the food. I mean, this is crazy. I think you need probably more archers to get out of this sticky situation. You have to remember, Malians, they have an anti-armored unit in Age 2.
They do indeed. And Marine Lord, I think now might also be the time where we're going to see a couple of cattle coming. And I don't think Marine Lord is the type of player that would go for the firm garrison.
I mean, I think he just goes for the kill. This is
It
ridiculous.
might just be, yeah. Like, he has the tools, right? The tools are in his hand.
Like, what do you build here as Delhi? You got an elephant,
There's
you
so
saw you
many
queued a
scholars.
tower elephant, that doesn't work against javelins. You switch to a war elephant. Good luck against mass donzos.
And look at just how many of these scholars have gone down so far. BC has been producing them non-stop. He was at 12, now he's at 10.
I mean, the only thing this man can really afford is Springles at this rate, but that still requires wood. He needs to go and touch it. House is going to be targeted now. Just kind of starving them in. Second war elephant is going to be on the way. He needs to fight, though. Reno's not going to let go of this.
Definitely not.
War elephant is going to be able to march
Donzos.
in. Donzos need to move across, but that means they're running straight through the archer fire. Probably the best fight that actually BC could ask for. The
Musafadi
focus healing is
warriors.
going to be coming in. But the Donzos, they're still not reaching quick enough. They finally get through the Ghazi. They're on to the war elephant. But the war elephant isn't really
He's not
optimally
dying.
targeting here.
He's not dying. There's another one coming. He's losing everything.
Oh my
How?
God.
The healing. I can't believe it. He's just out healing everything.
It looked like the War Elephant wasn't really getting that splash damage, but the fact he's dying through that is the bigger issue. Javelin mass is now down to 14. These
There's no
elephants
way.
are not reasonable.
That is insane. You got the counter unit, and you're still not able to take it down.
I can't believe it. Like, he had 26 Donces at the start of that. He's down to 9.
That is
It's
a lot.
not reasonable. Can we just get a new bonus tag? We have like bonus versus cab, but then an extra one for bonus versus elephants. I mean, it feels like you need it, right? Because I think one of the absurd things about this unit is the fact that it has all that melee armor. So even when you get bonus damage, it just feels irrelevant.
We're seeing Sofas come in now for Marine Lord, but Sofas already get counted out by the elephants.
Yep.
Like they pretty much two-shot the Feudal Age ones.
And you know, this is someone we alluded to at the start of the game, right? We talked about Party Tech making those scholars stupidly tanky. And admittedly, this was deeper in the game, but you see it keeps its value this deep in. It was impossible. Javelins with a lower attack speed base can't really target them down. I mean, it definitely looked like the elephant wasn't initially doing much damage, but the archers were getting the easy trade because there was no pressure, no real pressure anyway, onto them the entire battle.
Yeah, an issue as well is that you're just not able to really surround the elephant, right? Because there's so many other units, scholars as well, which you don't do any bonus damage against, that just make it so difficult to get the surround in.
Marine Lord has to be scrambling right now. I mean, luckily for him. Now, elephants, I know their weakness, Crackety. They can't rush you afterwards.
They can't swim.
But they can definitely swim, my friend.
Yeah, they actually can swim. Never mind. I thought about it. I
Have you
was
seen
like,
the
wait, no, I've
reports of
seen
like
that.
the coast of India? They need to be guided back to land by Coast Guard because they like swimming that much. No. It's just in AoE 4, instead of being water, they like to drown in the blood of their enemies. That's what they swim.
They can't cross the ocean.
But they can make an ocean of bodies in front of them.
Feels like that's the case. That's happening here as well. So many units went down. Marine Lord, he remasked. He is so far away from aging up.
Are you ready for the medieval tank? It's an Abrams.
Coming in. There's not that many archers remaining, though. So there's still like a chance, right? Like there's still a pretty decent chance, I want to say. I might be coping. I'm looking at the income and I'm thinking there's no way, right? With the amount of income difference that this is that bad for Marine Lord.
Crackety, like how this ends is he goes Javelineers and realizes that does no damage against War Elephants.
The TC from BC was also idle for like 3 minutes.
Okay, this raid is pretty big though. Like he
He's
pulled the
getting damage.
entire army.
Ooh,
He's just
and
getting kited.
Yeah.
Look at that damage.
Yeah,
Come on.
It's not much, but it's hard and honest work.
Hard is correct. Honest part is this is BS. Wow, look at that. He'll be dead in like another 200 shots.
He's just gonna get healed up inside the base, right? Perimba Garrison, yeah, I mean,
think
there's
the
no way. There's
cruelest
no way for
part-
anything else at this point.
Is that they're shooting that elephant in the arse repetitively.
The most cruel part is next up, it's gonna be poison.
And this worries me because it's very rare that Javelineers looks good, even rarer that it wins.
I want to see the Man's of Javelineers. I mean, just makes sense. You got 40 of them.
No, he's
Might
going
as well have-
Musafadi.
I can't... Yeah, it's a much better
He's
unit.
queued up one Musafadi, Crackety. That
But
means
he's already
gonna
got
be
a
going.
He's also got. He also had a javelin throwing queue. Which one is it gonna be? It's javelin. Wait, no, that's not the
No.
Man's one. It is
Oh my
javelins.
God,
there
it
we
is.
go. That's right. We're poisoning the elephants next up. We're getting mangonels
so,
now.
So let's talk
He's
about
just got
positives
no
of
food.
Javelineer. It's not a quick kill. However, you can indefinitely kite them. They will not be able to reach you now, even Mahoots, right? So that's the positives. The negatives is, I've watched this, it takes very long to kill. Especially if the game happens to drag anywhere near Imperial Age. I don't want to talk about those things when they get the extra armor and health. Like, seriously, I still remember casting the first match of the introduction of Javelineers. It was B versus Anatand, and he must have hit one elephant like 400 times and was still alive.
Can we quickly check one of the monastery? Oh, maybe not now. Maybe not now. There's so many.
In
poison.
fairness, the mango should be really, really bad against these Javelineers due to the movement speed.
It should be. Like if you're very quick on your feet, you micro effectively.
So just to remind you, Marine Lord is playing the Malians,
Yeah.
so he might be quick.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Sometimes a cat jumps on your lap and claws you at the worst possible moment.
Yeah, pretty much that. I mean, BC barely has any food income, and you can tell because he's just massive. He's like Puppy Paw right now from the last game. Only on the defensive with the Mangonels.
I mean, we've seen plenty of games where that can work out, but I think at the absolute highest level, it doesn't. There's just too many target points, especially on a map like Gorge, right? Like, you're always going to be exposed somewhere. Javelins, they're just so good at chasing for this. Like, it's almost like the Yuumi logic, right? Like, these are actually great at killing villagers. Look at them go. You can't run away from them.
You cannot. Has to be careful, though. The Mangonels, they're coming in. Not a fight you want to take.
Wow,
But they're so
they
quick.
almost
They're
hit
already
him.
out again. Already out again. And
All right.
BC can't afford villagers. He legitimately just can't afford villagers.
Because all the food's outside his base, right? And the elephants can't guard your base and guard the flanks. It's impossible. I mean, there is one way. I'm
Trying
not
to
sure.
get keeps in.
At this point in history, did they discover nitro? Because maybe we could install some Nos cans on the elephants. Yeah, then go faster. Give them some. Maybe they had rollerblades. It's possible.
Ooh, keep at the front. And just secure some stone there. But we did get the House of Learning, and so keeps don't get a discount for the deli here. But he did have double stone that front side, so we'll get a good amount of it in.
I figured it out. When elephants need a buff in the future, we should give them a get out and push ability.
Give him a blink.
Give them a Shinobi elephants. The
Yes.
buff that Japan needs. I just look forward to just seeing the kind of wrapping on their head with their eyes just showing between them.
That's gonna be a lot of. Oh my god!
Hello?
No! Reload!
no,
No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I cannot believe how
my
close
God!
that was.
My heart! My absolute heart! What the hell?
That would have been the greatest Wololo in the history of competitive Age of Empires, and it was fractions away from going off.
We would have had a new Wololo god.
Now he's looking a bit more like a Wololo dog. It was cool. Did not work out. He did at least keep the relics. Marine Lord has calmed down. He's been like, okay, you've got some tricks left. How about I Alakazam my way into Imperial?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, appropriate considering it's religious units, but also wrong
Wrong religion.
wrong religion, my friend.
Man, that Wololo is gonna haunt me in my dreams tonight. I'll tell you that much. But keeps are going up. Beastie now going for the farm transition. Is gonna have some safe economy now behind all of them. But guess who else can get a keep? Guess who else can get a landmark as a keep? That's right. It's coming in.
Japan?
Fort of the Huntress.
Mali. There we go. Yeah,
it does
and
suit him.
we have the counter to elephants cracking. Did you
Poison?
know?
Yeah.
Cannons.
Cannons.
Yes. They're apparently a counter to elephants now. I don't believe that, but apparently.
Depends on how many you get, I believe.
That's true, right? Like, if you think about, like, Lu Bu, you could technically counter him with trash tier peasant spearmen if you had thousands of them. Eventually you kill them.
True.
Or like, John Wick, right? Everyone thinks John Wick's unbeatable, but you throw enough goons in.
Surely, eventually. I think there's like a simulator game
After-
with that where you can
after
try that
6
out.
movies, right?
Wasn't there like a simulator game where you can have like 1 billion units on the field and John Wick is one of them?
Maybe. Like, that sounds like something.
That's the kind of simulation that we're looking at.
I
But
can't remember what it's called, would add. There was like a historical simulator for memes, probably done that.
yeah, when it comes to like the mass counters, in theory, could also have enough Shugenut eat like elephants, right? That works.
That's true. Yeah, like, because the thing is that when you shoot an elephant enough times with small bolts, then you shoot a giant mirror, it goes, I'm not even an elephant, I'm a hedgehog, and it like becomes depressed and dies. I think that's how it works. And I'm not gonna lie, taking down these elephants is like watching people try and take down the Lord of the Rings elephants,
We're up to 7 mangonels at the moment for Beastie. He's almost
This
2
would be
times
great.
behind in the army count.
But this
They're
would be great
sacreds.
if he can get Imperial Age.
Now is the best point in the game for him to just get to Imperial Age, right?
I do love the logic though, right? It's like, oh man, Javelineers, they have better movement speed, so they like Marine Lord's really good at microing and kiting. So if I just get so many mangoes and click everywhere in the fight, there's nowhere to dodge.
What is like the one unit that Delhi gets in Imperial Age with a certain landmark that is really, really strong? It's the Sultan's Tower
The
Elephant.
Gunner Boys, you're thinking Gunner
Yeah.
Boys? You really want to build
But-
Gunner Boys against Javelin?
That's the thing, right? There is a single unit that the Valiants have access to, which suddenly ruins all your dreams.
Well, the mangoes, they pretty much all target the same location. And he's just going to dive now. He moves in, more elephants are just going to get wiped.
Yeah, goodbye elephants and javelins.
And the keep,
Helping
the
out
keep
as well.
isn't going to work. Surely the Musafadi
There's
on him.
one.
Is that no textile still? No way. That must be
might be.
textiles. Just a lot
I
of damage
hope so.
coming through.
It
Yeah,
is.
he does have it.
He
Okay,
had
so
enough
cost will go up.
GC to afford it.
He's going to bypass. He goes for the mangoes.
Oh, the hit that you were looking for.
It doesn't exist. There's just too many of them. It's going to
Oh,
go
we're
for it
getting
again. The wall reset. He'll
Oh
walk
my
away.
God.
Even snipes him on the way out. Points for Star there. Now, admittedly, there's a bigger problem, Kraken. He threw out all of this. The gold on the south side was getting hit by 2-minute arms. There's saving grace here. They took out, I think that was 15 villages. Marine
my
Lord is now
God.
behind by 15.
How did he not notice? Like, we looked at this and I was like, okay, yeah, surely he's gonna pull the villagers away any moment now. No, but suddenly Marine Lord's 14 villagers behind. And Palace of the Sultan is coming in. What is this game?
There's a goddamn party that never ends. Here's another jaw dropper for you. Congrats, you got Farimba, but Mr. Marine Lord, where is the other free tech upgrade that you could get by going Imperial Age? He never chose Mansa Musafadi, so he weakened his hand in that engagement.
Now we're getting a ram, sneak ram on the side.
I still can't believe it. I think Marine Lord just didn't realize about the other Farimba choice. Reminder, you get a second choice in Imperial Age.
You do, yeah.
He didn't build Freeborn. He had Musafadi fighting, but he didn't go for the Mansa upgrade, which is free and only takes 10 seconds. I think he completely forgot.
I think he might have, yeah. Either that or he's still weighing his options, whether he wants to go for, you know, the
The
Freeborn
Freeborn
after
because
all.
they're stupidly tanky, right? Or like, yeah.
They are very tanky.
But you've got all these Musafadi, right? This was your hit point. This was your kill time. Now, things are slipping away from you, right? Your opponent's at free TC. You've still got a stronger army for the time being. Also a very squishy army when you need to dive under these castles.
Yeah. Granted, your opponent has 36 military units. 19 of that is in scholars.
And soon, one of them will, or 3 of them technically on the UI, will be in gunny boys on horseback. Well, elephant back.
I wonder if maybe Marine Lord wants to just start walling in some of these sacred sites, wants to make sure they're not getting...
Is this quick enough? I don't think you can matter. The bombards are there. He cancels.
Yeah, he has to cancel it.
Okay, these 4 Ghazi
being
need to
left
be the
alone.
MVPs right now. If these bombards don't go, he's going to lose everything north.
They don't go. They're gonna stay. And this is, once again, the scary time. Wait, what's going on in Marine Lord space? I think it's a couple of men-at-arms.
They're chasing away the villagers, yep.
Chasing them forever, and the Rams taking down the pit mine there as well.
There's a little bit of damage being done here, but remember, like, he's inflating his eco in different ways, so the triple cap on sacred sites, right? So it's not too bad off. I believe we do have ranches added in at this stage as well, which is inflating Marine Lord's income.
Yeah.
So, yes, it looks grim when you look at the 22 eco lead, but you have to remember, Beastie still doesn't have a threatening army. We're talking about a guy who still, half of his people spend their time reading books and waving at elephants so they don't die.
Yeah, speaking of reading books, that is one of the strong suits of Delhi in Imperial Age, because suddenly all the upgrades are coming in relatively quick, and there is one specific upgrade that I feel like once it comes in from a certain siege workshop, could turn the tides here.
Yeah, because once you're done reading all the books, you learn how to hurl books that are the size of an 18-wheeler of your opponent. It is, of course, adjustable crossbars, but that's still about 2.5 minutes out here. The bombards, in the meantime, are the MVP sniper to deal with it.
I think it might be just a minute about. Depends on where he has the scholars, right?
I don't
a lot
think
of
he
them
has
out in the
enough
field.
scholars.
Yeah, a lot
Like,
of them
look
are
in
just
the
out
bar.
in the field.
Yeah, it's
3
even more than half.
minutes with 20 scholars? Okay, there are barely any scholars inside of them.
Did Beastie read the part of the script that said Q for dramatical impact? Because it feels like that's where
He's
we're
going
at
for
here.
it again. I think he's going for it again. The relics, they're being picked up.
The Bombards could actually snipe that. They go for the elephants.
Rainlord, he respects it. His heart has stopped too many times. He's
Snipe one already.
back.
I mean, these relics are now kind of ending up in no man's land. You need to get them out. Yeah, they're all in the ground. He's going to run for it again. The Warlords. He targets them down. They're both gone. I mean, that has to be it. Beastie, there's no way without the elephants. Without the mangoes, can you hold this any longer? This is game.
There's no way. Mongazi Rays on the defense, but it's just nowhere near enough, and GG comes in. The Delhi, they held on strong with the elephant defense, but in the end, it was not enough. Too many losses early on, and Marine Lord is going to be able to take the lead early on in the set.
Faremba so OP, he doesn't even take the other option when he goes into Imperial. I think that says everything about the current meta. Things are really flipped here. This is a matchup that historically has been Delhi dominant. I'd say, actually, when you go back before the current Pro Scouts and the Faremba change, this is probably one of the most one-sided matchups that most people see. Delhi just being on top, but Marine Lord flipped the script, man, at multiple phases in this. Early and in the late game, just finding a way to dictate flow and in the end get a giant opening win over Beastie.
Oh man, this was absolutely huge. Such a strong civilization with the Delhi. Marine Lord, with the Malians, able to take the victory. Looking at the resource gathered, I mean, it doesn't really paint the true picture, right? Because the total resources gathered doesn't portray like the 30,000 resources worth of free upgrades that came in for Beastie.
Can we just look at the APM as well? Like, how much do you reckon was him panic clicking on the scholars?
Probably
his
a
heart
good
rate
100.
went that high in the first attempt with the triple Wallalaw. I mean, credit to him, right? I think that's the part that kept us on the edge of our seats. By the time that Wallalaw happened, the game looked kind of over, right? But you got to give him credit. Beastie giving a preview of how he can still actually contest, even in what felt like an unwinnable game, right? I don't think there's many players that could have made this one look as close as it did around that point in the game, with the Wallalaw, with the men-at-arms raid on the backside, and then the switch to keeps. It definitely looked grim, but he had us believing there was at least a thread, an iota of opportunity here. And this was the fight that really started to make things look weird, right? Like, this fight initially put us in okay, this looks pretty good for Beastie. The crazy part is how, after this fight, Marine Lord kind of held him hostage on the map, so he couldn't do any real damage in return.
Yeah. This was such a crucial fight for Marine Lord. It felt like it was the all-in attempt here from him, and then suddenly, one elephant by its lonesome, able to just beat back the entire military force.
Absolutely incredible. So, off to a lead for Marine Lord, but still plenty to go. And, I think when we look at the drafts, it's going to be intriguing, actually, because I think from that perspective, I'm trying to remember what they had. Marine Lord still has some sizable picks. Malians was his second pick in the draft. This was Beastie's first pick, but Beastie's still with the Byzantines. Got French in there that's been rising in popularity. English I'm not so crazy about, only situationally. But Marine Lord, he still has Rus, right? We've seen all the dragons looking a lot hotter. I think we had Moving Out drafted as well, which we already saw Ottomans once today. Oh, sorry, no, we've got Lakeside. Lakeside and Four Lakes. Yeah, they avoided the meme map. But I gotta say, like, looking at the draft, I don't think it's over by any stretch of the imagination, but I still think Marine Lord has a really potent draft. Rus is looking like kings in the current meta, that makes it through the draft at least. Mongols is also very viable in some of these maps we've seen come out. I think there was a Klauga. I think this opening game does hold a lot of relevance. Yes, it's only 1 and potentially 5, but considering what is meant to happen in this matchup, like, you pretty much just beat what's seen as the ultimate counterpick to Malians.
Yeah, one of the ultimate counter picks. I guess like the number one would have been H3, banned on both sides, however.
Yes, not going to see that coming out whatsoever. China and Juji, of course, also being banned. Japanese was the interesting final ban for both players. But Hillendale next, Mongols versus Byzantines. This feels like Marine Lord just read him perfectly, right? Like, Byzantines against Mongols historically has looked decent for initial Mongol pressure. And looking at the rest of the maps and what Beastie has drafted, I don't feel like there was anything else you were expecting number one on Hillendale here.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it, though, because I recently had this kind of situation happen on a game on ladder up against Demu. I was Mongols, he was Byzantines, where the gold spawned on the backside, and you have to walk for so long that by the time you start building your outpost, your opponent's already in feudal age.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't want the gold though, right? The outpost rush
Yeah.
is intended for the berries. That's the big shutter against Byzantines you're looking for here.
Something to keep in mind, Akrotoi defenses for the Byzantines scales with age.
Yes. It is also very awkward when you try to take down a tower.
It is, because you suddenly lose your ability to use torches with villagers.
I can't remember what torches are. Start stabbing nice twigs and cementy structure. I'm sure it'll work. Oh, blimey. Like, it would at least make more sense if they pulled out their lumberjack axes and started chopping at the outpost, right? But I'm excited to see how it is going to spawn. Hillendale, although we use a nice tournament edition, which gives a bit more balance, can sometimes still be a little bit wacky. See if that wackiness does favor a defensive player here. It's time for game number 2.
All right, and here we go. An interesting matchup. The Mongols up against the Byzantines. Ooh, and we do have that's back berries. And they're so far away from the gold that you can't get one outpost to cover both.
It's even more insane than that. After initial pressure, if you don't have control of this area, that tree line is a perfect defense for Beastie, right? He can just wall it, tiny wall there, and then if you feel pressured, you put an outpost on the left side of the berries. I don't think it's feasible easily for Marino to get into that stage. So, yeah, a little bit of a curious one.
Little MBL reference. MBL would already pull a villager to wall in that autumn right wood line.
Why stop there? There's a nice, easily optimal, wallable left side to that front ramp as well. You know,
go for it all, right?
Yeah, I mean, when in
take
Rome,
it
right?
all.
Well, when in Constantinople.
When in Constantinople, do as the Constantinopolians do.
It's Constantinople. If Napoleon had succeeded in taking over all of Europe, I think he would have then set his sights on the Ottomans and renamed the city. Welcome to Napoleon. So, is this a map where we see trade, is what I'm already thinking. Like, if there was any map you were considering trade on in the current meta of Mongols, with any spawn, this has to be the one, right?
Yeah. Should definitely be. This is a great map for it as well. Looking at it. Spearmen are going to be coming in.
Like, there's barely anywhere you'd be able to raid. And, I mean, realistically, Beastie is not going to be raiding well. I'd expect him to open Limitane here. Like, usually against Mongols, you're talking Limitane Javelin as the choices.
I mean, look at this. The Spearmen, they're halfway across the map. Beastie's already on his way to H up now. It's just the difficult setting, right? Like, the gold's not at the front. Marine Lord Stone is in the back, so the barracks is also in the back for him. I mean, that he has to travel a lot. He did scout it, yeah, but it's still a difficult call to make.
Ooh, I'm going to rush that, which is kind of crazy with this type of
There it is. Deletion comes in. Time to go back.
Well, boys, we done our work. He wasted 50 wood. How much did you cost, Tim? 80. How much did you cost, Jim? 80. All right, this may not have been the most efficient trade so far. Let's keep going.
Oh, this is one of those doomsday situations where what are you really going to do now? I think, actually, all the wood is forward. You just go for the outpost on the wood lines? Looks like Marine Lord disagrees, though.
No, he's going deeper.
Oh, look for the scout doesn't see it. He perfectly walks around the wood line at the worst time to not see the units. He doesn't know.
There's no way. Wait, no, look at BC's vision. He's not going to check this. He's going to scout the rest of the map. However, there's new troops coming in. He sees the Khan. He sees the Khan, and he also sees the Spearman. This is where he double wraps around.
Yes.
Unbelievable. He doesn't even hide it. He assumes he got seen.
Outpost gets started up. It's going to be a while, though.
Yeah, and also the system placement is bad for Akrotoi defense here, right? So you can't even pull them to contest the spears. It's too far away without wheelbarrow.
Maybe. I think you probably can still pull them. Like, Akrotoi
you
has
have to walk them in and then back, though, right? Like, that's the challenge.
Akrotoi has an insane, like, range.
I think it comes short of the Grand Winery, right?
Yeah, just about short of the Grand Winery.
There you
but
go.
we're getting another
so he's
Akrotoi.
adding a new one.
Yeah. Another cistern.
This might be too late. Maybe?
You can go for it, I believe.
Wait, he's repairing the Grand Winery. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
Spears out. Marine Lord, he didn't go for the double villager pull. He's going to have to cancel this.
Ooh, they're coming in. Villager. He's surrounding it.
Wait, can he actually... Marine
He's
Lord,
blocking it.
I can't believe that. Like, that's targetable. Surely, Beastie.
Oh my god.
It goes up!
Oh,
The villagers go
no.
down!
Marine Lord able to thread the needle there. The body blocking. Insane. Absolute insanity.
The crazier part is he saw that Beastie was still stepping in that engagement, which means he's re-A clicking. So what Marine Lord done is he pretty much just kind of shoved himself in there a little bit deeper. The villager was already exposed to, I think it's 3 villagers. So because Beastie, I think, shuffled slightly again and went for another A click, it switched targets completely, guaranteeing the outpost went up.
And now he's in a terrible spot all of a sudden. Granted, he could reinvest into Limitane, get enough of them, and be able to burn it down with the shield wall, but this still puts a lot of pressure on him.
It slows you down so much, and it just enables the Silver Tree player. You have to know it's coming at this point, right? But when you go Limitane, you know, that's not like going to go Horseman Longbow strategy. You're not going to be able to block the greed. And on a map like this, we already mentioned how good it is for this trade. It's going to be moving the Silver Tree out. He's already stockpiling stone. We're likely going to be seeing the double trader pump, and then just a huge eco inflation out of Marine Lord.
Yeah, that could definitely be the follow-up here. We're getting an Archer and Limitane composition. Now coming in from Beastie. There was actually a strategy that I've seen from Ravane a while back where you just focus on the archers, and instead of going for like any ranged units from the mercenary tree later on, you just go for Kashyyyks instead. And you can play a very mean feudal age aggression game with that composition as well, similar to what the French can do.
Ravane building not melee units doesn't sound like the Ravane I remember.
You might not know the true Ravane. That's a
he's
villager
always
kill.
been a spear boy at heart. Okay.
He's a mass infantry guy.
This is kind of crazy, actually, just getting 3 snipes like that.
Yeah.
The archers are coming, so that'll be enough to blunt it away, but he needs to move ASAP across the map. Marine Lord, I believe, already... Yeah, he's got silver screen position. He didn't spend on a double pump here.
What happened here?
Some shenanigans. He forced to cancel.
Yeah, didn't notice that.
Okay, nicely done. It does slow things down. So Marine Lord has to go for a normal pump of archers. Hasn't got the double production.
Yeah.
But
And that
we
hurts
still
because he's
don't
got like
see-
over 200 stone, right? He should be getting
You know
it
what
now.
hurts more, though? Is like Beastie, like, what's his food income looking like, right? He, on sheep, he didn't even shove the deer in. So he's
Yeah.
kind of getting the worst of the free options available to him right now.
Much range now moving back, and BC still pushing forward with more units. No doubt production in yet, but it's gonna be unlocking now, and that means that Marine Lord inside of his own base should be able to get into a situation where he can definitely like outmass even the mass that's already on the field for Beastie.
I mean, Beastie's army does look sizable right now, but you have to remember the deceptive part is when you're attacking, you have maybe like half to a third of what you actually have, right? So from that POV, it's just not diveable. He has to resecure his base. We're definitely coming home now to burn down that outpost, right? Nice thing about dealing with Mongols, it's not like you can fortify their outpost.
Yeah.
So it does die pretty quick.
Marine Lord getting Pierce Armor in. That means the outpost is also going to do a little bit of extra spicy damage now.
Yeah, and he wasn't ready for that. Beastie actually almost losing the limiter at the start there. So at this stage, I don't think you can burn the outpost without undermesh, right?
You probably don't want to, but you still can. But Beastie is starting to get resources in, so more gold coming his way. But he has to be quick. Because he's all... Marine Lord was on
kidding
3
me?
archers like a couple of seconds ago. Like,
and not just
I
that.
blinked. I blinked and it's at 12.
Not just that, because he stockpiled all the stone, right? But it's not just that. It's the fact that he also has the blacksmith tech advantages. By the time BC has undermesh, Marine Lord should have both.
The wall's too slow. The wall is too slow.
I mean, you maybe get one up. You're not going to get all of them up, though.
Are you gonna get any of them up?
Marine Lord's got another trooper coming around the back.
He's only
going to
pulled
end up
one
seeing that,
villager.
right? Are you kidding? The villager isn't seen right now.
And now
But
the
it doesn't
archers,
matter.
the falcon in the wood line. BC has to pull everything, and all the wood is here at the front.
He's not trading out. Undermesh is about
That's
to
too
tick in
many
for BC.
archers.
That's going to balance things out. He needs the Limitane just to basically absorb fire right now. Oh, just fixating on that back line. He's going to start sniping villages instead. Minimizes the damage. I think he might have actually activated Akratoy there, judging by how low that damage was. Gets a stay of execution. Now, he has got the wall going up on the other side. I think Marine Lord maybe skipped a trick here by letting that wall complete. Removed his options. In the meantime, traders are getting harassed a little bit, but spearmen aren't exactly great at killing traders.
Yeah, falcon has now disappeared. The wall isn't finished. The wall isn't finished. Archers.
Moving in. Oh, I mean...
Oh, he survives.
It's okay against the archers. You should be able to hold on. And
a
Steel
flash
Arrow is
wound.
being rushed here. With Dialecticus, he's going to balance this fight out.
And
needs to
able
slow down.
to deflate the mass a good bit. Oh, Marine Lord, he's trading out onto the archers. Good
Yeah,
play
he's too
from
close
him.
to Limitane though, right? Like he's taking more damage than necessary here, so he's gonna have to back up. It's kind of crazy actually that BC's semi-holding with so many archers in favor of Marine Lord, but second wave is gonna now be on the way. I wondered if we were gonna see him switch into Keshik, but I think Marine Lord's logic here is on a map like Hillendale, when your opponent's playing fully defensive, what's the point?
Yeah. Wolof has come in on the left side, not on the right side, but I think that is going to be enough for Beastie to be able to just pull the trigger now when it comes to trying to rush that that outpost. Looks like he is going for it. See the start of the stable.
Yeah, and like the stable with what economy, right? Like that's the tricky part. Because if we check, I don't think BC has many sheep left, and the deer he at least shoved them in, but they're not protected either.
Yeah,
it's
he
kind
did
of like
just
looking for a play that doesn't have enough time.
he did just bring in 3 sheep underneath his TC, but he's in trouble now. He needs an outpost ASAP, but he doesn't have the wood for it. He spent it on the stable.
Marine Lord, I'm a little bit surprised he's not diving in. I mean, we have God Vision. We can see how far ahead he is. He's showing a lot of respect. Not sure if he realizes just how little food Beastie now has.
More walls coming in as well. Is Marine Lord falling back? He is.
He's rotating for the wood. But that's going to significantly slow him down here. He doesn't have much burn power. The wall was completed. It feels as if Beastie is getting away with this in a way that he shouldn't.
This outpost, Beastie has enough stone to be able to get arrow slits on that one as well. Yeah, no way this wall falls anytime soon.
It'll eventually go down, but I feel like at this point, get siege engineering, right? Like at this stage, it's worth it.
It's necessary.
You want only archers.
Yeah, but now Beastie finally has access to berries, access to olive oil. And if he's able to get, what do you want to go longbows here, or do you go for javelin throws instead?
I feel like because you're stuck in your base, longbows feels better, right?
Yeah.
And you're going horsemen, so you need someone to protect them. It's weirder when you do Limitane horsemen. Like you can kind of go either, but I always rate longbows a bit higher with that.
Ooh, archers need to be so careful. One of the villagers moved a little bit weirdly.
He can lose this tower. He needs to target down the spearman. Looks like Marine Lord is going to back away. This would be a perfect opportunity to get fortifications in.
Not seeing a ram yet. I don't think that... Oh, he clicked on the backside of the tree.
Oh, wow. He's actually going silk. So he thinks you can kind of out-aggro, right? Like, I think silk is preferred when you play onto the map. I mean, it is also, like, eventually in the game, you might be suspicious of Keshiks, and at that stage, having camels feels better. Yeah. There's an argument that Landsnecht is kind of not that valuable against Mongols because they kite you.
In general, just having javelins against such a predominant range mass. Grant, he doesn't actually see just how many spearmen Marine Lord has because he's also reinvested a lot into those.
It's also tricky because like there's a diminishing point of like having javelins being justified when the archer count is too high for your opponent, right?
Yeah.
That's where it can kind of feel better to have longbows just to basically stay in your base and trade with superior range. Traders are looking even better than I could imagine right now. Marine Lord, I mean, this is
a lot already. Yeah.
It's getting ridiculous. Like, you wouldn't think that he'd have that many traders with how many archers he's been spamming. Horseman raid is going to be coming in.
Spearman already in position.
Yeah. He's going to try to target them down, but I mean, 3 spearmen? That doesn't feel like a fight.
That's not a fight you can take.
Did he go Expillatores? Because this is the type of play you make if you have Expillatores, right?
He does not, no.
So no payday there either. Just damage taken and nothing gained.
Marine Lord behind us. He's banking up resources. Could be looking for an age up soon.
I wouldn't blame him here. It just feels like a dominant position. This is even the type of game you could Kurotai.
There was a lot of time here, but the wall wasn't finished.
I mean, how would you ever, right? He's been paranoid the whole time. He hasn't had vision in the army. If you check his vision, you'll see his own tree lines are his enemy in this situation.
The horsemen recommit, but all they're going to see is that Marine Lord's got a split of group here and there. So you can't do damage on either side. Not really, at least.
And the archers are going to engage. So first javelin's coming out, has revealed the play. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. Does have to get through this Limitane, but you notice BC doesn't actually have many of them. There's only 3 left.
Yeah, so definitely not the meat shield that you're looking for. Javelin's doing a better job here as the meat shield. Second batch of them coming in soon, but Marine Lord only 200 food left, and he can buy a H-up, actually, if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's slowly targeting it, right? He's going to keep scaling archers because you can have the Kurotai buffer. We'll just shuffle away now. Not really many horsemen left to harass him. I mean, this is just his game to do with what he wants. Beastie has pulled off a miracle, being able to actually still contest the tech up timing. He's going to have Castle coming in as well. I don't think you even think about sippy cups, right? Like, that type of creative build is locked out from you with the lack of food. Also, Cataphracts are kind of okay at dealing with traders, but not insane, right?
Yeah. Kind of okay, but looks like H-Up is going to be coming in for BC first. Okay.
There we go. Rotai activated. And
It is going to be
sippy cups.
We're gulping.
Or guzzling, man. We're going to have to drown in the liquids just to feel like you can get ahead here. I mean, I'm not sure how
What
I
are you
feel
gonna-
about
What are you going to...
Cataphracts here.
Yeah, you have to go Cataphracts, right? Like, there's just no
You
other
don't think you
unit
go
that benefits... I don't think that Varangian really is good enough here, not against the Kurultai archers.
Because my thought is you're going to get directly contested all in, right? Like, what's a Kata going to do versus a Varangian? And it's more like quantity, right? Like, if you bring in, like, 1 or 2 Katas, they can just get books fired down, I think.
Yeah, but it looks like it is going to be the play with the Cataphracts, as we are getting more stables in as well. Couple of archers looking to roam around. Actually manages to pull back the entire army from Marine Lord, so buys himself some more time to get some more Cataphracts out.
Okay. Pretty big, but he needs to now raid. So, like, at this stage, if you're not going to be attacked, then yes, you can go for the Katas. If this was all in, you'd need the Varangian. So, he does buy the necessary space. Does need to finish those walls up, though. Oh, come on.
No way.
All right, they put on their spectacles. They're like, oh, I see. Oh, he doesn't even get the kill, though. The archers will be able to cut him off.
Yeah. Khan's there, provides the vision. No shenanigans in the Stealth Forest. Cataphracts in Q. Scholar in Q as well. Wants to get some of the relics, potentially. Could help him when it comes to the armor production with the olive oil. Units is definitely what he's going to need in this one, but he's already 22 economy behind just with the traders. How many traders are there? Can we select the silver tree?
It's like 22, I think. Oh, no, sorry, 25, right?
17.
Okay, 17. Okay, I thought it was higher. I think he had higher. Maybe 1 or 2 of them got sniped.
Yeah.
The interesting part here, though, is like, surely the counterplay from Marine Lord, the easy counterplay, if you really wanted, if you had the food for it, is just you spam spears. This is the weird thing about Javelin with Kata play, is technically your entire army gets countered by Spear Blow.
This is going to be interesting, though. Like, there's only 6 spearmen. Marine Lord only just now starts investing into the crossbows.
Yeah.
There
It's
is a
very
realistic
diverse.
scenario where BC gets up to like 10 Cataphracts and just runs over the army from Marine Lord.
It's starting to feel like a game where he's expected it to just be the Golden Horn Tower, right?
It would make sense, but BC's learned from the best, right?
Yeah, of course. You know, I mean, he's learned from someone whose practices were so dirty that they were booted out of the Pokemon franchise. They weren't wanting it. Pokemon that everyone resented, didn't ever want to capture, had to boil in the hate and come to Age of Empires 4. Had to create a build that was so toxic that it would birth thousands of Reddit threads demanding its nerf. Highlights of Beastie being defeated by it is, of course, the Jigglypuff Cataphract build.
Ooh, but we're getting painted shields as well. So that means the Cataphracts are going to get an additional armor, both melee and range. Little conversion coming in. Too late. That's a lot of Cataphracts now.
Yeah, he did scout it early enough to break off a bit here.
Oh, is he gonna? He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him. Charge
This
could
will
be
be a
coming
trample
in.
right now. There we go. Charges right through. He needs to back up here. The Kurultai isn't here yet. He's going to use the attack speed arrows, not even the maneuver speed to try and reposition. Keshiks are now arriving, though. Going to back up. And the Kurultai is close by.
The Javelins aren't stepping up here. Not in time, at least.
No, and he's starting to
He
lose it
doesn't-
now.
He doesn't have enough Pierce armor yet. Doesn't have the +2. Where's the Kurultai? The Kurultai's nearby. I think it's actually buffing the units here.
It's clipping the back line. The Archers are buff, but the Keshik's mostly not. Look at that aura. He's actually kind of baiting because I don't think BC can see it. He's going to get wiped in this fight. And that could simply just be game. I mean, it's an insane
Where's the
eco lead.
Cataphracts? There's
He's moving
5
up or down?
somewhere, just not where they need to be.
I think they were splitting up. They went after the trade. He needed everything in this fight. This was a do or die moment, but instead he gets mopped up. Everything's been shut down here. He's going to get caught moving around the gold, and that is going to be a Marine Lord on the verge of stomping his way through. He's now 2 points up in this best of 5.
Absolute insanity coming in here in this game, and this looked like such a game that I feel like all of this game was crucially decided, or at least the way that it went was crucially decided with that outpost rush at the beginning.
Yep, he lost way too much. Out of time plus workers going down, got nothing in return. It put him behind, and we know how Marine Lord feels about those type of positions, right? Get the small advantage, scale it into a big lead. He knows he's talented enough to take one mistake and ripple it into something bigger. And what we saw from that point on was Beastie flailing to stay alive. We saw him even desperately going into a build of a Pokemon that no one wanted, right? And it still didn't work. In the end, he's the one who drowns from the gulping. Has him in a sticky predicament as well, because remember we said in the draft, like realistically, Marine Lord, he starts Roost to work with. Ottoman's Order the Dragon, I think, is a polarizing one that might have some substance to it. But theoretically, there is a world in which we see Roost in the next game. I mean, what does Beastie have left here? He's got Ayabids, French, English, Jean. I feel like Roost can contest a decent number of those quite comfortably in the current Pro Scouts meta.
Yeah. Here we see the crucial moment. Akratoy defense activated. And he just wasn't able, as you mentioned, like, yeah, there's another A-click. Yeah, that was it. Not able to kill the villager.
And it's like, it's awkward because that moment, like in hindsight, when you look back at it, you know what you should have done is like not selected all the villagers. The ones that are attacking, leave them, select the rest. But to do that so accurately in a fight that chaotic, even the best would struggle, right? Like that is the thing that really killed his opportunity to get a killer tool. We talk about Akratoy being fantastic because it is a lot of defensive armor. The reality is these Spearmen's still going to hit you 10 times and kill you, right? Because like they do 7 base, you have 2 extra armor, so they do 5 per hit. So, you don't have much of a wiggle room to work with there with Akratoy. And the attack speed isn't crazy.
I think you probably need like, at least I want to say, got to pull like 40, maybe even 50% more villagers than BC did there at that point in time. Or you got to go a little bit earlier. Something that would have been absolutely... just bring everyone. It was so crucial for the outpost to go up for Marine Lord, because if that outpost didn't go up for Marine Lord, he would have suddenly been in a very, very bad spot. Instead, BC not able to get any olive oil for like the first 10 minutes, I want to say. Well, not 10, but like 8 minutes, 8-9 minutes, I want to say. And it just hurt his timings so badly here.
Yeah, it's what Mongols are infamous for, right? They basically have to get you to dance to their tune to get an advantage. They don't really have an economy advantage unless they play the Silver Tree build and it works out well. But even then, like if you're in an even game, defending that is difficult even on a map like Hill and Dale. I mean, Marine Lord, who just executed the first few minutes so well, it put him ahead. It's a actually classic example of why Mongols remain so relevant in competitive play, where they may be underperforming in most people's eyes on ladder. This Civ, given the right environment, can still thrive phenomenally well. It may not be OP, but I don't feel like Mongols is necessarily underpowered either. It's just a timing-based Civ, more so than most.
It's very luck and like map spawn based as well. It's a disruption Civ. I call it a disruption Civ because it thrives when it's able to disrupt your opponent's game plan. And that's what happened here. What does Byzantines want to do? They want to get olive oil. What does Mongols do? They disrupt that immediately from the get-go.
So that means we might have a swift start to the day here. We already saw the 3-0 by Anatan. If you guys did not catch that, you should definitely view it in the VODs. Anatan has achieved a new all-time high in competitive AoE4, and he done so in style. The Marine Lord, I don't want to say these are fancy pants other than like game 1. Game 2, I think, was just a swift, elegant execution. I think the thing we'd say of these games so far from Marine Lord is his unrivaled ability to execute the plan, right? The Marlin one got a little bit scrappy in the mid, that dive questionable, but that game was a reminder of how this man has perfected the art of these opening builds. Beastie needs perfection. And that right there is abhorrent. Like, stick it on a stake and burn it. This Civ has not been popular.
Yeah, we're getting Ottomans up against JD here on 4 lakes. Definitely not a matchup that I would have expected. We're jumping right into it as well.
We are, because this thing's going to get wacky. Ottomans haven't been looking too bad today. Jean has, historically, at least in AoE4, been looking terrible for a long time. We began by thinking she was the most broken thing in the world, but then quickly learned how fragile and easily broken she could be. Let's see what BC can educate us with here. We hop into 4 lakes, so what a hybrid map, but not the type that can take advantage of the XP scaling of Jean necessarily. This is an eco-scaling type engagement.
Definitely is. Grant, there were some changes around Jean and French for that matter. So now we do see Beastie getting an additional 10 economy space for putting up that dock. Kind of makes them even with Ottomans, right? Like Ottomans, they save 50 resources for their dock, and now Beastie, he gets 50 resource and like housing for free with that dock. Even
I like
Stevens.
the way. Yeah, it's like I think that's the way I immediately thought of it when they made that change. Like, oh, it's kind of like Otto's at that stage, right? The interesting thing is like you can't be too greedy. Like a classic build for Otto's was to like open racks and burn yours down. Admittedly, when 4-leg's not as popular, so I think they'll just kind of play the macro game. A nice thing is when you play Jean on a water map like this, it kind of offsets your disadvantage with your villagers, right? Because obviously when you tech up, you're going to lose a villager because Jean will convert. So with that in mind, making it more about your fishing, it's an area where you can at least compete a bit better. And the cool thing in theory about Jean on a map like 4-legs is because the ponds are so important, your opponent has to contest you, right? Which means you're going to get fights with Jean.
That's true. And fighting with Jean is always something. Oh my god! Marine Lord! He didn't anticipate that. Oh, barely doesn't get the kill.
That was so close.
Pumba got pulled and he was going for a snack on that villager. Man. That was a
that
close
guy was
one.
willing to run for his food. That was so far away. Oh, good reaction just in time for Marine Lord. I mean, Beastie's already scaling an economical lead here, though, right? I think. Wait, I thought they were even on fishing boats. It's kind of weird that he's behind. Yeah, check. So there's 3 fishing boats, but is Marine Lord not on?
What's going on?
What
No. We're talking about it again.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Wait, you mean Marine Lord isn't going pro scouts and has full military?
It's a For those that weren't there in the previous set, the Ottomans, they were created based on the Delhi. The Delhi, their fishing ships count as military. So some little oversight in relation to the
weirder
caster
part
AI.
is they fixed the Delhi doing that. The Delhi fishing boats do count as eco now.
Yeah,
but
the Ottomans not so much.
because who picks Ottomans in competitive crackety? Like, what do
I've
you
not
want? You
seen
want
them.
Exactly. You want them to like fix something for a civ that no one picks? Come on.
A good amount of sheep for both players coming in now.
As we know, with this map, it's not particularly about the sheep. It's all about that fish. And we already seen Marine Lord moving for the second pond. Has not been mirrored yet by Beastie. He seems to be prioritizing the age up.
Yeah, looks to be the case. Eco scaling for the Ottomans, like, I mean, sure. But they don't get as much out of economy as other civilizations. I feel like the main way that Ottomans usually want to scale is typically with the military schools, right? That's usually how we see it come in.
You know what's kind of polarizing with 4-legs is like 4-legs, once upon a time, the idea of Dark Age pressure existed, right? And people did regularly commit to it. But that was a long time ago. I feel like people just realize it takes too much effort and you don't stop enough, right? So most of the time, what you'll see in these openings is outside of a ball pool, both people just kind of hunker down, go feudal, and don't touch each other until we're in Age 2.
Yeah.
Compared to like certain other maps where, say, you have like Mongolian Heights, that's a classic example of a map where the Raxes are going to get dropped and the lines are going to get dropped.
Sultan Hani, Trade Network, now coming in for Marine Lord, so he's going to have a little bit of gold economy scaling coming in here for him. Not seeing any villagers move out yet from the side of Beastie. Or Marine Lord, over towards the pond of an opponent. One yellow dot just left the base of Beastie, but I do believe that that is the scout.
There is a play where you pull Jean for the dock, but I like that play on certain maps like Transhumans, Mongolian, like maps where you're going to go to a contested territory and you know you can get max value, like Canal.
Yeah.
Not as crazy of a fan of it on 4-legs, because it just feels like you get more value out of having range Jean run around, forcing reactions.
Do you think Beastie's just going to stay on one pond here this game, at least for the foreseeable future? Like maybe just one pond fast castle?
It feels too late now, right? Like, I think Marine Lord should be scouting around that area regularly, so if he sees it, he can now mirror it. It's worrisome, because it puts Beastie on the clock, right? Like, he's going to have to directly send it, I think. So, First Knight should almost immediately get queued up. He's waiting for the food to be dropped off. Jean, well, it was 4 villages to build up, because you're on water. That means level timing slightly slowed down, but it's going to be melee Jean here.
Melee Jean, I mean, makes sense against Spearmen, and we do see Spearmen come in. You typically want to go ranged on against a civilization that might want to like trade with cavalry up against you, because then you're able to snipe out weak cavalry. Not the case against Ottomans here, so getting melee on with your own cavalry play makes sense.
One scary thing here, I do think it kind of puts you on the clock, Bouchon, is once we reach Castle Age, Ottomans become an entirely different beast, the anti-cav, right? Like Janissaries. So there is an urgency for BC to be present and dangerous here in Feudal Age. Like, this is meant to be his time to shine.
Yeah, might need to pull the strategy that we've seen from Lenok when he was still playing. Just go for that hyper-aggressive French-like gameplay. Oh, we got early imams actually coming in for Marine
Okay,
Lord.
that's sick. That is actually sick. I love that. I mean, you know, we've been seeing a resurgence of this actually, and it's because of the Ayabids in particular. When you think about the Ayabid Dervish point, it's just a better version of the Ottomans option. The difference is obviously this is one of many different trinkets Ottomans would get via the Vizier Council. It's a really smart idea though. We do have archers following up, which is the counter to this play. But that plays into Marine Lord's hand. He has Sipahi. Sipahi that are tanky enough to semi-contest knights themselves and can genuinely just block Beastie from an archer transition entirely.
Ooh, Imam's getting pulled quite far forward. Scout does see that now there's a second knight coming in, so is going to pull him back. Rightly so. But the Sipahi and Spearman play, that's a great composition to use up against knight and archers.
And it gets more rough for Beastie, right? It's like a meta should be coming down the line. Ranged armor could be huge here. Melee armor not as crazy against knights. Like, it's 2 melee, it's pretty effective, but as a percentile difference, it's not that huge. Now that Beastie's adding in spears, though, he's actually starting to make a meta play look even better for the Ottomans.
That much so sure. Some walls coming in as well. Means that the wood line is going to be relatively hard to harass here. And Spearman now coming for BC. Okay, we're getting a triple composition now from BC. That could change things up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, though. Like, this enables meta play, right? Like, this makes the meta feel a lot better for the melee armor than it would have before. Because if it's just knights, it's kind of a shrug. So, a little bit worrisome there for Beastie.
No, I
if he
think
gets
this is
enough
good
archers-
for. I think this is good for Beastie.
What, you don't think the metas now just get more value for Marine Lord?
I think the Sipahi suddenly lose a ton of their value.
That's true. But with the Imam heal and the meta, I feel like scaling the archers
Yeah,
is
it's
even
not gonna
more
be
important,
enough.
right? Yeah. Like, you need to prioritize archers as your number one, because if you can't snipe these Imams out at the start of the fight immediately, you'll lose long term, right? Same with metas. So
I think you
archers
only
is going to
need-
be his MVP.
I think you only need 12 archers. 12 archers, you're going to be able to lose 1 or 2, still be able to one-shot the Spearman.
12 is weird because, like, Imams have 90 health, right? So, like, technically you need 18 to one hit.
I don't think the Imams are the priority.
You don't think
if
if
you-
we
if you
blob
can-
a giant melee wave?
If you can
AoE
one-shot the Spearman with archers, then it doesn't matter if they can get healed.
Interesting.
You can't heal something that's already dead.
Yeah, I know, I get where you're coming from, but it's like the overall healing on the Sipahi should allow him to contest a bit better. I'm wondering, did Marine Lord, I mean, on a food-based order map, like, surely Anatolian Hill's not needed. That would set you up nicely for usually the meta play. What has he gone for here?
Outpost now under attack. Nice siding
Is there a one in
otherwise.
which you get the outpost defense upgrades? Because you're against knights here, so the fortification being cheaper and doing bonus to heavy is really good.
It is. We're seeing an archer ship in queue for Marine Lord behind this. Could be that Beastie only just started attacking it a little bit just to bait that archer ship out, because he's not committing to this, not really at least.
No. He's threatened by it, right? Because it could also just be a demo ship. If it clips half this army, you're in trouble.
Yeah. The archer ship has been invested into, so value gain.
Marine Lord kind of looks like he just wants to get to Castle Age, right? Like, he's
He is.
not forcibly investing.
Yeah, he's not spending all of his food, but it's mostly because he wanted to transition to archers next up. But he wasn't able to do so quite effectively because his wood line was in trouble.
Yeah, so, like, in theory, if you get enough archers, Jean can't participate in the fights, right? Not melee Jean. I think that's what he's looking for, is he realizes if this continues in feudal, the weakness you have is, like, you're going to feed XP.
Yeah.
The advantage you have, though, is these Vizier Council points are generating as time goes on. You're getting more and more, right? Dare I ever say great bomb lines.
Was Beastie waiting for Rams here? I think Rams a little bit of an overinvestment.
In theory, good against the fact your opponent's going archers, but yeah, it does slow down your blob.
Matter now in as well.
Yeah, and I mean, with this comp as it currently stands, like, melee armor makes a lot of sense for Marine Lord.
Ranged armor just now finishing, just in time. Range pierce damage now coming in for Beastie. Is he gonna wait or is he gonna go?
I'm surprised Beastie didn't try to sneak it in at this stage. That other pond is just completely free. So this is do or die, really, in his eyes. We do have the crossbow placement. Yeah, so this gets bonus damage against the Knights. You can snipe them down quicker. However, no fortifications. He's not focus firing Jean either. That would get bonus damage against her. Instead, gonna have to bail. Outpost is going to be a waste. Now, the TC does also have those bolt shots. Flash coming in. The Imams aren't being focus fired here. And the cleave a little bit too far away. So, Jean not getting too much value. Divine Restoration has to be pumped. This isn't looking like enough. Sipahi, they're doing pretty well. The Imams are now going down, though. BC targets one, goes for the second. Healing has been removed. And now he's breaking through. It looks like the Spearmen have been thinned out. There's only, what, 4 Sipahi left over. Same count for Knights.
That's a lot of XP.
But Marine Lord, he's going to have to shuffle away on the tree line. This is enough. BC threads the needle with barely any Knights left alive. Jean taking practically no damage, and the hunt is on.
Oh my god, if Jean gets level 3, well, Marine Lord
she
still
does!
Fuel Age, oh my god, that's it. That has to be it, right?
This is ridiculous. I mean, the Imams, I'd have to double check whether they give XP. It's variable sometimes with free spawn units, but if they did, they're going to be worth, what, 15 XP themselves?
Yeah, 15 each. They gave it.
That's ridiculous. I can't believe that. It's weird because, for example, the King doesn't give XP, right? The first King spawn for English doesn't, but the Imams do. That accelerated that at a ridiculous pace, in conjunction with the fact that Sipahi on average costs more, Meta costs a lot as well. I mean, Marine Lord's in a hard position now, right? Like, this melee Jean is Giga chatted up. Well. He doesn't have the necessary spearmen to directly contest it.
Yeah, indeed, he does not. Reinforcements are actually a little bit out of position here. There weren't any Knights to help out. Just gonna lose some archers there.
It does slow things down. It gives a little bit of breathing room for Marine Lord, but still in comfortable position now with Beastie having that ram hitting the backside.
Knights.
Lord.
A little bit stagnant there. Actually, there's 2 of them.
He's not respecting the TC. I don't think he realizes that it's the emplacement. Like, this is a very new tech. We don't see
that is something you don't see often. Yeah, at all. Like, you can just get dove onto. Usually, the Knights can just dive you. But with that Vizier point, you shred Knights. It's like diving a Kremlin.
It kind of feels like diving French TC that has just the Arbalest emplacement, right? It sounds like
it's worse.
It's disgusting because if you hover on it, like every single shot gets the bonus, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. So it stacks up to quite a lot. Okay, we can't see it now, but basically it will have the plus against heavy. I think it's +2 per shot, which is ridiculous. Like, these French Knights feel like they're wearing paper mache.
It's insane because the bonus damage is on the villagers inside, which means it gets multiplied by how many villagers are inside.
Yeah, it's crazy because, like, if you didn't know that, you'd think as a meme tech, you'd have to basically spam outposts, which you don't want to do. But it just gives you great defensive orientation here. It is awkward because you do need to garrison to get it. Like, right now, Marine Lord would do a lot more damage if he just, like, kept a few archers or something inside the TC.
Yeah. This also means that the men-at-arms that Jean spawned, the Jean's champions, are also going to take bonus damage. So it's not an unkillable unit for you.
It's like he's going to block the fishing on the south side, so Marine Lord is going to get starved out a bit there. But this basically puts him to 1 pond versus 1 pond.
Grant, that was his main starting pond, though. That's usually where you have the most amount of it.
Outpost, not going to be quick enough.
It's going to be at least a couple more villagers down. Villagers still on the run.
That wave lagging behind. That's going to be plenty gone, so he gets the garrison in. So look at that. Look at the damage that comes through with those crossbow shots.
It's pretty good.
They don't
last
like
very long. Two volleys for a Knight.
Here's the problem, though. You can't kill that Jean with it, right? Because the ranged armor reduction, even though it's a heavily armored unit, it's way too high of a percentage.
Wait, did Marine Lord invest into the Janissary Vizier point?
Wait,
with no military school. With no military school, he invested into the Vizier point.
At this
so
stage,
he only got 2
just
from the
save
TC.
up for the Great Bombard, right? At this stage, rather than that, just save up for the Great Bombard. I can't believe that. And the Janissary, like, one of them's already dead. Second one might just get target fired here. He's going to A-click into the engagement. We might end up seeing level 4 Jean at this pacing before anyone gets into Castle Age. That front line just is not lasting long enough.
Jean the Cleave comes in time and time again.
He's going for more. He's got another Cleave locked and loaded. It's just practically no damage. Oh, unbelievable. Game number 2. I mean, we question what Beastie's going to be able to do with Jean, one of the weakest civs perceived in competitive AoE4. He's shown us the style of it. I mean, in theory, Marinelord's idea, maybe 1 or 2 extra outposts would have looked, I think, better here against French All-Ins. He just didn't have the static defenses. And all the while this has been going on, the Ram that cleared the dock, the Ram that's been clearing extra infrastructure, it's slowing Marinelord scaling down. At this point, it looks like he's contemplating castle.
Both of them are. How is Marinelord contemplating castle like this in this situation? At BC, he could follow up suit. That is absolutely absurd.
I think this isn't like intended for Marinelord. It's just the lack of production to reinvest, right? It's almost as if, oh no, what happened here? Because he isn't gathering gold, right? He's got salt and honey, but that's not quick. That's 72 a minute. So I think this was just fishing, put him way too high on the food, and he's been struggling to find wood.
Royal Institute coming in now. BC, he's smelling blood. He's got so much gold as well. All the upgrades can be coming in immediately for him. And these scale with Sean as well.
I mean, what's your opponent going to do? Pull Janissaries with a visit? Oh, wait, we already done that.
Oh, wait, yeah. Huh.
But there's still a cannon, which is why you want Royal Bloodlines, Crackety, so that the Great Bombard can't kill your nuts.
That's true. That's true. Granted, it doesn't do bonus damage to cavalry anymore. Only infantry.
True. But it does still shoot a giant cannonball. I mean, surely that would be super effective.
Horses can't jump over that one. Midair.
Oh, yeah. So it's like anime moment. Like they actually bring the hoofs together as they hop up and then hop on it, you know? It's like watching Mario jump on top of one of those bullets.
I was thinking of a different anime trope, but yeah, let's go with that one.
No, I just want to see the Great Bombard shot come in, jumps on top of it, and you hear, bloop, and it just falls. So, what's the upside here from Marinelord?
Well, he just reinvested all the resource that he could have used to go up to Castle Age.
What's the upside from Marinelord?
He's making units.
Oh, okay. The downside?
He isn't going to be able to win with the units that he's making.
We just asked for a remake. You're right.
Yeah, bad spawn remake.
Yeah, like my gold were too close together with my tree line.
This is not a Marinelord spawn. Where's the villagers? You need villagers inside that TC for the emplacement.
I would be curious if Marinelord knows that the default TC shot isn't buffed.
I mean, even then, it's only one, and he does pull the villagers over.
There we go.
Getting
Finally,
some juicy
Gatling guard
shots coming in. Right, it's not that strong anymore if you can... Yeah, and plus 2 Pierce Armor is on its way, right?
Yeah. And we also have
Veterancy
Royal
in
Bloodlines coming in.
EC's taking the fight, does have veterancy in there. Is that enough,
We're going to be
though?
seeing level 4.
It should be coming in soon, right?
Oh, he's going for his one. Like, yeah, give me more. Feed me. We're not going to see level 4, but we are going to see a point on the board for Beastie.
That means the set is going to get a 4th game at the very least, and GG did come in. Man, that was an amazing game. That was an absolutely intense game.
I'm impressed, man. I like, you mentioned it at the start of the broadcast, like Beastie's been diversifying to a new style. I mean, he used to always say that, he isn't a long con player. He's going to try to kill you if he sees that you give him an opening. And you know how we were. We kind of chuckle about like, sure, Beastie, you go play like that macro game, the 45+ minute mark. But you mentioned, he'd been making this conversion that maybe made him weak at first as he kind of got more used to it. We're starting to see it pay off. In games like this, you need to have that perfect pressure zone. He'd done it in a pristine way. Even in unexplored territory, I don't think many people have experienced the new fortifications Ottomans. It's a recent addition in a meta that currently barely involves the Ottomans.
Yeah. It's definitely a very, very interesting one. I'm hyped to see like maybe new strategies evolving around that one. It's kind of crazy that we saw it come in twice today.
Yep. It was definitely looked like it could have been worth it in this game, but I think that the issue was just the outpost timing, right? I think you have to be a little bit less greedy. Like if you know you're not going to be the attacking party, you should probably be relying on static emplacements a bit more, right?
Yeah.
Especially with how cost efficient it makes them, right? 20% savings adds up. I mean, if you had a fortified tower here, just imagine the difference in damage output. Like one ram is not going to break this.
Yeah. We had such a difficult fight at the beginning, right? Like with the path thing around the gold mine.
he got so much value with the imams as well. Like Beastie, this is where he realized, oh yeah, those guys, like the guys with the staff, attack them. So he finally gets rid. And this is the thing: once one of those imams goes down, as an Almond player, you're like GG, right? Because now you can't heal an injured imam. Like he's just he's a liability at that stage.
It's a very interesting thing because dervishes with the dervish wing, they can still heal themselves,
which is crazy. And the trade-off is meant to be, right, the dervishes is a one-off and you use a landmark choice, whereas this is
so is the Vizier point, right?
Everything.
Like it's also a one-off.
Yeah, but like you get a lot of them, right? That's meant to be the trade-off logic, is that it's weaker because of that reason. But you know what we've seen historically as time has gone on is a revelation of just how good feudal age healing is. People have really started to lean into that again, and say the last half a year. I like that Beastie found that timing that it couldn't be exploited, right? Because this is very dangerous the way he's playing. Like once you are committing this way, there is no fallback plan, right? You're one pawn versus two, and your opponent has healing. You either kill the imams very quickly, or this game snowballs against you.
Yeah, and it's so dangerous when you're up against Jean. You're still in feudal age. She's level 3. She's in castle age as well. And there's been so many fights going on that potentially she reaches level 4 before you get to castle age. And suddenly you're going to be facing off against cannons while in feudal age.
Yeah, which, remember, they'll just appear there. Once again, I'm not saying that Jean is a witch. But
no.
But like, she's definitely got a magical bag of infinite holding, right? Because I don't see how a bombard just comes out here.
It's the advanced proto strategies, man. She just beams them in there.
Makes sense, considering where these two came from. Beastie is going to be going for Irbid's game 4 on Lakeside. We've seen a decent amount of IU here. We might even see the improved Imam play with the Dervishes we just mentioned. Order of the Dragon is different. That's not something I feel like we've seen too much of on Lakeside, but it has been growing in popularity across the map.
I think I've seen a couple of games from Order of the Dragon now on Lakeside where they just pump out military units like there's no tomorrow. And they just go for the all-in on the sacred sides. And typically, because the units from Order of the Dragon, the thing usually is, like, as if the game goes on and on and on, Order of the Dragon kind of gets weaker and weaker because they have less military units out by comparison, and Mass has a certain scaling to it. But here, if you just heavily commit into units over everything, you don't run into that issue. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one is going to go. Order of the Dragon up against IUBits. Game number 4, potential match point now for Marine Lord in the semifinals up against Beastie. We're jumping right into it.
Should be a fun one. I mean, this map, when it first got introduced, a lot of people were thinking English, IUBits, French, Japanese. Times are developing though. More IU picks, more OTD picks coming through. Marine Lord with the Dragon Boys may end up being a bit polarizing here. A Civ that always feels weird to play against, especially when you add a little bit of water in, where they have a bit more efficiency to them. The question mark is, can Beastie entertain with a reverse sweep? Can he keep his dreams alive? Game 3 definitely brought the confidence required to potentially see a reverse sweep. But he's still got a long way to go.
A long way indeed. As is custom, on Lakeside, both players, of course, opening up with that dock. It's not much fish, but it's definitely enough to warrant going for the play. Yeah, it's one deep sea fish.
Yeah,
you go for that dock.
It's not just that. It's like, but he has one too. So when I kick his ass on the water, I'll have 2 deep water fish.
That's true. That's something that we very often see. Just a villager getting transported over to the shoreline of your opponent just to drop a dock, just to get a little bit more economy scaling in there. Yeah. It's worth it.
The interesting thing actually is on this map, Pro Scouts is kind of pretty tempting, but most people just don't even bother. I think if you don't believe you can win the water, you should just go for it, right? Like, all the deer are linearly stacked on one side of the map, and there is, I believe it was 32 deer on this map in total. So more than an average Dry Arabia type sport.
Yeah, you can definitely get a ton of resource in there, and typically on this map, you get some great spots for an Archon Chapel, which are going to be amazing for HRE. Unfortunately, we only have HRE at home.
Yeah, we have Mr. Poor Man's. I mean, the good thing about Order of the Dragon is, you know, usually their weakness is, oh, I have to build this horseman. It costs double what a normal horseman does. My transitions are weird. But when you play water, not entirely the case. Because everything costs the same. So, I mean, historically, I think that was the logic a lot of players went with as well, right? Like, you remember when we had Archipelago Wrigley and things like that, we always end up seeing these type of plays, right? Order Dragon just being pulled out where they didn't have to worry about that uncomfortableness of transition. They just basically turned it into an eco spin to win game.
Yeah, good old spin to win. It's not been there for quite a while. Is it time to bring it back? No.
No. But demo ships.
Oh, those I want back. Those I actually want back. Unironically, I want back... Oh. Yoink. Unironically, I want old demo ships back. Pre-season 1 demo ships. Yes, please.
I mean, I think I've talked about this before. It was probably the one point in LV4 history where we had that truest insanity, I want to say, of like the GG wipe. It's very hard to find those in LV4 these days.
Yeah, that's true.
Thankfully.
There it is, Arkham Chapel.
Okay,
Gonna
yeah.
be coming in for Marine Lord. Makes sense.
Yeah, especially with this type of spawn. The thing about Lakeside is it's so defensively oriented. The gold is in range of the TC, hard to contest. So you pretty much get everything you need here. Options are on the table. I mean, usually when you're playing OTD, it feels good to scale good at archers, right? Because they transition very well into castle. So I wouldn't be surprised if OTD goes, say, like spear plus archer here. Feels like it's a really healthy comp against Ivids.
Yeah. Ooh. You take one of my sheep, I'll take one of yours. It's only fair.
And now I will kill you. Really,
Slowly.
Really, yeah.
My blade.
My blade, which is clearly made of plastic, will thump you until you give up on life. The embarrassment will make you want to die. We do have Dervish coming, though. So Dervish usually feels pretty good, but this also just emboldens the idea of Gilded Archers. Once again, like, the Dervish can't play in the fights if there's Gilded Archers present.
The issue with your blade is it finishes the job too quickly.
They must suffer in despair. I'm sorry, we like Slaneshi follows now. We want to like sample their soul's suffering before they die.
My blade, 1 million strikes.
My blade will kill you in 55,555 strikes.
Surely,
wait, that's an
eventually,
NH
it starts adding up. BC, which age up? Has he clicked his
He
age
went
up
Dervish.
yet? There's...
Yeah, it's Dervish play.
Okay.
Is this fast castle Dervish by the looks of it?
This is... Yeah, I mean, it must be, because...
He's turned into
Is he investing?
relic race.
Is he going to do something on water? Maybe? Because he's still gathering, like, a lot of wood, right?
I feel
So
like
his
you can
chance
ignore
is-
water, right? I don't think you need to engage with it. Yeah, he's going
I think he
stables.
wants at least...
No,
house?
because if
No.
you get relics, you don't care, right? Like, he's turning this into a relic
Okay.
race, which is kind of intriguing, because Order of the Dragon tend to care less about relics than HRE. Fishing bows. Dude, he got the perfect position!
No. That hurts. That legitimately hurts to see. A lot.
Oh my god. The robots operating those fishing boats. It's like you just wet willied it in its circuitry. It didn't know what to do with the pathing. So archery range is now coming in. Marine Lord talked about this. Like, Gilded Archers are your GOAT unit to try and scale into. Weirdly enough, BC is adding in Desert Raiders. Was he expecting? There's no way he was expecting.
Can you even outrange? I think you can outrange the TC, right? Yeah, you can outrange the TC with the Desert Raider. Oh, Marine Lord, he's the clever little man. He's getting the
It makes
outpost
sense,
in.
right? Like, this has been a popular play for a while. The Dervish Wing is like you get one Desert Raider and then you just chain heal him. It's so toxic.
And the chain heal is especially insane because you can out heal like 2 Gilded Archers, just non-stop hitting. Yeah. You can probably, like, this would also be very frustrating, right? Like, because of the position of the outpost. It feels like maybe you do need an emplacement on, because else every time, like, BC runs forward, Marine Lord's gonna have to pull the villagers all the way forward to jump into the outpost.
Yeah, it's one of those nuisances. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for it tighter towards the TC, right? Because it is Desert Raiders. Like, it's not like you're against longbows. If you're against longbows, yeah, you have to do this. But he's just going to garrison the 2 Gilded Archers inside. Imagine if instead of them now being a normal arrow slit, they just got buff stats.
Gilded Outpost.
That's what we're missing. Most Order of Dragon players try to win games with mass outposts anyway, so...
200 wood, but it comes with an immediate sprinkled emplacement.
And because we're lazy with asset design, we're just going to basically have an outpost on top of an outpost.
Yes.
And then
Or you put 2 outposts next to each other and make it a unique 2x4 building.
And then when you get...
Ooh. Burger. Wait, wow, that's so quick.
Yeah.
That's a quick transition as well.
I
Like
mean,
10 villagers working on that?
You have to do burger, right? Like when you don't have a standing army or the dragon, you can't get regnants. It's too slow.
Yeah, but like 10 villagers, that's a lot. That's what surprised me here. Burger itself, I think, is really good. Like, nobody should talk badly about a burger play, especially for the OTD, because they get so much value out of that. Like, with Military Academy, the upgrade from the blacksmith, you can essentially get like 350 to 400 resources saved out of it per minute just by producing units out of it.
Men at arms would feel pretty good here. You could even theoretically go spearman, right? Like your opponent doesn't have archer ranges yet. Spears would make a lot of sense just for the blob timing. It would be quicker than the MAA, cheaper. There you go. Yeah, spears coming out. Also gilded crossbowmen on the way. So
Ooh, those are strong.
yeah, it's pretty much like the S tier unit for OTD, right? Like archers have a good wall at the start castle, but crossbowmen in most successful dragon games is the backbone of their composition.
Yeah, and now Beastie might have a bit of a rough time when it comes to transition, because look at that, it's still gonna be like 30, more than half a minute for him to reach age up. If he gets there, he could be able to get the relics out in time, mainly because, don't ask me why, because I can't fathom it myself. But dervishes, while carrying a relic, move faster than men-at-arms, crossbows. They move almost as fast as spearmen as well. 1.22 tiles per second compared to 1.25.
But they're on arm crackety.
I don't care.
Camel lives matter. Look at these camels. They came all the way out of their sand biomes to entertain us, and you just want them to suffer.
Ooh, he's not getting distracted. Relic comes in.
Wait.
Is he gonna get it? Gonna get it?
He sees him.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
You
Yeah,
need to
the
go. He
spearmen
didn't
are
see the
gonna-
other dervish though, did he?
He did not.
He's only now scouting the central relic, so that one's gonna get snatched as well. It's the heist.
He might need to
Perfectly
drop it in
executed here.
between. He's gonna need... Actually, can he get out with it?
It's gonna be tight, but he should
Very tight.
get hit a few
Charge
times.
comes in.
If the spearman
On
gets a
charge stop.
charge, that should be enough,
be
right? But
brutal.
he needs it now. The problem is it's taking way too long.
Oh, he's so... he's
It's
outrunning
like,
him!
get out of my way, Scout! Dude, this is where you GTA full-on jack him. Just pull the Scout off his horse and take it. Oh, God. This is not
It's
reasonable.
crazy. Totally reasonable. Dervish, you know?
I think it should be called Derpish at this point. It's just stupid.
The way it was intended.
You know when you want to have that moment where like I told you so, where it's like I was right, I said this was gonna be broke. I don't even feel like I want to take advantage of that, right? It just feels wrong to, you know. It's kind of like you've discovered the
At this
person
point, you
beaten
just-
on the street, they're bleeding
Yeah.
out. You're like, I just want to help you instead of like saying I told you so.
I just wanted to change, man. Ooh,
better.
crossbow, expensive unit, but at the same time, Camel Lancer also got sniped out. I feel like BC probably needs mass archers now, right? Like,
Yeah.
against the units, this many crossbows, this many spearmen out, you need archers at this point in time.
No,
Oh, we're getting archers. That's good.
we are. Yeah.
I mean, that's the standard composition as well for Ayubis, right? Like, you go for
classic,
the
yeah.
Camel Lancers and you go for the Prelate Snipes, and you feel really good about
do.
yourself.
He's looking for sacred sites, right? Like the relics are already gone.
That's still a very good way to scale.
Yeah, this is a 4-1 split, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry, no,
3-1.
he's got the safe relic.
3-2.
He's got the safe
3-2,
relic.
yeah.
2-3.
Everybody gets a safe relic.
So
You
like,
get a safe
this
relic.
is fine. This is good for Marine Lord. I think this is more than you could have asked for the way. This
Easy's pulling all the way to the back wood line. That's a lot of villager walking time.
but you have no water control, and if I'm looking and see that like you're going archers but can't hit your front wood, all I need to do now is just go for a little Normandy landing, right? Get a transport ship, send a few crossbows around the back or spears. In fact,
Sacred
you know what the
side.
sick play would be here? If Marine Lord queues up maybe just 2 Landsknecht there, and then ferries them across,
Yes.
he could just
That would be
end this game
absolutely
straight away.
brutal. That would be absolutely brutal. Already have the first couple of farms coming in now. Wood income has been a little bit disrupted in between, so only 6 archers at the moment for Beastie. He's still massing camel lances, but there's like 12 Order of the Dragon spearmen at the moment out.
And that was a sick dive from Marine Lord to just scout what's happening in the base. Like, is he gathering a lot of food? Has he moved on the tree line? So the good news for Beastie is like this doesn't make it apparent that he's moved his woodworking to the back. However, you have moved your gold to the back. So Marine Lord should still be looking there soon. So there's gonna be a raid coming in. Fortunately, there's a crossbowman waiting in. Oh my god.
Yeah, they were all weak already.
Heal your boy. No, they're not. They weren't weak or at Crackety. That is an OP crossbowman. 200, 10 damage per shot.
Ooh. We're in a different spot now. I talked about this earlier, right? Like, Order of the Dragon just pumping out units non-stop. It's dangerous. It is really, really dangerous to play up against.
It's the Burgrave effect, man. I think people are just waking up to this, that Regnance is a bait. If you aren't playing long feudal, I don't think you can ever get away with Regnance as Order of the Dragon.
Yeah, and Regnance at most, you're getting like 400 bonus gold per minute in.
Yeah.
Burgrave, you're getting a guaranteed 400 resources per minute saved.
Exactly. Now, don't get me wrong, right? In the hyper late game, Regnance is better because infinite gold when gold runs out. Right. But like, how long is it going to take you to stick a straw in the map and suck it all dry? Versus just enjoying that first layer in the milkshake, you know?
Ooh, this could be a very difficult fight to take.
For Beastie.
I think Beastie might be about to find out just why Burger might be a really, really good play.
He's got Inspired Warriors coming in. This is big.
Doesn't
Once
have
that
enough.
hits, Spearman already
Doesn't
in
have
there.
enough to one-shot. Oh, he's focusing the back line.
It's not working.
They crush everything.
The Lancers
There's
are
nothing
gone.
left.
He's trying to rush an outpost up. That's not even going to be quick enough. This could simply be game. This could be the 3-1,
That
and
is
it
it.
is. It's going to be Marine Lord versus Anatan. Beastie needs a redemption arc in that lower bracket run where he will run up to one of his kryptonites in the form of Louis MT.
Oh my god. What a serious man. And Order of the Dragon, not a civilization that... I feel like if we were talking about Order of the Dragon a month ago, there were some people, like mainly the Spanish bros, mainly Vortex, that put them in like S tier category.
Yeah, he done it a year before everyone else realized.
Yeah. And now it kind of feels like the self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Like, the strategies come in, Order of the Dragon suddenly gains popularity, and they're actually really good. Crazy idea, you just don't play them like you would play HRE.
Agreed. I mean, the Burgrave just makes so much sense. I think Minework was a bait as well. Like, I actually think HRE has more viability with Minework than OOTD do, right? But like, you know, once you have this archery play, like, I think in a cavalry meta, like, you should only be going the horseman if you're forced to with the pro scouts, right? It can be worth it, but when you have supplementing of fishing, like, you're good enough to go. So
Yeah.
really well played, brilliantly executed. Love this detail here where you didn't even get this, like, let's just idle and come back for the fishing. Look at that block, man. The pathing here.
Ooh, yeah, that was so good. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy right here, man, deserves a promotion. And I give him, like, he's not a gilded crossbowman anymore, he's a gilded arbalist.
There were 2 of them as well.
Nope,
They shared the fame.
No. One of them's a squire. But, you know, we're going to be
Hey.
hopping into an interview in Marine in a second. I mean, this has to be feeling pretty good. Beastie historically has been one of the biggest threats to him in these, but, I mean, this looked clean, right? Sure, there was one game on the board for Beastie. Credit to him for getting that one and showing his aggro. But let's talk to the man, the myth, the legend himself. We have got Marine Lord on the line. Marine Lord,
Yo.
congratulations on the win, man. Fantastic performance we've been seeing out of you so far in this tournament. It seems like the biggest threat to you was literally right at the beginning against Baltic.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, Baltoon played pretty well, and I think he underperformed a little bit yesterday. But I think he's better than what he showed, I think.
So, talking performances, right? We'll get to yours in a second, but like we just saw Anatan throwing Puppy Paw. We've seen some interesting upsets, some returns to forms from previous players. Does this feel like maybe the most competitive tournament we've had so far in AoE4?
Maybe the opposite, I think. I think people make
Really?
more mistakes than usually. Yeah. But it's a very hard meta to play. So even I think I make more mistakes than average. But yeah, it's all about, yeah, it's a new meta. We learn every new matchup because it's all different now. So obviously we're gonna make more mistakes. But they make a lot of mistakes in the other semi-final.
I can see where it come from. Like definitely, like to glaze on your series, right? I think game one comes to mind. There was dominance, and then I think there was that moment where you tried to dive the deli, lost most of the army. That set the plan back. A lot of changes that are catching people off guard. I think one interesting thing, especially in your series, like we didn't have, we had pro scouts attempts, but I feel like for a meta that's been dominated by pro scouts, a lot of your games don't seem to be necessarily fixated on it per se. Like, do you feel as if the pro scouts meta has been overstated as OP, or do you think it is a bit too dominant right now?
No, it's very dominant. It's just about the maps, right? We had 2 wider maps, so we don't pro scout, and we had Hill and Dale with a real matchup where we go aggressive H1, so you don't pro scout in this case, or you could pro scout, but I don't think it's good. And then on Arabia next map it will be pro scout against pro scout, I guess. So I think it's a bit too strong.
I think like it kind of reminds me of when we had the 2TC meta where like you 2TC, I'd have to 2TC. So like big shout out to EGC for having enough diversity in the map pool that we don't see it every game. Something we are seeing a lot more of. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think it's too bad, right? Like it's so much action, and then whenever you have so much food under your TC, you are safe on food, but you're getting not safe on wood and on gold. So I feel like this meta is actually pretty entertaining to watch. But it's very repetitive, obviously, so yeah, a small nerf would help, for sure.
Maybe diversity in maps. I was saying recently I'd love to see like a new food type for some different maps, so then you have to play different maybe. But I want to talk to you about the Rise of Order of the Dragon, right? You just played a really clean game with them. Do you think people have been sleeping on this Civ, right? The opinion seems to be switching because we're seeing a lot more presence from them, and not just as like a pseudo water Civ.
I mean, since the release of this Civ, it's always been decent on water, right? But it's got so many small buffs that it's still pretty bad on land. But I mean, it's playable on land actually, but it's very, very good on water. So I think it's just this Civ is very good at this particular stuff. And especially on this map, the map we just played, it's so good there.
Well, speaking of good at particular things, you seem to be pretty good at AoE 4. The plans are going according to plan, right? We've seen back-to-back wins, looking hot as things trend on. I imagine Gentlemates have got to be very happy with their investment in the scene. Things are looking pretty good. Do we maybe see more support from Gentlemates in 2025? I mean, I still think we should see some Marine Lord land, maybe.
How do you do, right? Like, if you take anyone else, he's gonna lose, so... At the end of the day, you take me and you win everything. That's enough. Don't need to invest more, no? I think it's fine.
Just hire a caster, you know? Casters always win. That would be my advice. But one thing I was wondering, you know, Anatan, you saw his series today. I saw you in chat criticizing some of the elements. You're like, oh, no, not the cleanest game, which you already highlighted. You know, Anno has been prepping quite well, though. And I know you've been screaming historically a lot of him. You know, is there a bit of a concern there of all the people you could have matched up to in the upper brackets? Is he maybe the biggest threat?
I'm not sure. I think Beastie might be a bit better than Anoton, but it's very close. And Vortex is very good too. So I destroyed him yesterday, but I think he can climb up, and I think he can come back to the final actually. There is a potential for that. But I mean, I'm very happy for Anoton. I think he's been one of the hardworking players. So I like when hardworking people get some result, right? And I'm not really scared, no. I think it's just a game of mistakes, right? And I tend to make less mistakes than him. So it's a best of 7 on top of that. I think he's very good, and he can for sure beat me. I think it's a very wild meta, but I think it's pretty unlikely.
It's interesting because he's kind of like the new gen coming in, right? Like, I guess my final question to you is, you know, obviously AoE4 is getting a bit older now. It's been a few years it's been out. There is a reality check, like as a game exists longer, it's harder to get into. You know, we want to see new blood coming in. You need it for a scene to survive. Like, what's your big advice to someone looking to get into AoE4 now and compete?
I mean, it's not gonna be easy, right? So you have to work hard, you have to learn so many matchups, you have to learn so many maps. I would say if you want to improve, first I think you have to get to like top maybe 50 of ladders, and then you have to stop playing ladder pretty much. You have to just play custom games, it's so much better. You don't waste your time waiting for games, you can find opponent of your level, and you can just do that with a lot of people, right? You don't have to do that with 3 or 4 guys, you can do with 20 maybe. I mean 10, 20, right? At level top 50, you have so many people to play with that you are pretty much close in level. So I think ladder at the start and then stop.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like, it reminds me of the StarCraft Korean brain, right? Like where you had that kind of like that trust of top pros just kind of getting ahead of everyone. So it might be some logic behind that.
Yeah,
But
custom
mate,
games are just very efficient.
exactly. Now, I want to get your predictions quickly. We're going to hype it up. We've got 2 more series to come today. We've got Poppy Ball versus Vortex. We've got Beastie versus Louis MT. What are your predictions for those 2 series?
I think Louis is very good. I think actually in my practice, like the last maybe 2 weeks, I think he's the one who takes the most map out of me. And he's very wild, he's very creative, so I think he's very funny to watch. So I really like BC obviously, but I think Louis could bring some more entertaining game, some crazy one. And I think I'm not sure about Puppy because we barely saw him, and today he played bad. But it doesn't mean he's gonna play bad again. So maybe he's actually one of the best players in the world right now. We don't know. But I would say Vortex looks a bit better than him, I think. And I would say Wham and Pepipo, they played very like their drafts are weird, and their meta is a little bit weird. So I'm not sure how it's possible because I know they've been playing with people like Anotan and other top players, but they seem to have a very different opinion on some maps. So yeah, I feel like Vortex is gonna take it.
Okay. Well, there's your predictions in. Make sure you get predictions in the chat. Marine Lord, always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. You go and rest up.
Thanks.
I'm excited to see Anatan versus Marine Lord next time.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
That's gonna be cool. Bye bye.
All right, folks. We're going to be having a 2-minute break now, so we'll hop to a break. Quickly, Gabe, grab yourself a drink because when we come back, we've still got 2 more series. We've still got more Beastie. We've still got more Poppy Paw and Vortex. In fact, what are we doing right here? Wait, are we ready already? All right, no, we're not. We have got enough time for you to go refill your drinks. Make sure you top them up to the very, very top because last time these 2 clashed, it ended up being a full-length series going all the way to 5 games. As for Louis and Beastie, the exact same case. Do we get treated to 10 more games of top-level AoE4? Only one way to find out. I'll see you in a few minutes. The remaining 2 series. Elims on the menu. Welcome back to EGC Masters Winter. That's right, we're only halfway through the day. The things that matter are now upon us. Crackety, it's my favorite time of any tournament. The moment where you crack open a skull and absorb the essence of your opponents. Like a Highlander story, there can be only one when you get to those lower brackets. We are going to be saying farewell to 2 players today.
Blood for the Blood God, more skulls for the Skull Throne. That's what's going to be the motto here in this one. We're going to be seeing absolute slaughter coming in because these 2 civilizations that are about to clash in the first game of our set, elimination set between Puppy Paw and Vortex.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Chinese and it's going to be the HRE.
Which is crazy, right? Like, so far today, what we've seen is one player use their first pick and the other use something a little bit weaker, anticipating that. This is the first time we're seeing both players revealing the true trump card in game number 1.
You can't pull any stunts here. You're in the loser bracket. If you out, you're out. There is no second chance after this one. So you really have to give it on. As he said, like, we're seeing it from the beginning here. No stops being pulled at all. Immediately China versus HRE. That has to be like one of the most common, like one of the most meta-based matchups.
And I feel like it's not one where one side just stomps the other, right? It's intriguing because China tends to get pro scouts quicker, but HRE can be a little bit better at being present aggressively earlier to potentially contest that. Aggression, something signature for Vortex for a very long time. Interesting matchups remaining. I mentioned it before we went to the break, right? Like, we've already seen these 2 upcoming series, these 2 upcoming matchups. Last time, both of them went 3-2, right? Puppy Paw winning out the first time there, Louis winning out the first time there. So potentially 10 games ahead of us, and looking at the draft, thinking about the performance of the players right now, realistically could happen. The question mark, I think, that has to be answered after what we saw today is whether Puppy Paw can find his groove, right? I think in some ways that 3-0 defeat had to be feeling a little bit demoralizing.
Yeah, that definitely hurts, right? Like, he had his chance at immediately making it through to the finals, to the upper bracket finals, up against Marine Lord. Gets denied by Anaton in such a clean fashion that definitely might hurt the morals here a little bit. So, gotta be focusing down on the mental and get ready again, because now he's gonna be facing off against Vortex, also a really, really strong player. And we're jumping right into our game number 1 now. Puppy Paw versus Vortex on Gorge.
Spain or Canada will be tasting tears after this one. An elimination series at EGC Masters Winters. 2 names that you could realistically expect to see on the podium in any S-tier tournament. One of them will fail to even make it into the top 5. Enter Puppy Paw kicks us off the Chinese, Vortex the HRE. No punches being pulled out of the gate in these 2.
Definitely no punches pulled here at all. Looking at this, what do we have going on here so far when it comes to potential pro scout play? We do see a fairly similar situation to the last time that we saw Gorge between Marine Lord and Beastie. For Puppy Paw, both deer spawning on the same side. So if you go for pro scout, that is something to deny. And what civilization in the game is the best at denying pro scouts, KP?
Might it be the one that has spearmen that run really, really fast?
Indeed, that's the name of the game here. Vortex with the HRE. Spearmen that move at 1.38 tiles per second movement speed. Definitely can get the job done when it comes to the 9 pro scouts.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is he didn't go for it. Like, the HRE Spearman Rush has been a very popular one recently, but it's a little bit more challenging against China because you can't potentially block their age up, right? Due to tax safety. In fairness, though, the amount of players that have been going for no IO to it, there should have been at least small opening here for Vortex.
Should be. Oh, Archon Chapel coming in here, but that's not in range of the gold, is it? That looks so far. Yeah, that's definitely not in range of the gold.
And I'm going to reconnect. Looks like I am laggy bot. You're like crackety, go for it.
My mic. All right. This time it's not B that's going to go for the dive. Instead, it's going to be KP. But on the other side, Archon Chapel. Yeah, this one isn't quite able to connect to the gold mine in the situation. So a little bit unfortunate. He also already killed off all of his sheep. So no way of pulling them back. Still does have the TC and the majority of the wood line. Looks like we're also seeing an early mill coming in from Vortex. So it appears that we are going to see a Pro Scout versus Pro Scout build here coming in from both players.
That's surprising as well that he just blindly went for it. I feel like there's most matchups H3 can just go for the cut, right? This one, however, they tend to look a lot better by aggroing. Okay, we've still got all the issues.
All right. What else is going on here? Oh, that's a lot of sheep. Look at that. Puppy Paw. How many sheep is that? That's like 14, 16 sheep for Puppy Paw at the moment. He's looking good in the sheep department. Definitely has a lot going there for himself. We're just moving out to wood. So yeah, this is going to be all about that pro scout timing. But there's one civilization that does have the lead. One civilization here with the H3 that's really good at denying pro scout. Another civilization that's really good at getting pro scout. That's going to be the Chinese here.
All right, we'll trust again. Hopefully, we have clear comms.
Nah, unfortunate.
Probably.
In the meantime, pro scouts first getting clicked here by Vortex. So it's going to be the first one with pro scouts in the queue. Puppy Paw. Once he clicks pro scouts, it's going to be coming in a lot quicker though. With that Imperial official, the supervision, it's going to mean that you're able to boost that down from 1.5 minutes down to just 30 seconds.
Which
you're
just
able
feels
to
toxic.
dress. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I think I was like, it's interesting. We're trying to think of ways in which you can nerf this that would feel appropriate. I don't know if we just say you outright can't increase research with Chinese anymore with supervision. Like, it's quite drastic, but bare minimum, maybe just making it a tech that you get in the Barbican would be a really interesting way of balancing it, right? So, like, you can still get supervision research speed increase, but you don't just get it by default.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm more of a fan of potentially just nerfing pro scouts in general.
Yeah.
I've heard from the community as well, like a lot of potential aspects that could be changed about it. Like one idea that got thrown around a couple of times, one that I actually find rather interesting, is having pro scout be like a scout to scout upgrade, where you have to actually upgrade the scout, the individual scout, to be able to pick off the deer.
Yeah, I think that was one that I struggled for a bunch of them. That was one that was on the agenda, like, and you could have it so that they have to stop for X seconds to upgrade. Basically, like the Age of Mythology version for the Atlanteans, right? Where when they want to upgrade to hero, they stand still for a few seconds to do so. Could be interesting. There's also an interesting one about like when you are carrying deer, you could basically, if you get hit, drop the deer. I'm not sure about that one, but I definitely like the idea of like a vulnerability when you're carrying deer. Right?
Yeah.
So that it takes less hits to actually kill you. I think there's loads of cool ways they could go about it. The most easy, obvious one is increase the cost and slow down scouts more. But if they want to get creative, there's definitely a lot of options there.
100%. Vortex now transitioning into Spearmen and Horsemen. On the other side, Puppet Paw, Horsemen, and Archers coming in for him. He's even taking... Oh, Puppet Paw, so sneaky. He's even getting a deer from his opponent in. Looks like
classic.
both players are... Yeah, they're both taking from each other.
This is my favorite one. Was like, haha, I will have the percentile of... Oh, you're done.
Oh, yeah. Spearmen, quick.
And that's like an area where theoretically you should have advantage as Vortex, right? It's like you can cut your opponent. Archers as well. Like I think this early opening should favor Vortex. The worry is when it starts to blob and we start thinking about
He's
you.
just going for it again. Haha, the Spearmen are gone. I'll just pick it up again. Don't mind me.
It's like, and you won't ever touch that again, right? Nope. No, you can stop looking at it. Wouldn't do that to you.
He's gone, right? There's nothing here. Nothing remaining. Spearmen are able to make it out. That's 350 food.
Oh, see, this is the thing. We've got the select alls, which let us count sheep. Where's the select all guys? That's what we really need now.
Select all Gaia. That's an interesting one.
Just like, at least let me double click a deer and get the count in the base, you know?
Oh my god, look at how aggressive Vortex is. He's immediately going for the 3-3, like the 1-1-1 army composition. This is gonna be a super aggressive game from him.
His aggression's like a pheromone. It's attracting all the wolves too. He's going to find the gathering on the deer. Spears are catching up. Like, this is the thing. Marching drills really is the game breaker. There's not many civs that can easily get this type of blockage. And the tricky part now is, like, obviously you're overextending, right? You're right next to the enemy base. In theory, Puppy Paw should have a military advantage, but look at the greed.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to go for an A-job, or at least a Barbican, potentially. He's definitely gonna need something here, because this army blob, it's starting to get bigger and bigger, and his gold might be in danger soon.
Admittedly, that doesn't stop you going cast lasers Chinese, but it would hinder your ability to pump troops at the beginning of the age. Should have a lot of taxation sitting behind, in theory, anyway. I'm not sure what he would have spent that tax on otherwise, right? So we might be looking at a mill that has like 200 plus in it, plus the production buildings.
Can't blame him for trying. Scout did try to get that one in still. Looks like one of the horsemen is going to go down to the outpost.
Now, some players would be like, this would be a good time for Castle Age, right? Oh, sweet child of mine. Have you watched a Vortex game before? Yeah, look, 400 gold.
Okay.
This sim is not okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of... It's some pocket money, right?
Some. That's like getting enough money to buy a house and going, oh, it's nice of my uncle to leave me a little something.
Small loan of $1 million.
Yeah, just like, are we doing that? Like, are we doing the Trump economics, right? Like, it's okay. We can just remortgage the company, all right? Get a few million extra in debt in there. Doing big business, right? That's what China is in this game. They are just big business. Meanwhile, you've got like Jean over here being the small local merchant that just opened a grocery store on the corner.
Economics isn't easy to understand. You don't have to think that much about it.
Especially when you think about how supervision works. That's when it really is hard to understand.
Yeah. Gold now getting denied. Puppy Paw, though. Got a good gold bank. Is going to be able to afford... Oh, we're getting some Lancers in. Okay.
Yeah, I guess you can just go raid with the first ones, right? Like, don't directly contest this because it's idled your gold, but we already highlighted that reasonable 400 gold sitting in a mill.
It's a frozen offshore account. You can only take out $500 a day. Something like that.
Is it like, well, I think you just went with like a savings account with limited withdrawals, right? But the interest still just seems to stack beyond what you can pull out of it.
Behind this, Vortex also going for the age up. Is going to be going for the Regnets here.
Yeah, and you see
the first
that.
Lancers out.
Exactly. The goal isn't to attack this. The logic now is everything is behind the TC. Is Vortex really going to all-in me with one rat? No. He's going to be looking for an age up. His Lancer should be able to find some value. I'm not even sure if Vortex saw it, actually. Puppy Paw might have been trimming vision because the scouts weren't there. That Lancer might be a big surprise.
Yeah. It's moving all the way across now, but Vortex has reinvested into some spearmen at home. Question is, will he have enough? Because surely this stable has been supervised, so the Lancers are coming out rather quickly.
It's just... I'm going to rant on about it. Sorry, Crackty, I know you love Chinese, but supervision just does too much. It does so much.
I agree, but if we're going to change supervision, we also got to change efficient production for Delhi. I'll take a nerf there.
Yeah.
I'll take a nerf there if we also nerf Delhi.
Yes, I agree. I think that is way too good as well. For a start, like, why are you able to research it in Dark Age?
Yeah.
That's
Also, why does it not just boost production but research as well?
Why is it that an Atabeg can't be withdrawn from a building, but a Scholar can? That's the mind-blowing one.
Some raids going out as well. Puppy Paw lost some villagers there as well.
We're just going to
Vortex
pretend that the wolf beat that Lancer.
Yeah. That was the one.
Kick
By
his
the
ass.
infantry. Easy.
He's just like
Emoted
hover by
afterwards as well.
infantry plus 200 damage against cavalry.
The wolf was emoting afterwards as well. Get that little emote in as well.
That right there was Stronghold Wolves level of OP.
That's a big army, though, coming in now from Puppy Paw. Lots of archers as well. No veterancy on the way, though, and Puppy Paw's floating a lot of food behind this.
Yeah.
Granted, Vortex is floating a lot of wood.
Exactly, and that's useless to him, right? You need crossbows, so he needs to recal his economy, maybe even add in some farms is acceptable here. You find yourself just in a kind of miss-macro whirlpool, right? Which does usually happen with wood on Gorge.
Outpost not coming in quickly enough.
It's like, but I need to spend the wood.
Another one.
Just build 5 more.
That was an intense scout-on-scout battle. 1 million strikes later. Vortex is going to come out ahead in that one.
Raiden. Looks like he has found the villages, and the reaction from Puppy Paw, didn't notice the new spawns were heading out there, so nice damage being done.
It's another 2 villager kills. Still even, thanks to the Imperial Academy.
This is where you think you're being raided, but you're actually not, and you may have just told them.
Yeah. Haven't been found yet? I'll pull the Wallow just in case.
You know, like your friend, you're like, I have a gun. It's like, okay, we didn't know that. Now we're just all gonna aim at you. Looks like he will be able to get it home, though. Lancers didn't quite know exactly where it was at. So, first relic is going to be a slam dunk. Puppy Paw, though, it's almost like a jolt to his memory. Oh, yeah, I'm playing against HRE. Immediately queues up 2 monks.
Yeah. It kind of feels like that prelate. He was one of those guys, that has a friend. You're playing hide and seek, and his friend, he got found. He was like, man, it's over. We come out, dude. They found us, and you're still completely hidden. So you just gotta go for the Waterloo.
Just pointing your friend like, how did they know we were there? Like,
Oh
we
man, dude,
didn't?
I can't believe it. Oh, they found us. They're so good. Dude,
almost
it's
feels
over.
more
Come
like-
out. They found us.
Almost feels more like that drunk guy at the bar letting everyone know about the secret trade that's going to make millions, Because before that, it didn't seem like Puppy Paw was interested in relics. It's almost like, oh yeah, I should probably produce out of this now.
Yeah. Still some good Lancer pickoffs there. Gets another knight in. And now we see the Barbican coming in as well. So Puppy Paw is going to be able to get some economy scaling as well. Vortex food economy, why is it so low at the moment?
He's
guess he
massive
already-
farms. He's just added in 10 to 12 farms, I believe.
Yeah, I think he already... Yeah, he finished off all of his tier already.
HRE
So the
things,
farm
right?
transition came.
Because
It was so quick.
it's just absurd, right? This is the thing. Like, I know you're a big fan of hating on the HRE gathering eco, but like the reality is, let's say you split the deer 50-50. I'll have my income quicker as HRE, but you'll have yours longer, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
you're getting 20% extra.
Comparable to the mines from AE2. Where
It's pretty
your
nuts.
economy just lasts longer. And it's such
It's
an
extra
underrated
1,000
bonus.
food. Yeah, like about an extra 1,000 food, which is bonkers. And we have seen, I think that's one of the big drastic changes in the last year is the optimization around avoiding farm transitions.
Yeah. Especially in the current meta. There are civilizations like the English which actively seek, or even the Byzantines which actively seek the farm transition. Ooh,
But
that's
they're
gonna be
rare
great.
exceptions.
They are. They're far and few between.
Lancers.
I think Vortex noticed this. Villagers are getting pulled, but some are definitely going to go down there.
He's going for the wall lol to try and buy a little bit of space here. It's not going to do much to deter them, though. Looks like it's going to be 2 worker picks so far. And a continuous dive. Spimmin are now showing
Good
up,
dive.
but it's not going to stop Puppy Paw from claiming a few more scalps potentially here. It's like
Yeah, that
Villagers
was
and
a-
gold did shuffle away, though.
Very good dive. Vortex able to get loses 2 villagers there to Puppy Paw and causes a lot of idle time, right? Like these villagers, they're gonna have to get like retasked now, and it's gonna take a while for him to be able to balance that out again. What's Puppy Paw's play though behind this? Is he like fully committing now to this all in Castle Age up against the HRE, or is he gonna try and look for like an eco
He's got
scaling?
granaries coming next to the stone behind his base. Bit of a funky position, but a popular one, right? Like most Chinese players always seem to take this southern side of their base. And the ball is being pulled as well, so Puppy Paw getting some extended life here. The worrisome part is like Vortex doesn't have a comp designed to spread wide right now. Like 4 knights is not going to go raiding. He's not well.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to beat the backline from Puppy Paw at the moment. So there's going to need to be like a massive reinvestment from Vortex into the military soon. It's so many archers as well, and archers just tremendously like they're so good when it comes to dealing with archers with crossbows. So this many archers, you one shot, but you also attack a lot faster. So you're going to be the unit that cleans up first.
Another scary thing here is like Vortex's army can't really rush out. I mean, Puppy Paw could just rush Sacred Sites right now. Right? Get the extra gold trickle, force
He's
his
getting
H3
Lost
to come
Relic
out.
in.
And whoa, calm down, son. We're
stable.
not even at 1,000 food income a minute yet.
Yeah.
Soon. Crossbows aren't going to be able to mop up the Lancers. There's a decent amount of them to it, though.
Yeah, but Al Sensei is still microing behind this. Able to make sure not to overkill too much onto Lancers.
Just a few alive. Is going to keep queuing up more. Horseman transition now on the way. Didn't get scouted by Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, wait, remind me, how does he feel about crossbows?
He thinks they're a very good unit.
Oh. Good enough to beat mass horsemen?
I guess we'll just let the crossbow speak for themselves in that one.
Is the crossbow in the room with us now?
That's a lot of them. There's a
They're
lot of
all
them in the
around
room.
us.
Yeah. It's a big room, granted.
He's going to feel alive. He's going to keep queuing up more horseman transition now on the way. Didn't get scouted by Puppy Paw.
Yeah. It's a big room, granted. It's a big room, granted. Yeah. It's a big room, granted.
Good news is that he's at least kind of congesting his economy to one location, right? Condensing it down. So with that in mind, like the crossbow mass should be able to defend. He should be able to play the choke points, and he did scout it. There we go. Spearman now coming in.
Piper behind this managed to secure 3 relics. Does have the economic scaling with the Barbican and Song Dynasty, therefore going for himself. So right now, economic scaling looking good for Puppy Paw until Vortex goes to Imperial Age. But this is Vortex. Chances are he's not going to go for Imperial Age.
But how does Imperial kill my opponent?
Slowly. Okay, don't like it.
Okay. I've got like a business meeting in an hour. If we could have this done by then, that'd be great.
Second TC is getting put up by Puppy Paw, but looks like Vortex managed to scout that.
Good night raid.
It's Imperial Official.
Yeah, he might find more. He needs to get out of range quick. Should be a few more workers to slay there. Yeah,
Wait,
no
there's
garrison coming
there's
out.
The village. Puppy Paw, the village. 3 villagers.
What?
4? Puppy Paw, the village. You can garrison inside of. Okay, well, suddenly Vortex leads in the villager department. How? Huh?
It's all about sending a message to your people. You're all disposable. Work harder.
Work harder indeed. But now Vortex suddenly up to 19 horsemen. Puppy Paw just now starts adding in some spearmen. He still has a lot of resource in the bank that he can put into those spearmen.
It's kind of crazy, actually, considering just how much he's now going to like side invest into the farms plus the 2 TC play. Like, it's giving Vortex a false sense of security that he can push. I'm not convinced he can. However, where
That's
are
not
the
enough
spearmen?
They're not here. They're not here anymore. Not at all.
Vortex.
And the backlight, it's out of position.
I mean, he could dive past this. Just go deeper, right? It wedges them so they can't retreat. Steady A clicks into it. Just wants to chase this one down. Puppy Paw, a big overextension and a big punishment.
Yeah, he's actively stepping up as well, making sure that the crossbows and the archers can't get away. He's just destroying them bit by bit. This is like a 300 scene. Line by line, they're going down.
To the cliffs! All the way to the cliffs.
The bodies.
I mean, we have a bit of a miss micro there, though. Vortex really hates that village.
Yeah, it's not Miss Micro, it's a moving brain. Good old A move brain. Buildings, they're their highest priority.
Yep. I mean, if you get rid of the village, you can't build more spearmen to contest you now. It's genius. But the crazy thing there is, like, Vortex was perfectly threading the needle or min-maxing when he was close enough that about 90% at least of the horsemen were attacking every time. Great read there, just kept that push going. And remember, before that fight, they were like, what, close on military? I think Puppy Paw was 10 ahead. Now look at the military pop.
And not just that, the value as well. Being there for Vortex behind this. Granted, archers don't really count that much into the military value currently with the observer overlay. But still, like, it's a big mass lead right now for Vortex. We're getting some Nest of Beasts behind this. Still so many horsemen in queue for Vortex.
Now, this is why you build mass rams, is so the end game screen shows you don't lose many resources. It's genius. We do have Nest of Beasts coming in. Perfect against the crossbows, and nerfed against everything else, though. And
information comes in.
The spearman count isn't crazy here. He's going to try to dive in. Instead, this is much better. Just like clear up the archers first, bait the spearman out of position, spread the formation. Vortex in the meantime has the rams shuffling in. Villagers are being pulled to try and repair here. There's going to be nothing left to protect them.
Yeah, no spearmen left. There's 16 in queue suddenly.
And the villagers, look at the villagers on the west side. They're just getting slaughtered as well. Like, this is exactly what he needs. Puppy Paw, as soon as he was inflating his economy lead, it's evaporating before his eyes.
One SFV's coming in, but need to be defended as well. Vortex still diving through.
This is the bull, the Spanish bull at work, right? Like, you know how he is. When he starts to see red, Toro does not stop. That pump is never going to stop. Some players in this situation might just turn and go Imperial. Maybe you could argue he should. But for Vortex, he smells weakness and he wants to punish.
Sees an outpost with 5 villagers inside. Licking his lips. They're going down.
He needs to keep diving though, right? Like, this is tougher when you start to reach the infrastructure. Those choke points can be death sentences against Nest of Ease. Problem right here is Puppy Paw, has he overcommitted into spears? Has 16 of them. Decent number of crossbows trying to clear the way. The horsemen in the meantime dive in. They will catch the Nest of Bees. Gets them both.
Both of them go down, and now there's spearmen still remaining. But they're on the run from the crossbows. Not enough yet in order to take the fight.
He could dive past and go for the farms now. Just peel
There's
the fight.
There's another clock tower coming out.
Wait,
on the correct
oh.
side, at least.
Oh, he sees it.
Needs to protect it.
Heads back in. Spearmen do just about block it. The Rams, they're going after the population targets now. The villagers being targeted. More villagers on the front
That's
line.
not going to pop cap him.
He can
There's
just
another Imperial
target it
push up
down.
the
Yeah, the
front,
crossbows
so-
go in. The Nestimies is dead again.
Oh my god. Bonus horseman range.
This is over. There's no way Vortex is going to stop this. There it is. Game 1. And the Spaniard's signature aggression carries him through.
My god. Oh, so many horsemen coming in. And I mean, look at the resource gap. At least so even. It is really even between them. But the difference, it was the army composition. It was the way Vortex took those fights that decided this game. Vortex baiting out the military, going around the side with the horsemen, waiting with the reveal, waiting, biding his time. And when the time was right, he struck. And the backline from Papipo was out of position, didn't have any spearmen there. And that was the moment when Vortex just dove in and took down so many units there.
I mean, just phenomenal patience from Vortex, right? It looked like everything was falling apart really quickly in that mid game. But he found that transition to Horseman that can usually be very difficult to achieve in Castle Age. Managed to get the surge going, and it just never stopped, right? Like, this is the wake-up call for Puppy Paw. If you slip up just once, this is the classic Vortex we've come to fear. The man who will never let it go and will make sure you get punished until the bitter end.
Yeah. Oh, man. This was one of the beginning, right? Like, Vortex just, like, feigning this little bit of aggression. Well, granted, it wasn't really feigned. He did transition to Castle Age afterwards. Villagers being sacrificed here from Puppy Paw. Not garrisoning inside the village.
Like, losing the villages and then also delaying the time in which you get a TC up. Like, it does add up. It seems the shrug because you're going to TC anyway, but...
This was the moment.
Yeah, it was the exact moment where Vortex was like, okay, we go. And this is the thing, Puppy Paw misread his position entirely, thought that he was able to march up and do some damage. He knew horsemen were coming, it seems, or at least was fearing knights. I think he was expecting knights still, considering that he went before the spears were even here.
Yeah. But this flood of horsemen just absolutely engulfing the backline there, and time again, every strike, a line of units starts falling. A couple of knights were there trying to just, like, you know, buy some distance here, but with this many crossbows behind it as well, they're not really the meat shield that you want them to be.
Yeah, and I mean, you see how it would have looked a lot different if he at least reached the buildings a bit sooner. Those choke points do weird things to the pathing, but without that detail, it just felt like this was too big of a difference. Yeah. And then from there on out, I mean, it just felt like Puppy Paw was forced into bad fight after bad fight.
Yeah, marched a little bit too far outside of his base. Grant, he wanted to protect the villagers. They were out on the berries there. Had to tank up with his backline. And that's not what you want to see in those situations, right? There are still some archers there doing bonus damage to the spearmen as well. Villagers getting pulled, trying to body block, trying to repair if needed. It just wasn't really possible here for him to remass in time. Lots of units in queue, just not out on the field where you actually need them. Maybe he was just a little bit too slow with the reinvestment. Thought, okay, maybe my opponent's going for Imperial Age now. At least that's usually how you feel it's going to be up against the HRE, that they let off the gas, go for Imperial Age, go for the greed. But that's not Vortex's style, not at all. He pushes the pedal to the metal, and he went for it.
Yeah, and once you get on top of this 4 clock tower, like, there's no counterplay, right? Like, in theory, you get 4 Nesty Bees out. It's a very different looking game, but we never saw that golden number really being achieved, looking clean. Some slight overextensions, but I get why Puppy Paw felt you need to overextend in the same area twice. It's the berry gathering on that front side, right? The farm transition was, I think, about 8 farms, maybe 10 farms deep at this stage. It just wouldn't compete. Like, he was in desperation mode to get the food together, and Vortex read that perfectly. Like, why else would these villages be gathering berries?
And now it's back to the drawing board for Puppy Paw. Next up, it's going to be Byzantines up against the French. Byzantines, okay. That's not a bad matchup here for Puppy Paw, not at all.
It's a bit of a tough meta, though. You know what I'm going to say?
Yeah.
We kind of can't go a game without it, or at least a series without coming up once. French Pro Scout's pretty good. Byzantines?
You don't see Byzantine Pro Scout a lot.
You see it, and then every time you see it, you wonder why they do it. But yeah, we've seen attempts. Let's just put it that way. But at the end of the day, having a giant fresh bottle of olive oil just to rub everywhere is too delectable, right? It's how you keep the skin looking fresh. So with Byzantines, it's going to be an oil game. With French, likely the Pro Scouts. It's the question everyone's asking: is Byzantines OP or is Pro Scouts OP? Let's find out.
Looks
I
like
wonder what it could be. Could it be maybe, just maybe, Scouts are pretty damn good? Or maybe, just maybe, the Canadian is here to educate us on the ways of the Byzantines.
I mean, think about it this way, right? You immediately start the age up with a mill that you don't have to invest into with the Grand Vinery.
I've been down this path for it. Don't do it.
Surely there's a sign. That's a sign. That's a sign of a great synergy.
How
Byzantine
about
Pro
this?
Scout.
How about this instead, though? If we chose a Hippodrome, we could increase our Scouts' base damage by 4 times.
I'll paint you a scenario, KP. I'll paint you a scenario. This actually happened today to me on ladder. I was playing up against Faye.
Well, this is always a good way to start the story. Continue.
A good way to start the story indeed. And she goes Hippodrome. I see scouts. I see more scouts, more and more scouts. She dives my base trying to steal my deer. Underneath the TC.
Of course, while having the Attack on Titan soundtracks playing on repeat in the background. Yep.
And she would have gotten away with it too. That's the crazy part. She would have absolutely gotten away with it, but I didn't go Pro Scout, so there were no deer.
Oh. But she could have taken the sheep.
Yeah.
That's a rookie mistake. You're a German. The solution is to always take your sheep.
That's true. That's true. I'm not sure if I already had farms up at that point, but I
what is a German
legitimately
without a
like
good
that. True. But honestly, I like that strategy. I think about it and I want to try it myself.
That used to be the old school. You remember a long time ago, that used to be what would happen all the time with the Pro Scouts meta when it first happened in there before.
Yes, we saw it from B a couple of times.
But I have a feeling that this is all for nothing. We are just going to get the Grand Winery. The reason being, when you build it, that allows us to whine about how insane olive oil is.
Yeah, the olive oil is pretty good. Olive oil, good resource. Question is, are we going to see... We're probably not going to see an immediate Pro Scout, right? Like, it's Vortex, chance he's got to go to, like, 1 to 2 knights. Yeah, but that's typically what you want for knights as well, right?
He hasn't put the stables down yet, so it's going to be a little bit
What
slower.
do you mean he hasn't put the stables down?
Sorry,
he's going for school.
The mill in my brain.
Yeah.
He hasn't put the mill down.
No, it's going up
It's
right
coming
now.
in now. So he will switch on the wood. So the best way I've seen this done, is my favorite way to do it, is you open with 1 knight and then go Pro Scouts.
Yeah.
Right? In
Typically,
theory,
that's the way.
you can just mass scout straight away, very quickly out the school of cavalry. But like against Byzantines, you know they have to come and contest you, right?
Yeah.
Which means they're going to expose their base to the knight.
That's the great thing. Like, that 1 knight already forces such a big investment and also forces you to always pay attention to your own base. It enables that Pro Scout play so well.
It forces counters, right? It forces your opponent on a linear trend into Limitane javelins. And then, like, the way I've seen French usually play this, it's comical. They just spam knights. They don't even build archers, right?
Here's an idea that I want to put out there. With all the micro that we got at the high end, why don't we see players lure all the deer onto a single spot and then spend like 50 wood to wall the deer in?
You were in my chat the other day when B was there, weren't you?
Maybe. I'm in a lot of Twitch chats.
So I countered B, and I said that's the level 1 of the strat. The level 2 is like you see Vortex's northern deer, you push the deer across to where the relic is, and then you wall it in for 69 wood.
Yes. This is
Double
the way.
that. Like, look at the map right now. Right, there's 2 deer stacks near relics.
Yeah. That's pretty good. It's pretty decent.
No, not these ones. Those are the worst ones.
I mean, you go all the way, right?
I mean, if you commit, right?
I mean, Puppy Paw, look at what he's doing. It looks like he's starting to lure the deer. Granted, he's probably luring them underneath his TC, but,
Yeah.
you know, the hope's there.
And the funny part is this is like the Civ that does this is just a big middle finger, right? They don't really want the deer themselves. They just really don't want you to have it. You know, it's like the person in divorce proceedings who's like, and I want the dog too. And they're like, but you hate that dog. It's like, yeah, but you love that dog.
Yeah. And that makes it all worth it.
Exactly. Like, and you know, like I hate that dog. I hate how you just have it in that little handbag, like an accessory. But I'm now gonna buy a handbag rubber. I'm gonna walk around town wearing it. Getting way too specific. Anyway, we do have the deer on the way home. Vortex is yoinking from Puppy Paw's side. He should at least be able to get 3 deer stacks in the end.
Ooh. Look at that hero villager tanking the hit for the limit 9.
Actually,
Not today, good sir.
it's annoying with this dive, by the way. Like, if you only commit one night, the one downside is you lose a lot of your initial value because of Akratoy.
More scouts coming in for Vortex as well. Looks like he already managed to pick off some of the deer here. We already got survival techniques in. Big reinvestment as well into more and more economy upgrades for him. And Vortex, I mean, already playing as a French, you already get more villagers in. It's going to be a really good economy for him. And behind this, archer range already up.
Interesting, considering it will be limited.
It's the far deer, and he's pushing them all the way.
Because this is classic.
I see it always with Puppy Paw.
Yeah, this is the thing.
He's going for it 2 times.
They've done it so frequently that people started intentionally laming the deer to stop them doing it, right?
Yeah.
But this is the perfect meta for them to do it. You would think it wouldn't be because everyone's trying to take the deer, but nobody scouts anymore.
They use the scout for other things.
Yeah, like this isn't pro scouting. This is pro gathering. Like it's almost like these guys forgot what their primary role is. You should just rename them deer grabbers.
He's pro luring.
Is it really luring when you kill the thing and take it? I feel like you take the thing and then kill it, and that's luring.
I mean, the limit Naya pro luring.
Oh, okay.
It's a free upgrade.
Pro luring. It just sounds like you've got this ability where you lock eyes with a knight. You're like, look into my eyes, not around my eyes, directly into my eyes. Keep charging.
Keep charging.
Incontinent! And then they just ride faster, you know? Even through
We're
the
now
houses, all
arrived in the
way.
base. Oh man, that's a stubborn. Oh my, where's he going?
That's the smart deer. He's like, you're all idiots. Why the hell have we just followed these guys into a pass to be murdered in the corridors?
I'm the protagonist. I'm gonna stay alive.
That right there is Bambi in the bushes.
She's watching.
Yeah, it has a weird dark turn when you're just like, Bambi basically just watched the mother die.
Yeah.
Not the hero we're looking for. All right, so Scout has revealed what's happening here. The deer shoving
Bambi gonna
didn't
do?
really occur. It seemed like Puppy Paw just wanted to push them against the edge of the map, so he couldn't sneak wide.
Yeah, I mean, what's Bambi gonna do? Turn on sheets, turn to Photon Man? It's unlikely.
That's where I need an alternate version where she just pulls out a hunting rifle.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah, that's the version of the Disney movie where Arnie is voicing Bambi.
Oh, please. In a day and age with AI, we gotta make something like that happen.
You know, we just need we need the voice actor, you know, one from Special Victims Unit in the Call of Duty game where he goes train goes boom. It turns out that like you filled your own mother's corpse full of C4. Dear go boom. That's what we're missing, Crackety. We need the ability to lace the deer with explosives. Like an alternate version of the explosive sheep's
Ooh.
mod.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Unit's going to the wrong direction right at the moment where Vortex about to strike on the gold mine with the knights.
Oh, he's in. Hit him hard. We'll pull away quickly there.
And-
Puppy Paw. Has he got the Akratoy? He didn't activate it.
He activated now. So the villager got to live. Looks like one of the knights is going to go down to the TC. Ay.
I mean, Vortex has got a lot of value out of all this so far, right? Like most of the deer home. On top of that, he's scaling village lead over time. Maybe Papapour can bounce that out with the systems, but it's better for him if he gets out of this age quicker rather than later.
Yeah. And he is working towards it. Mind you, behind this, he does have the military advantage when it comes to the numbers at the very least. And I mean, Labitne and Javelin Throwers, they work really well against Knights and Archers.
I feel as if... So I've watched this matchup a few times recently, like in the midweek musters. Like, it's been quite frequent this one occurs, weirdly, in the last 2 weeks. And I feel like the missing trick is just not going Archers and going Spears instead.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you just blob and you go. Because Spears count as everything that Papapour has.
He is blobbing. Villagers evacuating on the wood line. Yeah, no value found.
I mean, he's at least going to be able to idle that tree line, but for Papapour, he has everything he needs, right? Golden Horn Town now on the way. No sippy cups, because why would you against French? Meanwhile...
Doesn't make a ton of sense, yeah.
No, it's weird. It's like, I have Cataphract. Oh, you have 2 knights for each of my Cataphracts. I guess I can run away.
Javelin Throwers. Javelin Throwers. Where are they? Javelin Throwers.
He's getting around the back.
What's going on? Papapour.
Slow reaction.
Midnight, not where they needed to be.
I mean, he's lucky it's only 2 dying there, right? That could have been
It could have
much
been so
worse.
much worse. Yeah, that was dangerous. Not a mess up that you can really afford. Your opponent also has all the blacksmith upgrades. You don't have any. You take more damage from them.
He's got the outpost to deter him. He's going to go back to the tree line. Papapour slow on the pull away here. That could be a few villagers down. Rocket fire's in. Knights charging, but they get in each other's way, so the archers have to clean up for them. Still 2 worker kills. When the tech up complete, they'll continue the dive, just trying to wipe out the Limitane. A lot of out time achieved here. Vortex, I mean, he hasn't got many knights, but he has got a good enough economy that he can easily catch up for age 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the power of Pro Scouts, right? Like, damage has been done. Vortex's economy is looking very good. 5 villagers down. On top of that, with the French, right, you get villagers out quicker. He's got all the economy upgrades, all the blacksmith upgrades. He's going to be in a fantastic position in Castle Age now.
Classic French, right? Every 2.5 minutes, get an extra villager compared to your opponent. It definitely adds up when you could drag the age. And the reality is, especially in the Pro Scouts meta, the fact that you just want to scale knights anyway, everything feels very enablerist with this civ. I feel like French has been rising. I want to say that they're an A-tier civ at this point. They are very widely applicable. There are some civs that will still beat them for sure, but most matchups, they can outscale.
Hit on 2 sides. Knights on the gold.
He does see, though. He pulls it back. Quick enough as well. Looks like most of them will get away. Might be 2 going down. Actually shrinks at just 1. But this is tight and uncomfortable right now. Papapour only has 1 emplacement to defend with. Vortex has full map control, so don't expect to see Papapour getting any relics. And on top of that, he hasn't really secured himself these walls. He's stopped an eastern flank, but what we're seeing is Vortex is still exploiting him on the west.
Yeah. He's just always going around that edge of the map. I feel like Papapour needs like another wall over there, else he's always going to be dragged around the sides or getting like caught off guard there.
I mean, maybe just an outpost on the gold would have been worth it here.
Yeah. Now, Papapour isn't out yet. He does have that Golden Horn Tower. And you know Golden Horn Tower, how much that's worth in terms of villagers?
Wasn't it like, was it 6 at the start?
10 to 12.
Is that when it's like fully systemed up though, right?
Yeah, right about.
Yeah.
And we got the cistern there already, so value's coming in. Guess another knight. Oh, this time it's got spawned out though.
We do have him shuffling out for relics, so time to take some trinkets home.
But now that Vortex knows that Papapour knows, he's just gonna go all the way to the berries, and there's gonna be more value to be found.
And Papapour, I mean, he has to freak out as if this could potentially be Raw Institute. He doesn't know, right? This is a guild hall play. So Vortex has the scalability. All he has to do is drag the game now. Once he hits Imperial, Papapour is in almost an unplayable position. He needs to find a way of doing some damage here.
Oh, the knight's not down yet. The knight's not down. Might find villagers. Looks like it's gonna find a villager. Forces under attack. We get the attack notification, and that's another villager dead.
Javelin should be able to finish it off, right?
Oop.
He's dead.
Yes. Yeah. No way, right?
Yeah,
there we go.
There we go. Just die.
The final bolt.
All right, and that's where you walk over with a shotgun, shoot again just to be safe.
Yeah.
Never know when people are going to become zombies.
Oh, he's still got a lot of resource in the bank. Issue is wood for him right now. Doesn't have enough production buildings because the wood line has been getting harassed over and over and over again. Means that the olive grove transition also isn't in for him at this point in time. Don't have any camels out yet.
This level of harassment makes you wish there was an HR department, but unfortunately the Byzantines couldn't afford that. They can, however, afford a lot more than Mitane. Archers are going to find some freebies, though.
Yeah. And Vortex, like, all of these little pickoffs here. Imagine, like, Puppy Paw, he should be at 49 villagers at the moment. Instead, it's 38 to 56.
I mean, at this point, Vortex could just take a chill pill and be fine. Like, Puppy Paw...
Vortex doesn't chill.
Wait. He's just not spending, right? There's no way Puppy Paw is thinking of Imperial Age.
Yeah, he can't reasonably be thinking of it. I think it's literally just him not being able to afford the production buildings to get the units out to spend his resource on. He's also having issues with wood in terms of just being able to get houses up.
There's a breakthrough on the wall on the south side. He's shuffling towards the berries. The problem now is you're going to have to idle villagers come over and re-wall here. Do you now just leave troops to defend? Oh, okay, come on.
Yeah.
Fake back. The archers go in. He's mirroring quick enough that he will be able to pull the villagers away. But he's just in a rock and hard place. Vortex doing what he does best,
so
making
toxic.
the game uncomfortable.
And now that Puppy Paw thinks the archers are all on the other side, that's when Vortex pulls a second troop of archers to that side. Actually, he pulls all of them. I thought, like, imagine if he only pulls, like, a couple to deal with the Libidine. If Puppy Paw only leaves a couple of Libidine behind.
No. The really stupid mind game is you switch places. It seems so simple that you'd be like, Vortex would never do that. But all of a sudden, you've got knights on the tree line, archers on the bottom.
Keep now coming in as well, so the units from here on out are going to be incredibly cheap.
And he catches the villagers at the perfect time.
That's not the entire army from Puppy Paw as well.
Wait, let's leave a gap for us to leave.
He split it up.
No. Surely not. Puppy Paw is so
The
hesitant to
villagers,
fight.
They're still in the berries. This is a nightmare for him.
Literally and figuratively goes in for the dive. Puppy Paw trying to just eke his way out of there, but that's 2 more worker kills. Like, this is adding up. We're now talking 15 worker deficit compared to where Puppy should be. And an opening, almost diving straight onto the javelins. The Vortex will as if he arches, but more than happy with this. Remember, the Guildhall is ticking him up. It's just a matter of minutes before Imperial is inevitable in this game.
Yeah. Stepping up
actually gets the
forward,
charge.
the brace. Yeah, and the brace actually means that the javelin throwers, they were still at the front here. Archers are getting cleaned up for the most part, but I'm looking at the military count, and Vortex is still very even. And that is not something that you want to see when your opponent's massing knights.
It's also like when you have this many Limitane, what is your game strat? Like how you win now? I will defend. Okay, but how are you going to kill him? I will defend. So we're just going to defend for like 30 minutes? I will defend.
Oh, the midnight. They're a little bit out of position here, potentially. I'm scared for the javelin throws.
He doesn't see it though, right? Like, vision's limited.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a scout there. It's the only upside. We do have camels coming. Smart choice by Puppy Paw, right? That aura would be huge. If there was spearmen to exploit it. Instead, the villagers are going to get dove. He just headbutts straight through him. He's crashing right now. It's almost a double up on workers.
Yeah, we're getting the painted shields in, so the midnight move a little bit faster. Actually, is it? Oh, they're still round shields.
Teardrop shields, right?
Yeah.
It's the technical term. I've been told off for calling them kite shields before.
I just call them painted because they get little funny pictures on them.
Shouldn't just be like... The painting on it should just be a horse with the ban sign over it, you know?
Should it be, though? Because, you know, the Varangians get them as well.
No, the Varangians just get a different one.
Ooh.
I think the
Just put,
Varangian
like,
just
an axe
get like
there.
a men-at-arms emblem, and then a better than sign, pointing out that the men-at-arms are better than the Varangian.
Behind all of this, chivalry wasn't even in yet. We're getting it in now.
No. It's kind of crazy to think at this stage he hadn't had chivalry the whole time, right? Like, usually by the time you have 10 knights and 3 of them injured, it looks like a pretty good deck. Credit
A lot of value comes in there. I mean, Vortex, he's still just pumping out so much. Has he even made farms yet? I think we're still away from a farm transition at this point in time for Vortex, but it should be coming in soon now.
Meanwhile, Puppy
Wait,
Paw...
how much is inside the guild hall? Did he use his guild hall already?
Surely. I think it's still stocking.
It
1400.
is 1400.
We're
food
not
still
far
in.
away. And he's got plenty of gold vein access now with the walls coming in.
Oh, no, Javelin throws with.
No, it's okay.
no.
Shh, it's fine. Shh. We got him. We got him. Shh. We've got longer sticks to protect our shorter stick throws. The men-at-arms are now here. Like, Vortex snuck this one in. He has an MAA line, and there's nothing that actually counters that.
There isn't. Camels at least do debuff the Knights a little bit. Granted, the archers are focusing them down now. Javelin throws trying their best as well behind this, but there's still so many archers out.
I mean, it's so many men-at-arms, right? Like, 8 might not seem like a lot, but because of what this army doesn't counter, men-at-arms, that is actually a substantial amount. It's buying enough time that the archers are clearing the way. He's carved a route to victory, and he might be carving his way through the only remaining NA player. It is now a 2-0 lead for the Spaniard.
Vortex looking good here in this one. I mean, this was just a clean play all around. Early economy gains here for him. Able to snipe down some villagers here and there. Gets the Pro Scout in. Gets all the economy upgrades in. Every single upgrade, pretty much, that he's got access to in the Field Age. He did research. He went to Castle Age in a position of power, in a position of strength. And that is just exactly what you want to be in.
It's crafty as well, because like Vortex so far in this series has played the relentless aggressor that he is historically known for. But the reality is, if you look at the Vortex we've seen in the last few weeks, it's not balls against the walls, no plan B, no backup plan, no later phase of the game, right? Like, he's actually shown a methodical nature, not just the bull sees red. What's worrisome is it's almost like Puppy Paw was prepped for that, and historically, actually, Puppy Paw vs. Vortex has favored Puppy Paw when he gets the chance to set the narrative. Vortex is just exploiting that detail to guarantee that the Canadian never gets to open this game with pressure on his side.
Yeah, I mean, this was one crucial misstep here for the Javelin throwers as well. Walking out a little bit too far, getting caught out by the Knights, taking a lot of damage there. Definitely not something that you want to see in any situation, really.
No.
And every time, Vortex just diving around that wood line, making it so tough for Puppy Paw to get more production buildings in as well. Puppy Paw, in between, like we talked about, he had so many resources, but just not the production in order to get units out.
No, and this is the thing, like, you know, if this is Raw Institute, Puppy Paw's like, okay, it's going to be very hard to hold, but long term I'm favored, right? System can balance out the fact that my opponent's scaling a slowly faster producing TC. But Guildhall changes the narrative entirely. It guarantees that you are the one on the clock. And the reality is, Puppy Paw, he didn't realize it until a few minutes in, that it was definitely Guildhall when you don't see Raw Bloodlines coming through. At which stage, he's already hemorrhaged way too many villages. He's been way too defensive of the map. Just overall, a great execution by Vortex has him on the verge of stomping out any NA hopes here in EGC Masters Winter.
Now, Puppy Paw's not fully out yet. There is still a chance for him. Granted, Vortex now 2-0 in the set. That also means that that's a pretty massive hit when it comes to the mantle in a best of 5 set. Because now it's match point for Vortex. You cannot lose another one in this one, else you're gonna be completely out. And Puppy Paw, if he wants to get back in this one, it's gonna be a long and tough road.
I'm trying to think like what he's got available to him really that could redeem him at this stage, right? Like, you know, we've seen some pretty powerful picks coming out. I think this was his first and second pick, if I'm not mistaken, right? Chinese into Byzantines. I mean, it looks like we're going to be looking towards probably Hill and Dale next. He has got Delhi. Like, what's Vortex got? OTD, Ayu, Aba, Mongols. The interesting part is like Puppy Paw, you know, he's used Chinese, Byzantines. I think you have to go Delhi, right? Delhi is your best breadwinner left in the pool. The remaining would be Mali and Japanese Jean. I think we did see them drafting Borderlands. So there's a possibility there for Malians down the line. And Malians have been looking pretty dominant on that map. But instead, he chooses Hillendale to make his stand. And in fairness to him, Mongols versus Delhi has been a pretty good matchup for Delhi, considering they are not rushable with outposts.
I think they're still kind of fine, especially, like, it's fine to rush them, especially in the current meta where Delhi want to still gather up gold for their scholar spam. On the other hand side, they're also really fine with just not going for gold early on, massing units, and then going back onto gold. They do have that potential. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I feel like Mongols also are able to just mass up a lot of units really early on, be more mobile on the map, and especially in a situation where you want to be mobile in order to deny the Delhi their sacred sites. That's also a position where Mongol just shines in.
The tricky part is trade seems inevitable here. Mongols just benefit too much from the spawns we see on Hillendale. Downside is Ghazi are pretty good at shutting that down, right? So it might not be the freest play. Wonder if instead we do just get like a Deerstone all in and just play to block Sacred Site caps, because with the transition into Dome of Faith builds, it has left Delhi a little bit weaker against feudal all ins.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder how this one's gonna be played. I don't think. Do you think Vortex would go for trade on Hillendale? Like it's a perfect map for trading for Mongols, but
It's too
against the
tempting.
civilization, yeah, for civilization, like up against the Delhi, I think maybe going for Deerstones first and then just dropping a market in between might be more worth it.
Yeah, I quite like that idea. It gives you pressure orientation, right? Like it sets you up to force your opponent into like infantry and slow things down. So I agree. There's a logic of like when you rush trade here, you become a bit greedy. If you can survive the initial wave, then you get Keshik pump going, you destroy Ghazi. But you have to survive that initial wave, right? And that initial wave is going to come in strong because military efficiency is most definitely not a balanced deck. And do we have a Krakody? Or has he gone Robo? I believe Krakody got bored of this set and has fallen asleep on camera. We'll fix that though. Some smashing, just smash up some salts and under his ears, on his nose. That should get him awake. So apologies, folks. We will get Krakody back. I think you awake now, buddy?
I'm awake. I'm awake. It's Vodafone. Internet sometimes.
Oh, good thing they don't sponsor us. You can say whatever you want about them negatively. Let's get ready. It's time for game number 3. Vortex looking poised to make it a clean sweep, but biggest hurdle so far, Delhi versus Mongols on Hill and Dale.
All right. Looks like we're going to be jumping right. Oh my god, this is a good spawn.
Is this everything you asked for and more?
That is a very good spawn for the Mongols. Everything in range of that TC. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, the only negative is like Delhi could eventually get pro scouts and take the 4 deer, right? But you can shove it in by then. It's not a rushing pro scout civ. So overall, Vortex, he goes in, he scouts like, okay, is there anything to do here? He knows where the gold is, knows where the berries is. Realistically, it seems very unlikely we're going to be getting a Rax rush. It doesn't make much sense against Delhi.
I mean, the gold is forward.
Yeah, but
It's tempting, to say the least.
yeah. So this
Too
is like,
tempting.
okay, he's actually doing it. If you get caught doing this at the very beginning, though, it can completely fall apart due to the villager pool with shivs, right?
I mean, wait, do we have a mosque yet for Puppet Paw?
No, we have a mill, we have a mining camp, a house, but no mosque.
Okay.
Well, historically, we have seen the Canadians win Delhi games where they forgot to queue a lot of techs. So I guess the more extreme version of that would be not building the mosque, which in a way is like an even bigger, like, caster curse reverse type buff.
Huh.
Because now he's missing even more techs than he normally would with the Delhi game.
Yeah, we're not getting efficient productions in right now, and that could hurt, especially when you're facing off against the Mongols, right? Like, you want to get a big mass up. Getting the Dome of the Faith in, 2 villagers working on that. Granted, the Dome of the Faith is immediately gonna give him a mosque.
Right?
Yeah,
so
he's
like a mosque to produce, but like you're missing out on the free scholar that you get, right?
Yeah.
From the mosque as well.
He's going on to wood now, so might still be coming in. Maybe he's
Guess
just saving
this
the
is
wood.
counterplay against, like, maybe this is the counterplay in his mind against an outpost rush.
Could be. I mean, the mill is going to be safe. The mill should always be in range of the TC. The gold mine he can get rid of. Probably just wants to get enough gold in order to be able to afford a second scholar. Spearman coming in. Are we getting the delete? Yes, we are.
He doesn't have enough for the extra scholar.
Oh, he's just gonna send him back.
Yeah, okay,
because
yeah. He'll
he
just
did
wait
it.
on one villager.
Yeah, he did a drop off with one of the villagers in time, so he's gonna be fine there.
Okay, so
Oh,
Vortex...
actually, is this gonna be able to protect
yeah,
the
he's got
mill?
enough. Oh, you mean the mill? Yeah, no, the mill's gone.
Oh, it's actually not in
I
range.
can't believe that. Look,
Dude,
look
that's so close. Every time. I can't believe it. Every time I play as the Mongols, I'm so far out of range, out of that circle, and I get hit. Vortex, he's like inside of the circle, and he doesn't get hit. I swear,
but
these players are built differently.
No, it's because Vortex, like, his downtime, people thought he's playing Age of Myth. He's actually been practicing darts with his recent resurgence with younger players. So he's used to, like, standing on the line, but leaning as far over as possible. Genius.
I can't believe it, man. After playing Mongols today, I feel like this is unfair.
I think he would have got that kill if he didn't re-micro the Spearman. Because the body block
Then
was
he
there.
would've-
That villager was going to run around.
Yeah, but he was in range of the TC for that moment. Like, he would have lost, like, 2 spearmen.
Just stab him. Right, so Mill is definitely just going to be going down. He's definitely not getting willpower beforehand. If you pulled his 2 villages, maybe you should be able to repair. I don't think the outpost reaches, right?
Is it worth? It's not worth it though to repair that. Like, it's not gonna come in one way or the other in time.
Hey, you're not my dad. I'll repair it. Okay?
I am indeed not your dad.
Sounded a bit too proud of that.
I was gonna say you're lucky.
I can't remember who it was. Someone was telling me, they were like, I really wish insert player like was my dad. And I just flat out went, that means they would have banned your mom. And the person never talked to my chat again. So we do have Blacksmith Archer range coming in. Silver Tree is on the way, so Vortex is feeling a bit greedy.
Archer range is gonna be coming in. We are getting efficient productions behind all of this from Puppy Paw. Are we getting another mill in?
Yeah, we are. This one is
time it's gonna be in
definitely
range.
not out of TC range, right?
Surely not.
I mean, at this stage it shouldn't matter, but it would be hilarious if somehow the Spearman done it again.
Yeah. We're getting Siege Engineering first in as well. Silver Tree is coming up behind us. We are, I guess, stable in 2, so it looks like we are going to get a Spearman Keshik type army composition.
Yeah, but for Puppy Paw, he really wants to go Ghazi plus Archers, right? I feel like this favors Mongols.
Yeah, it does. You got to go Archers and Spearmen instead. Also not the best.
Why didn't he just... I guess it's tricky because your opponent can't ungarrison, but theoretically you could like just get 5 or 6 Ghazi and kind of micro down the tower, right? And then you can follow up with the Ghazi onto the map to block trade. This leaves you...
The mill has been rebuilt, but we're not getting any upgrades from it at the moment.
So that thing I mentioned at the start of the game is happening again. No. It's a classic for the Canadians. Forget about your Delhi text for maybe 15 minutes, but then still win the game. They always baffle me with this. It's almost like the person that, like touches something before they go onto the field to win a game.
Yeah. It looks like we are now also getting the barracks in, so Siege Engineering coming in, and he does now click wheelbarrow as well, so we'll be coming in shortly. Siege Engineering coming in, can get a ram in, Spearman should follow up as well. Is going to be able to clean up this outpost fairly easily, and then get back out to gold.
I don't think Vortex pushed in the deer, which is kind of a missed value play there, right? Like, gives you a much better
Did he not?
gathering rate. No.
Yeah, he hasn't. You're right.
So a little bit surprised by that. Like, against Delhi, they'll eventually just get it for free, Pro Scouts, right? And with the deers this far away, you could argue you're going to have a stream of troops coming out, but you know how people get about the Pro Scouts. He'll eventually come for that.
Scout from Puppy Paw is also going to see the Keshik play now. And we are getting archers in as well, so it's going to be a 1-1-1 army composition now from Vortex.
We should be getting the first traders queued up soon. I like that Vortex hasn't just rushed it. Some players would, and they'd just not have the Keshik pressure to control the map. This is basically the guarantee that Puppy Paw can't go for Sacred Sites optimally, right? His timing has already been stunted by the different opening and the delays along the way on the gold.
Yeah.
Now, like as a follow-up result, you can basically set up a Keshik on each of these different sacred sites to intercept.
Normally, you would already have the scholars move out to the sacred sites like a minute ago.
Normally, right? But remember, this was, oh, you like gold? No touchy, right? Hasn't been able to get on it.
Yeah. Looks like the Keshiks might be going for the villagers on the deer. Not sure how many there are on the deer. But they are going to go for them either way. It's just one. And one is enough.
So kill them. Punches them on the back. Looks like the outpost is at least now going to get cleared. The Purple, you know, this feels like the weakest form of Delhi you can come up with, right? Like, not going Tower of Victory, but then going massive.
Ooh, villager building the walls as well. Was it a villager or was it a military unit?
It's a million.
It was an archer. It was an archer.
And don't you just love it when the Khan ruins your plan? Unfortunately.
You think you can just shuffle to the side?
Yeah, it's one of those classics where people just keep the Khan with cavalry, but if you just pull them away, like, you have the Falcon now. Like, I kind of understood when this awkwardness would happen before the Falcon was introduced, but quite often in this situation, just keep the Khan away. Like, once you see that line, you have a better chance of getting kills if he's nowhere near, triggering attack animations and, you know, notifications early.
Yeah, the notifications, they can definitely, like, sometimes you're at a perfect spot at the perfect time. One notification that comes in like 3 seconds too early means that 2 more villagers from your opponent survives.
Yeah, the best one is Magadai, right? When you're like, this is going to be a sick raid. And the Khan's like, just in case you guys didn't know, we're about to kill you.
It is fine, we're here.
2 damage. And this is not how you want to be playing Delhi right now. I mean, Hillendale, definitely a defensive map, but the whole goal with this civ is to already be on sacred sites.
The thing is, Puppy Paw, he can't go for like any really aggressive attacks anytime soon. Because Vortex is still using all of his stone for the double production, right? So until Puppy Paw gets like a little bit better scaling in, he's gonna be behind in the military count. But at the same time, there's also traders scaling.
5 traders right now, and that means that Puppet has kind of an all-in point where his archers need to reach that trade. It's not like Ghazi where you can just come in every minute or 2 and wallop.
Does this still count as a quick wall?
Yes.
It went up really quickly.
Yes, that would be because apparently when we decided to nerf build speed of walls for villagers, we looked at Delhi's build speed with infantry and was like, that's fine. It didn't get nerfed. That's coming in.
Nerf, right? Archer and archer fight.
We're not getting a bit too far forward here. The archers are going to start sniping them
yeah,
down.
It's...
Uh-oh. He's got the attack speed arrow. The count isn't really existent anymore. Undermesh is on the way, and they're going to intercept. He's just going to starve the gold, so Scholar will pull away quick enough. First scouts.
Yeah,
like
no Pierce armor yet. Khan goes down. That's going to be Sacred Side 1.
Yeah, Northern 1 might be in trouble.
That's not... Yeah, that one's not going to... Yeah.
I mean, a bold move, Cotton, right? So he's going to lose the Scholar trying to cap up there. Oh, just
that was a
before.
close one as well.
Yeah, because like once you capture it, you immediately get returned the money that the Scholar costs from the Dome of Faith, so misses out big time there.
Archer is still in the middle to defend. Yeah, has more than enough there as well. That's not something that Vortex can immediately contest, and so one Sacred Side is going over to Puppy Point. Look how much food he's got in the bank.
Dare I say Fast Castle?
You dare.
Dare I say Fast Imperial?
You may.
I don't want him to do it. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I do. If it works in this game, it deserves to be nerfed.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes.
He has 3 scholars, right? Like, going Fast Castle doesn't feel good here.
it doesn't feel the best, no. But you still get access to like the immediate Castle Age units, and you can blob them out quickly with efficient productions as well.
This is true. Actually, it's a bit of a conundrum, though. But there is House of Learning. Pulls the trigger. He's at least got some gold trickle off those sacred sites. Vortex. He's starting to stockpile a little himself, so might be somewhat suspicious of what's occurred here.
Looks like there are a couple of units that have been sent out to the bottom side. 5 spearmen. KP.
Yeah.
I miss the time when spearmen did bonus damage to traders.
You really miss it?
Yes, I miss it so much. Every time I see a trader, I just feel like I want the Spearman to do bonus damage to this man.
But if you just pick Byzantines, you can go Expilatores.
Doesn't feel as good.
Yeah. I still wish that the change they made to trade is that when you kill a trader, you get their gold. Like, you mug them. Yeah.
I think that's kind of a lot.
Yeah, but, like, you want your trade, here's the price.
That's a tough price to pay.
Yeah, then maybe you shouldn't trade. How about
Yeah.
that? Solved
That's
it.
the consequence. That's the consequence.
America went with 25% trade tariffs. I'm recommending 100%, okay?
Gotta take it all. But now, Castle Age has come through. We're immediately seeing knights coming in from Puppy Paw, Vortex.
Yeah, but
Just about halfway there.
But the thing is, we're also not seeing Puppy Paw take it all, right? This isn't your classic, I reach Castle Age, I'm now picking up all relics. The scholar count is abysmal here. He only has 4 currently. He can't get out of his base because Mass Keshiks have him camped.
Yeah. Oh, Scholar. Able to make it in. But this is dangerous. Like, that's the second time that Puppy Paw's backline has been caught outside of his base in a precarious situation. Oh, I like that. That's mean. It's toxic. And it's something that only Delhi can do.
See, and you wanted Spearman to get the damage against cavalry, against traders back, rather. They don't need it.
I mean,
oh, that's sick. Vortex sees it just in time. One archer will clear this
Yeah.
up.
imagine if they had bonus damage. They could just kill that trader really quickly and get the wall up.
But you get to wall. You've already got enough tools. The good news is this wall is going to inform Puppy Paw just how much trade Vortex now has. It'll be like counting sheep in the middle of the night. 1, 2, all the way to 14.
Coral Tie coming in behind this. Puppy Paw, he's on a timer because Vortex, he's going to be able to upgrade his cash extent as well. 3 Knights, not going to be able to cut it. Not at all. He's... Oh my god, look at the
It's a scary
resource that
amount
he's
of
got in the
archers.
queue.
Like,
Look at the resources that Puppy Paw is in stock, though.
I already, like, I didn't even want
Just
to shine on it until it was really happening.
cancel
but, like,
it.
he's been holding
Cancel
about 800
Knights.
food most of the time.
Cancel the Knights.
Jesus, you
Embrace
really
the
are
greed.
Emperor Sidious today, aren't you?
Where is he getting his food from at the moment? Oh, he's moving all the way out to the outer berries. Ooh, I like... Oh, no. For a second, I want to say I like that he didn't deplete his initial berries just so the icon remains on the minimap for his opponent. But then the icon disappeared.
So he didn't do the thing that you liked. That's the
Yeah.
idea. I'm liking what Vortex is selling here. We've got pack up tech on the way, veterancy coming in for everything, level 2 range damage. However, Puppy Paw has got an elephant. It's happening again. Marino's nightmare from his series earlier today. The one thing that could hold it all back. Can it hold back the Spaniard here?
We are getting night raids on both sides, on both flanks. Vortex is pulling a couple of Keshiks back, but 3 Keshiks up against 4 Knights, that's not quite gonna be enough, but that's about to be damage inside of Puppy Paw's base.
Just Lancers as well. He's getting all the attacks. Vortex just rolling in the gold. He's going to be fast. That Puppy Paw, you know, I'm glad he came away from this Imperial idea. You have 7 scholars. Like, let's slap ourselves around the face, splash some water on, maybe get hit in the face by a wet fish and realize it's not a play. This is good, though. Lancers on the flank will be able to shut down some of the trade. Now, Vortex has entry. Kortai is
One
in
Knight,
here.
ambitious.
And the Lancers are still going, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the Pierce Armor upgrade. It's not in yet.
Oh boy, defense arrow did just run out. The Kortai still has not moved. It's on strike right now.
Yeah, it's not moving.
Oh my god, the
And
amount
it's
of
still
trees.
+2 Pierce damage versus only +1 Pierce Armor.
Like, if he just has a Kortai here, right now, this is an unlosable fight.
Yeah, it would be very easy for him to beat that army back.
He has the buff now. Elephant is looking angry, however,
He's running down that hill.
I mean, you don't have enough damage now, and we've still got the Lancer raid. This is getting ridiculous. That's the entire economy lead just evaporating.
yeah, Puppy Paw did a great job there. 12 worker kills on those traders. Oh, there was even a villager trying to close off that wall.
I'm baffled by this. I mean, one by one, the Keshiks went in, right, and just flopped. There was never like a switch in the spears, say, to perfectly counter this, and all of a sudden, a game that looked like that should have been curtained to 3-0, there is suddenly hope in Puppy Paw's future in Hill and Dale.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
You're thinking Imperial again, aren't you?
Yes.
You're always
At
thinking
every
Imperial.
opportunity. It's
It's
just so
weird
good.
that you hate HRE so much, yet you always think about Imperial.
I mean, I also like Kagan and Palace for Mongols.
Yeah, I think it just needs to be able to spawn elephants, you know?
Honestly,
Let it have a
elephants are...
gunner elephant.
Yes, actually.
With
Give it the
Yam.
gunner elephant. Yeah, give it the gunner elephant with Yam with all the unique upgrades as well.
Oh, now we're talking. The Clash coming in here. The
Elephant at the
Kurotai
front
is
line.
going to be participating this time. And the Keshiks are just trying to swarm in. They're going to go bypass it. Armor gets activated. The elephant is pretty much in the prime of his life right now, eating on anything.
He's staying
But it's not going
behind.
to be fast enough.
That's a little bit much. Pumbaa can tank up a lot, but not that much. Ooh, there's the Scholar with the relic. Dumbo,
Yeah,
I
he's
wanna
like,
say.
build me a gate. I don't know about that one, bud. He still
we
has
need-
berry gathering on the flank, right? So it's not curtains. Poppy Paw can still afford forces, but he's slow food limited. The only thing he can really afford is a lot of archers.
Yeah, still not, a couple more berries here, but the issue is, like, the more he moves out, the more he exposes his own villagers as well. He's got a lot of wood. Puppy Paw, what's he gonna do with all of this wood now? Maybe farm
Build
transition?
more archers?
I mean, fair. Also shout out the Scholar.
Oh, no. No, you
Pool's
didn't
closed,
build the
go
last
around,
guy
sir.
gate. So looks like second relic is going to be coming home. So Poppy Paw having some extra gold trick. We're going to be important here, considering how limited he is on the high ground.
Yeah. It's a lot of archers at the moment in for Puppy Paw. 50 compared to 20 from Vortex. Vortex even adding in Spearmen.
What? I mean, Vortex didn't solve for the food issue, right? I don't think he set up pastures at all.
Oh,
Doesn't
there's
look
the
like a guy
Keshiks
who
on the...
did.
Wait. Oh, Puppy Paw saw it in time. The Keshiks that were trying to raid. He had an outpost there. Great awareness.
This is worrisome right now for Vortex. He knows he's got an exposed point. You don't look good when you have to defend with Mongols, and he has got that trade. Trade that he's only now reblowing after losing the entirety to 4 Lancers.
He's got enough for a keep now, though. Where is he gonna... What position does he
That's
want to
good gold.
secure? It's gonna be the front side, from the looks of
Yeah.
it.
Okay, so he does something a little bit safer than I expected. I would expect him to drop on the gold next to the sacred site. There's just so much value on that spot, but seems
Yeah.
to value the food a bit higher here.
He's getting a siege workshop in as well.
Against Mongols?
Well, maybe he wants to Mangonel.
I mean, this is the type of play like, oh, there's a keep over there, I need to trap it down, right? Sadly, Mongols can't do that. Got Yam network being researched, so Vortex's entire army will start to get that mobility pump.
Yeah.
But this
There's no counter yet to the archers other than the Keshiks.
it really isn't. I mean, at this stage, you like, oh, maybe horse may be better, but the problem is you've got loads of gold, not loads of food. As
Yeah.
in the clash, does use the defense arrow again, but the key drop should reset Vortex here. This is not a worthwhile dive, surely.
Definitely not. The elephant can also attack while on the move, so while hiding back is getting a lot of damage in on those Keshiks. We were at, like, what was it, 9, 10 Keshiks? Suddenly we're down to 5. Back up to 7.
Village Fortresses is going to get prepped here for Puppy Paw. Gonna be a little bit of time to wait, but with 13 scholars shouldn't be long.
We got 3 Mangonels in queue now for Puppy Paw.
Good lord.
Does this remind you of something?
I mean, I've definitely not watched him build a lot of manga. Wait, I have.
There
But-
was a game like that recently today.
There was, wasn't there? And we learned that mangoes ROP in Castle Edge?
Most definitely are. Kurultai is setting up in the middle of the map now. We're getting some forward outposts as well. Satyamara is going to be there.
Now
for
this
Vortex.
is fun. Vortex
Mentally.
is going mangoes too, with Kurotai buff.
That is frightening.
And Puppy Paw's army doesn't do very well against mangoes.
With Kurultai buff.
Very important to highlight that Kurotai buff. It's a shame if a core type buff Mango would hit you in the face.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like Puppy Paw just needs to get to Imperial Age somehow. Like, legitimately.
Farms. The thing that's going to kill him here is the lack of farms to get this Ghazi pump going.
I don't think you want a Ghazi pump. I think you're completely fine spamming archers, but you need to have the passive elephant production in. To like have that one big value unit in as well.
What if we just built sprinkles?
That's a quick way to lose a game.
Not with elephants, it's not.
Sprinkled and elephant composition. Is there something I'm missing there?
It's dumb. It shouldn't work, but it does. Like, you got the big tank and you got the big archer. It's not a quick way of winning the game. Like, in theory, your opponent should be able to counterplay with enough time.
I'm just thinking, like, once you get to Imperial Age, you're able to stack so many upgrades, especially on archers, for free.
I get you.
And we're now at a point where Puppy Paw has sufficient scholars. Like, he gets a university, and he's immediately gonna spawn 3 for free. Has so much value.
Just coming in.
That's the wrong direction. Wrong direction for the Mangonel.
But the other one goes down, so keeps one of them alive. But the dive is coming in here, and the crossbow count is big enough. The War Elephants can't stand here anymore. It's not like the other engagements. They get melted. Mango's now Walloping. They're Kurotai buffed, and the Keshiks are already in. The formation split is good from Vortex. There's no immediate big hit available, and also Puppy Paw. The Mangoes aren't attacking.
They're not. They're standing still for the most part. Not sure what to hit. Double elephants coming in though. There's still a lot of crossbows remaining.
This is too much of a loss here, right? The elephants have been wiped. The Mangoes are just confused. They're like, I don't know who we're shooting at. They're just looking at the elephants in shock. Village on the front line now getting caught as well. Vortex just got given the biggest gift of the series.
I think Puppy Paw behind us. He was busy trying to wall in the trade from Vortex.
Unbelievable. I mean, he might get the wall up, but once again, it's happening.
Realized.
Vortex is like, oh, let me just pull the traders and stop that from happening. Let's be totally real. At this stage in the game, with how much Puppy Paw lost, worst case scenario, Vortex trades north trade post.
Yeah.
He can do that.
Not a problem for him. As more Mangonels coming in, Vortex up to 6 now.
This is insane. Good luck with 4 archers killing these guys quick enough. Crossbow's already arriving. Oh, he just realized what's happened. We got another keep drop coming in. I mean, Puppy Paw still hasn't solved the food issue. There's no mass farms coming, right? Like, scaling multi-TCs worth of production doesn't feel viable here.
Yeah, definitely doesn't. And Puppy Paw, he's further away from Imperial Age than he's ever been, I feel like, in Castle Age so far. And now there's Trebuchets coming up as well.
He could, like, get Imperial Age in, like, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
If he doesn't build villages with his current income.
Like, look at how many villagers he's got on gold there. That's his entire economy. He doesn't have anybody gather food right now, does he?
I think he's got, like, 2 people on deer, maybe 3.
He's trading out now.
Okay, here we go. We've got berry play. The crazy part is at any stage, Vortex could just roam up there with 2 Keshiks.
Puppy Paw, why is he putting his relics forward?
Did someone say Kurotai buffed trebuchets?
Wasn't on my bingo card today, I'll be honest.
Don't mind if I do. Brilliant way of sniping out the enemy elephants as well.
Archers making their way into the trade though.
Oh, this is a quick, easy finish on the wall as well. This is a crazy sneak in. However, Vortex is pulling the entire army down here.
And the archers, luckily, Mongols can't build walls. But you've built your
luckily
own
for him,
wall.
Puppy Paw was thoughtful enough to build them for him.
Yeah.
A good guy. He's gonna get punished for it though. So actually builds a gate to try and get inside and buy a bit more time. There's way too many range units. He's gonna march up the Mangoes. Really, this is where you wish you had just a handful of Ghazi to take out those Trebs.
Our elephant's coming in for Puppy Paw at the moment. Pretty much the only thing that he can afford with the massive amount of gold that he's getting in. Mangonel. It's taken down.
Tricky situation now for Puppy Paw because once this castle goes down, the floodgates open. His army is non-existent. Over half of what he's showing right now is actually scholars. I think we're looking at the end of NA Pride here in EGC Masters Winter. And it will go out with a whimper, not with a yell.
Definitely, it's just such a tough situation right now for Puppy Paw. He's gathering up so much gold.
I don't know what the idea is with this. I mean, this is
take your opponent's army.
Yeah, if I can get your army, I can win the game. Come here. Come to Papa. It's like, just give me the Keshiks at least, right? Like, give me something in the divorce proceedings, please. Hello? Keshiks are dying too fast to even get them. The crossbow formation, Vortex. He's teasing. And Poppy Paw is not looking pleased here. It looks like the mango's going to go down. There's no play left here. It is the end of the road for Poppy Paw. Both Canadians falling short of people's high expectations in the first major event of 2025.
I mean, highlighting it, Vortex just played this absolutely clean. A seamless trader transition behind non-stop aggression at the front side grand. Puppy Paw did manage to sneak in a couple of raids time and time again. Actually looked kind of close in between. Doesn't quite find the window, though, to Imperial Age, which is so important for Delhi as you unlock all of these big upgrades completely for free. Get a landmark and pretty much worth, when it comes to unit production, 1,000 resource worth per minute coming in from that one. But Vortex, with a clean 3-0, is going to be able to move on forward. It's going to be able to move on to the semis in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, there was realistically, if we're being honest about it, high expectations of what maybe the Canadians were meant to do in this series. No shame in it. At the end of the day, we're talking about you being still in the top 8, actually like the top 6 here, right? But it's kind of a heavy expectation. I think going into this year, a lot of people were thinking, wow, this is Puppy Paw's time to shine. He's going to probably win one, but there's still plenty of events to come up. But what we've learned here is Vortex's break didn't put a dent in his talent, right? He's been around the proverbial playground rather. He's played God knows how many RTSs competitively in the last year, right? You got Stormgate. I think he dabbled in a little bit of Battle Aces. You saw him taking to Age of Mythology. Before that, there was Zero Space. But yeah, he returns to AoE4 and already looks completely back on form like he never left.
Yeah. Absolutely solid gameplay there from Vortex. It's gotta be said, like, he looked incredibly clean. But fellas, this wasn't the last set of the day. This was definitely not the last set of the day, because I think we're getting an interview, and after that, we are gonna be taking a look at definitely another very highly anticipated set, because we're gonna be looking at Louis MT up against Beastie.
We are indeed, but before we get to that, we need to talk to the lad himself. We've got Fox's Vortex on the line. Vortex, good to see you, mate. Looking good in person and in game. First of all, big congrats on the win. We need to talk a little bit about this because it's quite the difference between what we saw in the group phase. There, where it went 5 games, you wouldn't think we're looking at the same players here. What changed between that group phase and now?
I mean, well, first of all, thank you so much. I think it depends a lot on, like, on the day. Some days you play better, some days you play worse. I was feeling really tired after the first 2 games in my group stage against Puppy Paw, and he started playing really, really well. I think the first 2 games really went my way, but then he managed to play some really, really good AoE4. And today, I think I was just on point. I think I played my very best. Like, I think this is the best I can show.
I mean, I'm glad to see it, man. We've got to talk about 2024 for you, right? Great to have you back in Age of Empires 4. But I think it's fair to say 24 was a journey of, shall we say, discovery. Like, God knows how many RTSs you were competing in at the highest level. Did that kind of maybe refresh things and put them back in perspective for you? Like, almost that logic of sometimes playing a game too much is a bad thing.
Yeah, that's precisely what happened. I think throughout the last year and a half of playing AoE4, I was really unmotivated. It really didn't have to do a lot with the game. I mean, the meta didn't help. At least I didn't like it too much, but it's just I had played so much before that I just wasn't feeling it. And you know, after this trip throughout many different RTS games and realizing how good of a game AoE4 is, I was like, when I came back, I was like, this is my time. I have to make it happen. And I really got my motivation back, and I think it shows in my stream and everywhere that I'm actually enjoying AoE4 like I had never enjoyed the game. So yeah, I think it didn't have to do a lot with like playing different RTS. It's just getting my motivation back.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, you know, you look a bit more refreshed, right? Like, I think sometimes just doing too much of what you love, but also what is your career can become draining, especially with the way the scene evolves over the years. You know, my big thought, though, I think a lot of people want me to ask, you know, what's happening with your brother? Are we going to see Lucifer return, or is he at least there practicing with you? Because historically, you two were like this brainchild of AoE4 strategies.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's not playing at all. Like, he's not playing custom games with me or anything. He's, you know, back on the programming life or the coder life or whatever you want to call it. But the last thing he told me is maybe if there's like a big update with like DLC and stuff, he might play again. So that's something to hold on to, I guess.
Okay, that's exciting then. So hopefully we get an announcement that maybe entices him back. If not that, I mean, with a programming background, maybe he should just go make the next big RTS. You know, maybe design it in a way that his brother can go and dominate it even easier. But who knows what the future can hold? I mean, one thing I got to say, like, it is a pleasure to have you back, mate. And I think you're delivering some great games. I've got to ask you about the upcoming set. You know, there's who you want to face between Beastie and Louis MT. There's who you expect to face. A lot of people would lean Beastie, but Louis has historically looked good against him. Is there someone you favor there?
Yeah, I mean, actually, in the group stage, Louis beat Beastie, right? So it's not impossible, but I think I favor Beastie. I think he's the big favorite. And who I want to face, I mean, probably Louis, right? Like,
Yeah.
Beastie is in super good shape. He's been playing really, really well lately. So if I had to pick, I would say Louis, but then you cannot really count anyone out. Like, Louis might beat Beastie and then he might beat me as well. I think at this point everyone plays so good that anything can happen. But yeah, if I had to pick, I would rather play Lou.
All right. Well, it's an exciting time. I'm sure you'll be watching the games with everyone else, anticipating the outcome. But my friend, absolute pleasure to talk to you. I'm excited to see
Awesome.
what you can do next weekend. Congrats on making it to the final weekend of EGC. And I'm sure we'll see you.
Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure to catch up with the Spaniard himself. It's been too long, and I think we can agree, Crackety. Just looking at him on camera there, man. I mean, obviously, fresh off a win, you got to be feeling happy, especially against such a scary opponent. But I think he's right. Like, it's almost like something's triggered. You can see it, that he almost has a more positive look about him just on camera alone.
Yeah, and I also just want to stress, like, I put a lot of like high value in Vortex's opinion when it comes to RTS, and him just saying like, yeah, AoE4 is like the best RTS out there. That objective fact. There we go. There it is. We got it.
He's been around. He's experienced a few. Like last year alone, he competed in 4 other RTSs, I believe it was, and then a history that ripples all the way back to Warcraft. So this is a man that definitely knows what he's talking about. Always a big positive thumbs up. Now, 2 players that definitely know what they're doing, definitely have been consistent in their commitment to AoE4. We've got, what, the biggest content creator player in AoE4 versus the biggest Chinese content creator, which technically might even be bigger than BC. I'm not sure what the exact numbers were in China. I know that Louis is very popular there, and I don't know if you know this, Crackety, but typically in that country, being an esports athlete is more comparative to being a traditional celebrity in the rest of the world.
I mean, Louis got the face for it, right?
Right? Yeah, dude, like get the full swag glasses. I mean, you know, to make a Dota 2 reference, maybe Age of Empire 4's Arme waiting to happen.
All right. Looking at our first matchup, though, very similar to the first matchup of our last series. We're going to be seeing HRA up against the Chinese coming in here. Interestingly enough, I think this is the only set today where we see Zhuji not banned on one side. Beastie actually able to pick Zhuji here in this set.
Which is surprising when you look at the map pool. Like, Louis, I don't feel like Louis' opening pick bans make full sense, right? Like Juji HRE getting through when you've got basically all maps that are pro scout viable seems kind of crazy to only get Chinese in return.
I mean, so, out of the Dragon Pro Scout, still very good. You get Mali in Pro Scout, also very, very good. You get Delhi for delayed Pro Scout, that's fairly decent. I think it's not bad. I don't think it's bad. Beastie's got, like, what else? French, Juji. I don't think you want to go Pro Scout with Iobid. Jean can go Pro Scouts. Probably don't want to go Pro Scout with Abbasid as well. It's a fairly even in the regard of Pro Scout, but Pro Scout doesn't necessarily make or break a game.
No, and in fairness, like no one got the Roost, which is critical King of the Hill in this roster. They seem like the unbeatable when it comes to that map. Beastie has a pretty desirable outcome there, though. I think Juji have been like a firm second in terms of performance on that map in particular. But the HRE Chinese matchup, we did see it just in the last series between Purple and Vortex. Had to keep in mind it was very different players. In theory, Beastie, we've said, has got this new light about him, this new aggression. This should be the test of it. We basically have a comparison from the last set. Will we see an unbridled level of aggression, or will he maybe take that more greedy route that him and HRE, with him wielding them historically, has been known to always go to?
This is gonna be an interesting one. I mean, Beastie, he's good on the HRE. He's fairly decent. Some might say like HRE and Beastie, they work well together. Maybe you can put them in like maybe like somewhere in the, how would Drongo say, in the top 5, right next to GUA with the Abbasid.
I mean, it's like a match made in heaven, right? I'm trying to think that one. Lucifron and French historically. I think, God, who's our Ottoman like ruler? I feel like there was a time where
Louis or CSO, I want to say.
Yeah, there was a time where like you would have said Puppy Paw, right? Back with the first Red Bull, like he was the one who brought in that ridiculous.
Maybe Magic as well.
Interesting thing on that, Magic copied Puppy Paw's homework. He told me he'd only played a few games at Ottomans, and he asked Puppy Paw for a build order. And that build order was good enough to beat Marine Lord. So that says everything.
It was, yeah. Does that mean Ottomans OP? Maybe they used to be.
Maybe once upon a time. These days, let's not talk about it. They didn't even get picked. However, we can start talking about the action. It's kicking off, folks. Another elimination series. Beastie versus Louis MT. Loser is out. They will be denied an opportunity to make a podium finish, to make a comeback. And this is a matchup that, on paper at least, when you look at the playstyles, should be tight. Let's see if the new generation Beastie can make it a swift sweep, or if Louis is going to get that cozy late game he seeks.
All right, we're jumping right into another set here. Beastie versus Louis MT. Look at that, the barracks is already up. Beastie going for the Dark Age rush. And I like this. I really, really like this. I talked about this previously. I think nowadays with China, where they go for the no IO build, you can punish that incredibly well with the HRE, with Dark Age Spearman. Because now you don't have that Imperial official to get you that passive gold income.
Especially the way that Louis done this, there is a very easy counter to this rush, but 3 on gold, right? But, yeah,
but 4
because he's delayed, he has to go 4. Yeah, he's scoured it. He knows.
Saw it. Oh my god.
It's a sick read. Now remember, he needs to gather 235, up to 235 rather, because he needs the 200 for the tech, but he also needs the gold to get that first taxman out. So he's going to be stuck here for a little bit, but he's going to make it 5 on gold. So this is pretty much guaranteed with no injuries.
Yeah. Already investment though.
He brought the wolf. He just needs to run past the villages.
No, the wolf will focus.
No.
Okay, the wolf would still focus the spearman if he had that kind of like aggro range. There should be enough gold now for Louis.
He just needs a manual drop off and run away. So there we go. He's safe against the play. Beastie now kind of awkward. You've invested 3 spears.
But this mill is so far. Could Beastie just go for an outpost and deny the food underneath the mill?
Quite possibly. We don't have a villager pool though, and it feels like it's already getting a little bit late.
Yeah, this would have been a nice play, a nice follow-up. Then again, Louis, he could probably just like build another mill.
Like, oh no, let me just pull this back a bit.
Anyways,
I'll still gather the taxes from this, because why not? So Imperial Academy likely going to be being dropped just to the left of the mill. We'll get the double tree line as well, so plenty to work with there. And then on a delay, if he comes back, it should be able to clip the gold. So yeah, plenty of tax gen.
4 villagers working on that, so the delay is gonna get evened out.
And I want wolves to be stronger.
Wolves, like in AoE 2, are pretty neat, right? Like, they're able to deal massive damage to units moving out early. They're actually being like used as a tool on certain maps to make rushing a little bit harder. Like, have an open map where rushing is still hard.
Yeah, the challenge is like the RNG of them, right? If you make them too strong, it's almost like you don't want them to. You want them to almost spawn in a more predictable fashion to make it reasonable. But I know people love the generation. I have been seeing some interesting maps recently that have been layering in fixed gen with random gen, and I think that would be a cool area to see map designers explore next.
Repair comes in on that mining camp. So is gonna be able to keep that one up alive. Archon Chapel coming in for Beastie behind all of this.
Now, what
3
if
villagers working on that one.
this isn't pro scouts at all?
What else would it be?
Do you just all in HRE?
Does that make... I mean,
On a
that's not
spawn like
something that you...
this?
Yeah, it's not something that you can really feasibly do, all-inning HRE. Mainly because, like, with the Archon Chapel, you still have so much income for the HRE. Like, they're going to be able to outmass you easily.
I mean, in theory, if HRE goes pro scouts, though, right, there is theoretically a play. It's a bit tricky in Himiyama because the deer divide. It just doesn't seem like a pro scouts play, at least not initially, right? It's at least going probably archery range here.
Yeah, do we have the production building already in? It seems like it's not in range of the Imperial Academy, if there's a production building. No, we only have a
he's
village.
Just like, no, he went for all of the utility first, right? Get the village up. So rushes out from the lumber camp now. We'll be seeing the first production building in moments rather. It's awkward because, like, yes, archers count the spears, but then you just feed into the horseman play for HRE. So I guess you could
That's
just go
true.
spears, which has historically been a decent one. It's just weird in the HRE matchup.
I guess if you can then transition to Song Dynasty, it's going to be good because
Yeah.
you're going to want to make like Jugnus in pretty much any situation. But it's tough, like when you go for a Pro Scout build, you're going to need some time to go for the Song Dynasty build after. You're going to be on a delay either way.
I think we just see what, like 2 archers opening, and then theoretically he could rush pro scouts and mirror the timing. You have to remember that he can supervise it down to 30 seconds instead of 1 minute and 15.
Yeah,
Right,
looks
so,
like
like-
BC's still going to be first though. Pro Scout coming in for him.
Unless we have a fat tax drop off potentially. 1, still a long way away.
That's
So
2.
yeah, Beastie will have the edge. Might not be as big as you'd expect here. Rax drop is now coming in, so Louis is going to try to initially block Beastie's grab.
Yeah. Definitely makes sense. Maybe you can also try punishing a little bit just because your opponent did obviously invest like 350 resources into that. Not that 350 resources that much when you're gathering 40% faster.
I like this from Beastie as well. Going for archers now. Not really caring for the racks or just to rush into the greed of the stables play, right? You just want to blunt what your opponent is doing so you can safely get your own.
Yeah, definitely just want to get units up. We're also getting a stable from Louis, so we're getting an even army composition from both. Probably just going to be scouts for the time being, though, as pro scouts also coming in for him.
Farms as well. I mean, we know that HRE can do this, right? But also, because you're scaling archers, you're talking about a map that has very limited wood, especially if you're Archon. That's the design of Himiyama intentionally, is kind of to make it harder for that initial campy game style that really defensive civs thrive off of on maps like Gorgia Dry Arabia.
Yeah, more and more units flooding out from Louis, though, so military-wise he's looking pretty good at the moment.
Really fun
Nice little
freebie.
pick-off.
Spearman gets the bad news.
Scout already at
One
front
archery
line.
range isn't enough for Beastie here, right? He's going to have to double.
Yeah, definitely not going to be enough, and the scouts can start picking up the deer now as well for Louis. Wondering why he's not doing so now. Maybe just uses one initial scout at the moment just to actually scout.
He's paranoid. I think he's aware that this could be horseman follow-up, right? And he doesn't have the spears here yet. So he has to guard until the spears arrive, and then he can peel away.
He does spot the double archery range.
So now Louis just supervised onto horsemen, right? I mean, at this stage, your opponent doesn't want to build spears because you've got the archers already.
Yeah.
There is also a nasty timing for Chinese. The blacksmith's timing into undermesh here could just ruin BC's defense.
Looks like BC still has a couple of spearmen out. Trying to block one of the deer spots. But Louis still able to get some deer in underneath his base now. So both players are going to be able to get a good amount of deer in for themselves.
Taking the safe deer first, the one's closest to him. Another way he's kind of doing it, where he's spreading the scouts out to each location, just splinter and take back. Right? And then, like, off the back of that, I guess the logic is you'll see which stack beast he went for, and then you can commit onto that, right?
Yeah.
You kind of divide the risk of you running 4 scouts out to the wrong stack and realizing your opponent took that first.
Swallow techniques coming in as well. Louis still has a good army lead at the moment. Income also looking very solid for him, at least when it comes to the food department. So Horseman Flood definitely very viable for him. Looks like that might be the game plan for him for the time being. With the amount of wood income that he has, he's not going to be able to flood in as many archers.
I wonder if this is just kind of a skim and then bypass logic, right? Like, don't fully commit to the age, because you have to remember your opponent does have those men-at-arms, and he hasn't gone Song. So, realistically for Louis, the less he can spend on this age, while forcing Beastie to spend more, the better it looks for him for that mid-game.
Archer gets... Oh, he dropped off the deer. I feel like if he didn't drop it
Wow.
off, he could have been fine.
That Spearman Thrust was so powerful that it broke air. That was an air slash right there.
Cutting right through it.
Right, and people tell me spears aren't strong enough.
He created a vacuum, so the scout got sucked in closer.
Yeah, when you zoom in, all you can hear is the guy going, "Hoo," and then just kind of like a Dragon Ball Z release. Only, unlike Dragon Ball Z, after charging up for 3 episodes, he didn't miss.
Just passing here on the horseman.
Getting a lot of free info here, right? Like, BC's seeing just how committed his opponent is. He can try to gauge his response and not overcommit.
How
Louis-
committed, but like the Asia play is coming in behind this.
It's ridiculous, right? Like, China, just the extra gen they're getting as well from the
It's
tactician.
very
Even having
similar,
re-examination.
the resource-wise, yeah. The income is fairly similar.
It's crazy that they are neck and neck on military count. Like, you wouldn't think it, right?
Yeah,
Admittedly,
it's-
like, there's a difference in the scouting, right? So, like, Louis spent less technically on some of these units, but still.
Some men-at-arms coming in now as well. BC already having 4 of them out.
It's
2 more in
slow, though,
queue.
right?
The question is, what's the military, like, what's the unit that Louis wants to make once he ages up? BC,
He just
he's
wants
walking
it,
towards the
right?
space.
Yeah, I feel like Lancers just wins you the game right now. Like, maybe a few crossbows, because these men-at-arms are just going to melt. But Beastie doesn't have a solution for Lancers at all.
Doesn't have a
Fact.
solution for the horseman as well. That might be diving back towards the space.
I think he's
Means that he-
expecting Shuganu here. Like, he's going undermesh as well. It's almost like he's paranoid that there's a Zhuge play coming.
I don't think he's expecting Zhugadu, but he probably wasn't expecting the age up, just considering how many units Louis made. And we are seeing a composition of both crossbows, cattle scouts, and knights coming in now.
The raid timing as well. Horseman
Yeah,
in.
this is really good. Causing idle time, right?
You can get to work a kill, and it's only archers here to defend, right? So you can just chill for longer. Admittedly, no undermesh, so you will get melted, but these horsemen are disposable at this stage. In the meantime, Beastie having to dive in on the other side. We'll find 1 worker kill, but that's going to be about it. EG are now coming out. Crossbows as well. But for now, Lancers and Palace Guard is really all your target should be is Louis. Needs to be careful with the food.
There's no supervision on the barracks,
No,
though.
and it's shocking here. I mean, he's finally switched over,
can't
so
go
it's going to
for
be
it.
Lancers coming out. That should be enough to waste his time. Like, notice that Beastie has to trade out in the army. He can't attack the villages. This is a lost opportunity for him.
Yeah, not able to kill any villains, and now suddenly Louis can move out again onto the economy. Has to be careful though. Horseman going for the dive, and now BC starts focusing on some villagers.
Louis, still no blacksmiths at all, right? Like, he's got it there, but no upgrades whatsoever. The gold is just a little bit too limited. It's either build premium
villagers.
units or get blacksmith techs. You can't have both here. And the worker kills are starting to stack up. Notice that it's now to 6, so he just got an extra 4. And he's going to find more. Like, it's not quick
They're all
enough to
just
clean.
there. They're at the front. All the villagers are at the front, right? Like, Louis is in a tough place. He's in a very tough place. Imperial official going down. Louis is losing so much economy.
This is ridiculous. He finally
He
pulls
can't-
back, but the damage done here, while Beastie is also macroing for Castle himself.
I just want to say, this is why you never, never put the mill that far out as Chinese.
And also, drop the deer, like manually, intentionally drop them on the north side. Drop them closer to the TC at least. Oh no, after all that effort, it's now 11 worker kills more in favor of Beastie. Regnitz is on the way. Louis is rushing Monks to try and block the organic play for HRE. But he lacks the army to make this play.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire now. Barbican being rushed up now by Louis at the front side. Wants to protect his gold, wants to protect the food as well. He really needs to hunker down now to try and protect this one because wave number 2 is coming in for Beastie. And these Palace Guards still don't have Pierce armor. The archers are doing 2 damage each shot.
Go straight
Actually,
after
3.
the workers. Not that there's many of them left.
Oh.
Barbican's gonna go up. But what price? This is way too much. He's behind by 10 raw eco count total. But remember, that's 4 Imperial officials as well. Louis has a mountain to climb up. And I don't think Beastie's gonna give him the time to reach the peak.
Yeah, behind this, now the play goes onto the relics. Beastie already has spirals out. Granted, Louis already was gathering relics behind all of this. Kind of amazing how he found the micro capability to do that. Grant, maybe that was also what's causing him to lose that many villagers, just going for the relics behind all of this as well. Might have been stretched him a little bit thin.
This is looking worrisome. I feel at this stage, Beastie has to make a big slip up, right? Like map control wise, we should be looking at least 3 relics for HRE, which is more than enough to work with. Louis, you're pumping in a Palace Guard still against a Civ that could always just go heavy maces and beat you, right? And pro scouts wise, I think Louis did run away with more of the deer in the end. We have to remember Beastie has been layering in some farms as well, buffed farms at that. So yeah, you probably got like an opening of maybe 2 minutes to do something before this gets out of control.
Now, Louis does have Song Dynasty in. Food income is still looking decent for him. Main issue is just the upgrades and not having the unit mass out already. Like, the way that these Palace Guards right now lose up against the archers with veterancy, like, they lose pretty hard. It's 3 armor against 9 damage right now without any of the upgrades. And they got the same movement speed, by the way.
Good old HRE. Not a worry in the world, these type of games. He's just going mass lancers. I mean, there's not much left to kill, really. He realizes that also, because there's not much economy, Louis can't wall himself in at all.
Getting some spearman upgrades now as well. When BC's still making archers, so we'll definitely have the response for that.
This is the real test of the statement that Beastie doesn't just drag to the late game now, right? Like, if he commits full castle, which quite rightly he could, like, he's built an insane lead at this stage. When the relics come home, actually in the end it ends up being a 3-2 split. I'm shocked that actually played out that way, but
yeah, Louis did a good job there.
In theory, if this is the new generation of Beastie, there is a window to attack all in instead of just taking the safe play into Imperial. And taking that safe play into Imperial is dangerous here, right? Like, you're talking about China potentially scaling into the late game. The king's there.
Yeah. I mean, Louis lost a lot of villagers, but with Song Dynasty, slowly but surely, he is starting to catch up again. That 3rd relic that he got in also makes up a little bit. It's not the end of the world for him. He can still come back in this one. Granted, though, Beastie already has a good farm transition going for him. Louis is far away from that.
I mean, it's just so organic for HRE. Feels welcoming and easy. Admittedly, the tree lines make it a little bit harder being smaller, but because Beastie was able to get off the Archer comp at a very ideal time, that last bit of wood that's been buffed in range has been put to good use trying to get farms ready. Louis, he's got berries for the time being, but unfortunately, it looks like...
It's not fully walled.
No, like, one horseman, he's got to be lucky it's actually a knight coming through, and not some... horseman, rather, and not a knight, which would have cleaned this up.
Villager... Oh, barely need one more Shiv attack there.
Wait,
next up is
going
going
to
to be the Knight.
The Knight's coming. More of them are coming. Let out Howl and let them know where to go. We'll at least find another work kill the other way. But wait, Louis hasn't won it still.
Yeah, I don't think he knows. I legitimately don't think he knows about this.
He just assumes that horseman rotated all the way around the back. I mean, it makes sense, right? The horsemen have existed for a long time in this game. It's not like it's a freshly produced one.
That's a lot of knights. Disguised horsemen.
That is an open goal waiting to be shot into. One spearman is not going to be able to protect that either. Knights are just going to bypass. Louis not reacting quick enough, finally pulls away, but only 2 workers surviving that, and there's still more raiding to be done for these knights.
Beastie splitting off 3 knights. It's going to be enough to one-shot the villagers, even with textiles. And now he notices. Wait, it's open. So Wolof is going to be coming in.
Yeah, but look, he pulled a knight back. He pulled a knight back.
Oh, no. And both villagers get out.
No wall in. And still more potential to raid. Beastie is starting to macro up a little bit here on the food, so I think we are going to be seeing him target Imperial Age.
He is getting good rates in behind this, and the food economy for Louis, it's plummeted. Doesn't have the granary transition in, right? And there's already a good amount of farms for Beastie. A very good amount of farms that are also boosted up by the Archon. So in theory, those farms are actually better than villagers gathering from Deer.
And Louis, in the meantime, all he can really do is try to wall in and hunker down. It's going to feel like a long and cold winter here. And you can see that the saving grace for him is that Beastie realistically is looking for an Imperial play. Probably the only reason that Louis still looks like he's alive in this game.
Gold missing at the moment for Beastie. That's the only thing, and he can work on that. SFB, a little bit far out in the wilds.
Sure.
It's
Let's
a
go for the
clock tower.
workers. Okay. That was less than ideal.
Clock tower on SFB is pretty tanky.
Yeah, which is what I was kind of surprised you tried to kill it, right? Like with the repair crew basically standing right next to us. So by it, it's literally on top of it. Maybe a bit of a misclick, maybe want the villager instead. Wolf, come on, he doesn't even get that one. So this is all the knights. Doesn't find more worker kills there. But, BC, what's happening with the gold?
Nothing.
So
I think he
food.
look at the gold. Look at the gold on Beastie's side, top side. I think he just put like 20 villagers over
And
there.
had to run away.
And
Yeah.
had to run away because the knights were coming in at that exact point in time.
God, this is saving Louis so hard right now. I mean, there's no other gold for him to go after, right? There's one to the left of here, but it's the same neighborhood. It just wouldn't have the outpost protection. So finally the Lancers get taken out. Finally, Beastie should be able to get what he needs for attack up. Louis, in the meantime, has got Nesta Bees. So this attempt to now dive in should fail Beastie.
Yeah, but Louis is struggling. Louis is struggling for food. Desperately. And he's still behind in the economy.
I wonder, is there a world in which we just see all that food, recommit? Nah, there's no way, just mass. Nah. Right? I mean,
That would be Vortex's way of playing the game, right?
yeah, and you know, Beastie,
like-
as much as he's like reformed new style, like let's be totally real.
He's not
Suave
Vortex.
does sound pretty good.
Yeah. Ooh, Nesta Beast shot. We're at the front side.
Just getting kited before we can get the shots off. This is really awkward. H3's extra movement speed just making the difference against the knobs.
Yeah, and BC is still getting some kills inside the economy from Louis. He had like a single, maybe even 2 knights still roaming around in the woodline from Louis. Still a lot
There
of
it
damage
is.
there as well.
It's Love Hotel time. House of Suave is coming in on the gold. So about to see a big inflation. Meanwhile, Louis might be feeling a bit deflated. He went 2 TC behind this with 400 food income a minute.
Yeah, all of that food income is going to be used up. And BC is going up from position of power, right? Like, he's got units on the field.
He just can't use these Nesta Bees. Like, the idea in theory is good, right? But you can see BC's just perfectly skirting the range.
He's got knights and horsemen out now. H-up comes in as well. Oh, this isn't looking good.
No,
Knights
'cause if
coming
he
in.
turns around to defend these, he's going to lose all the spears quickly. Horsemen, Knights rotating around the back. He looks to try and bypass the Nesta Bee shots. If the reload comes through, this could be big, but
It's not going
he
to be in
needs
time.
bigger than big. He needs a tsunami wave, and he's not getting it. It's game one.
Yes.
BC off to a hot, uncontested start.
The HRE economy. So many raids came in as well. Like, usually China, they like having an extra amount of villagers. You're not feeling good with that villager graph, though.
No. You know, and like sometimes I like to think if Michael Jackson was alive and had got into Age of Empires 4, he'd be a Holy Roman Empire main. Because Hui.
Hui.
Yeah, so, that was terrible. Let's move on quickly. So, Louis, let's talk about what went wrong there. Like, in theory, the idea of aggression was good at the start, but something that's always remained true with this guy is the way he kind of tries to look for the greed play. And I feel as if that's what killed him here. He was off to a great start, and then just the greediness to go castle without any layer of protection, without enough gold to get under mesh. I think that's really what unraveled the entire plan for him.
Yeah, that, and also just Beastie being really good with the HR and just perfectly just judging when it was safe for him to go up to Imperial Age after taking a big advantage early on, and just so many villager kills, right? It worked really well for him. Here, this was like the crucial moment, I want to say. The mill at the front. That was absolutely devastating. Like, look at the economy count here. Louis is 4 to 5 villagers ahead. Grant, 4 of those are Imperial officials, but every time the archers step up to the front side and get a villager kill, it just hurts so much. It hurts so much. Also, the Imperial official not being able to supervise the barracks here, because if you go up there to that barracks, you're gonna get sniped out.
Yeah, it's not worth the attempt. And I mean, the crazy thing is, for a long time, it kind of seemed like BC was wasting the opportunity because he was focusing on the army, but he was just finning it to guarantee he could stay here for longer. Louis was pretty much just burning the lifeline he had, right? The limited food was going into troops one by one just to die. And overall, it's a perfect opportunity to learn about the importance of base layout, right? I think China, probably more so than any other Civ in AoE4, the initial base building is critical, right? Like, every Civ, it can matter, sure, but you mentioned the mill, then the production buildings. For a Civ that thrives off of supervision, being starved off of these key locations kills your game and your momentum.
Exactly. Now, Louis, he's gonna have to rally back up again. This one definitely hurt him, because it was a situation where I think with China, he was in a really good spot overall, right? Like, he got the majority of the deer in, he had a good amount of feudal age units, but then he just lost to these small mistakes, like the mill being out a little bit too far at the front side, not being able to secure his own gold as well. Next up, we are going to be seeing French from Beastie up against the Byzantines from Louis. So Louis pulling a big civilization out next.
I feel like I've seen these matchups somewhere else today.
Do you think Beastie can perfectly emulate Vortex, though?
I mean,
he's going to try.
It definitely feels like we're semi-copying homework here. Admittedly, the execution a little bit different, but, there's signs of that aggression. I mean, Byzantines on board land is always a curious choice. I feel like Byzantines on board land requires you to go all in. There's no hunkering down, there's no safety. Like, in the game between Purple and Vortex, it was Dry Arabia, a map that you can potentially wall yourself in and feel secure. Board land doesn't offer that potential. We're talking about a map where even your starting tree lines tend to spawn out of TC range.
Yeah, that's typically a tough one, especially for the Byzantines, right? Like, against knights. Granted, you do want to make Limitne either way. We're going to see how exactly that map is going to spawn for Louis. As we're jumping right into our game number 2. It's already being prepared for us, and here we go. Game number 2 between Beastie and Louis MT. Friendship against the Byzantines on board land.
Definitely a different order to the draft of the other elimination series between Purple and Vortex, but so far the same matchups, just on different maps. Curious to see how BC wants to approach this.
We got a spicy one, though. Look at what Louis is doing. He's already out on the berries.
Oh, wow. So is he really doing a Pro Scouts build here?
He could be going for a Pro Scout build. He could also be going for a super aggressive early opener build.
It's true. It feels like most of the time when you see this, though, it's going to be Hippodrome. And if you're doing Hippodrome, you have to be doing Pro Scouts for it to make sense. It doesn't make sense for the fight, right? Like, you get one pump of Triumph, and then the Knights just walk away, take a bit of poke damage, and then turn around. Like, it's not a great strategy. I think people have kind of learned that very quickly. Is the Hippodrome for Triumph itself. I want to say it's almost like a gimmick, right? Like, the way I always describe it is it's a weapon of mass destruction, but you only have one of them. Realistically, like in the important point of the game when it matters. So you want to threaten to do it, you don't want to actually use it, though.
Especially in the early stages, you're only realistically getting one big engagement with Triumph. Because Feudal Age tends to snowball really, really quickly.
Well, for Beastie, look at exposure points. That gold is really far away from any tree lines. You don't have an organic layering that you can go for here. Is there a world in which we see like fast castle Byzantines? In theory, a good way of blocking your opponent, because if he stops the pro scouts, he's going to be lagging behind. But it would require a lot of sheep to even remotely justify.
I'm thinking right now, maybe it's probably going to be a Hippodrome. But something that could be interesting was if Louis now went for Grand Winery on the back berries.
That would be sick. And you know what? You may have just read his mind. He's pulling. That's an 8-stack as well, right?
It should be an 8-stack.
This is pretty sick. Okay, no, it's the 6. The
It's
8
a
is
6.
to the south side on the gold. But yeah, like this is wallable, right? You can wall the north just there, and then you can kind of wall from the gold.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a interesting play now. He's going to have a lot of additional olive oil. He's going to get 750 from the first berry patch and then over 1200 from the second one.
Oh my god, I've seen this. CSO does it as well. They practice this. Sometimes it looks like a genius play, and sometimes it looks like the most memey way you'll ever see Byzantines played. Because what you do now is you can just put outposts out on the Grand Winery and protect it, right? It's usually against knights, like French, you want to wall instead. But yeah, it gives you a very strong pump timing. It leaves your economy exposed, but you're exposing it in a very linear way, if that makes sense. So like you just focus your defenses there because you know your opponent has to focus his attack there as well. Now I will admit, when I watched them do this build, it lost quite a lot. But
Yeah, I think the last time I saw it, it lost as well.
I think that I can't remember what that was against. It might have been ABBA or something, and like the in that game, admittedly, it was Dry Arabia. The olive oil was forward facing, right to the side, so it was a little bit more exposed. But I mean, it's creative. Walled-land, it doesn't guarantee the berries in the corner, but it at least guarantees them up against the edge of the map.
Yeah. And that's always something that you can wall off. Question is Louis going to try and wall it off? Because the night timing is going to be tough to deal with, so makes more sense to, at first at least, go for a Spearman, opening instead. He's going to park a scout there, so he will see when that knight comes out. We'll be able to trace it as well.
I mean, do we still not have BC checking what his opponent has done on the opening? If we check his vision, like, did he actually check the backside? Does he know what's happened?
Oh, Mercenary House first?
Oh my...
He hasn't seen it. He doesn't know.
He has no clue. And this is crazy, right? Like, he just scouted the knight. He's got plenty of time to wall this off. And so the weird part now for Beastie is, like, because of the pro scout's timing, he won't have a scout outside the enemy base to look and see what landmark they've chosen, right? So unless he basically dives with a knight all the way through, he's going to be playing with the assumption as Hippodrome because he sees the berries
Getting
beneath.
Keshiks in.
This is the build. This is what they do. They like to do it against cavalry-based civs in the early age. I think he even done it. I said the Abbasid game. He done it to a French player as well.
Is this the build?
well-
It's certainly a build.
I mean, the game that I'm referencing, it was CSO who done it, and I think it might have been... Actually, no, I think it's Scarlet Devil, because Scarlet, like, he's part of their scrim circle, right? And it was a loss against a French player. I will say that much. There's the outpost, yeah. So sometimes it turns into double outpost, but if you don't have enough villages out. He did bring the scout. Smart by Beastie. But if he doesn't 360 this, he's going to just assume it's Hippodrome.
Pro Scout already on the way, so Beastie's going to be able to get a lot of food in there. First Keshik's still not in yet. Does take a while. And it looks like Louis, he's not going to be able to get any Pro Scout in, but he is going to be able to get a lot of oil.
Yeah, but in fairness, you're giving a French player exactly what he wants. A lot of knights. Right? And we all know how that story currently ends in the meta. It's why I've been saying I think French is solid A tier. You just bulk up mass knights, and eventually at some point in the game, when you don't think you can quite kill your opponent, there it is, Castle Age, waiting to be had with 20 knights and Royal Institute as an option.
Keshiks have been spotted out now, so Beastie will know what's going on behind this. Grant with 6 scouts. Tough luck trying to deny the Pro Scout here. Because there's deer pretty much all around. Like, you can't deny every angle.
This is one of the hardest maps we have to block Pro Scouts on. right? Because there's 4 options. And a high-level player, if he knows you're going to aggro him, will just split up and go for every option at the same time. There's very few players I've seen successfully starve the entire map. There are some creative builds with Civ like Delhi that come to mind. I know, like, being Cat, especially value that Civ here, where you just rush the Sigurd sites and then you just rush north and south. But Byzantines don't have that same merit, right? Even with the Keshik plan, you're going to have to spread yourself really thin, and you still likely won't be able to stop the scouts from pulling down.
We are actually getting a lot of Keshiks in. Scout also sees the Keshiks approach. So pullback is going to be coming in here for BC just in time. Won't lose any villagers to that. More Keshiks coming in behind this. And the Keshik mass actually ramping up quite nicely here for Louis so far.
Question is, what's the end goal, right? Like, it can't be to just play long feudal. It has to be the castle bypass. And are we looking at the counter build? Like, is that viable here? It looks more viable the more you see Beastie adding in archers.
Oh, this could be a great transition into a Cataphract build. Yeah, we could be getting some gulping in.
I mean, Gulpin build ain't look great so far today. I will say that much about it.
Yeah, but I mean, in this situation, like, the reasoning behind it is, right? I've tried this before, where sure, your opponent might be having a lot of deer underneath his TC, but an infinite amount of deer underneath your TC can feel worthless if you're not able to gather from them because you're idled out underneath your TC.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. And the weird thing is, like, French should know that when they see that player, they just immediately queue up arbitrary, but they don't, right? Because like, oh, I want to raid. I'll just outraid you.
The thing is, Beastie can't go up to Castle Age to get arbitrary in.
Yeah.
Because he has to, he has to invest a lot of units just to deal with the free mercenaries.
He just got vital info there, though. He checked the gold. So he knows what's up at this stage. Like, it's kind of obvious that your opponent is starting to edge, right? Like, I actually know. Like, he didn't even bother to get any eco techs at all.
Yeah, nothing. It's
Like
just straight up play into the strategy, right?
I kind of respect it. Like, it actually makes it look like you've probably just gone out to gold to get, you know, lumber tech and then get, like, you know, your horticulture because you want to add in groves. It's kind of crazy. This could actually work.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of knights behind this for Beastie. Forcing him to spend his gold and his food.
This is just such a pain in the ass for this. I mean, you might not be able to intercept wide like I highlighted, but what you can do is just wait close, right? And with enough Keshiks, you can snipe down those scouts one by one.
No sippy cup, though. Goldenhorn Tower coming in.
Really? But that means... Wait, but... So you either get Keshiks or you get Gulums against Mass Knights?
Yes.
Does that sound great to you?
No.
And then, does Arbitrary sound even better to you?
Yes.
We've received your answers. Thank you for filling out the form.
I mean, what's going to be the follow-up as well? Actually, wait, which was the unit that you get with Keshiks in the late game as well? It was the Tower Elephant, right?
Yeah, so like, I've talked about this before in length, that it's the worst contract because until you get Imperial Age, you have no diversity.
Yeah.
Right? Because like everything you build gets countered by crossbows. Like if you look at all the other contracts, right? So like Longbow, Landsknechter, different counters, right? Horsemen can counter the longbows, and then for the Landsknechter, like you're looking archers. Then you look at Silk Road, javelins, and camels. Once again, different solution. You can argue like spearman counters both of those, but it's a soft counter type. It's not a hard counter type.
Yeah.
But then there's Eastern, both heavy, both countered by one unit type.
Good raid.
I'm hemorrhaging already. Any losses feels unacceptable of what Louis is trying to do here.
Yeah, he's already down a lot when it comes to villagers, right? Like, he only just lost 2 villagers, but French, they scale nicely. That's kind of what we saw in the last set as well.
Yeah. Okay, so Louis' goal is to go crossbows. Wait, but crossbows enables Beastie to play feudal longer. Right? Because now archers count as almost everything Louis is doing.
Yeah, I mean, crossbows definitely doesn't feel... There's just so many knights, so maybe Louis doesn't know just how many archers Beastie invested into. That could be an option there as well. We're getting more Limitane in as well.
Beastie's saving up, so like maybe he takes the bait, stops building archers, and Louis' comp can make sense. The scary part is like it slows the game down, but then we're talking arbitrary, right? You have normie crossbows, I have arbitrary. It's golf clappers, right? So this is Louis trying to achieve something quite difficult with this build. He also doesn't have a safe Grand Winery area until he properly walls it in, right? So Olive Grove transition's not really on the menu. Like look at this thing.
Yeah, safe is definitely something else here. No walls coming in yet, and now we got a guild hall coming in for Beastie.
He's ready to go late. It's funny because like that's dangerous for Beastie. Historically, Louis looks better against him the later you go. But there's no quick succession here. Like, how does a Byzantine player now bypass mid game?
Yeah, it looks like Louis is kind of fine with playing this, well, in a long game-ish kind of style, which kind of makes it feel very, very difficult when he doesn't have a straight answer right now to scaling his economy better than Beastie. Granted, I mean, Louis does have other ways of scaling his economy. Time and time again, we kind of look at like Byzantines, we see low village count, we're like, oh yeah, they don't get a lot of stuff out, right? But then you get so much passive production from the Golden Horn Tower, you get the Cistern boosting up your villagers, you get the olive groves giving you olive oil and food at the same time.
Like at this stage, you have to add 20% onto Louis' economy for the system buff alone, right? Which,
we need eco upgrades though.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Yeah, he has been lagging behind. Like, can we just double check? Because, you can never trust capture rate. But I'm pretty sure Byzantines do hold up correctly. He just has no eco upgrades. Cool. We check like Lumber Camp, for example, and then check the mill. He has nothing. Like,
Yeah,
he doesn't
nothing.
even have a wheelbarrow against French knights.
And when he moved out this far multiple times onto the map for resource as well.
This is
Oh,
like-
this could be... Nah, never mind. BC's military is there. For a second, I was like, that could be a great
This is like
catch
the
there
biggest
from
ego
Louis
child
on the
ever.
gold.
Like, I'm trying to think if there's a worse civ to forget wheelbarrow against than French. Jean, I guess?
BC still making great use of his scouts. Just getting information.
Louis just not really diving in here, right? So the whole tech advantage is now gone. We have canceled saddles coming in. Perfect when you see your opponent's going mass Keshik, so it means he's going to do the charge, and that charge is just going to buff you up to crazy degrees. Right. And now for Beastie, all he needs to do is like directly trade, right? As in, fight for fight, come out even. And eventually Guildhall will drag you ahead.
I definitely will. Granted, though, I think Louis is getting to the point in the game where he can start taking straight head-to-head engagements, right? Like, he's got a good amount of Keshiks out still. He's got very good amount of crossbows in. Levitna as well. Issue is, he can't leave a space without walls.
And the issue is he's not walling. Like, there's one thing on the map that looks like a wall. It's a type of wallish looking thing. It's designed to stop pigeons like me from flying nearby, but it won't stop anything on the ground. You guys imagine if we had like physics that stop mangonel shots that shoot too close to those things? Hits the aqueduct trying to go by.
Oh, man. Next move out onto the berries. That's a big berry patch as well.
That might be a little bit obvious. Like, I don't think you saw the villagers, but 4 Keshiks showing up and pushing you away. You're probably assuming your opponent has gone, and look at this army. He's marching north, and Louis doesn't scout it, right? He has no scouts. He doesn't know what's about to hit up there.
That's a big army. They're spotted out. Limit Knight in position. He might be a little bit too far out of position, though. Villagers. Never mind. That's a monk with a relic.
Those
The
are not
outposts up.
fortified. Is he gonna get the right
Military's
part? He
nearby.
is. He knows. He goes straight after it. Wait. Really? So he doesn't even want the fight. Yeah, he's just trying to dodge it like the plague. So this is good for Louis, right? He's got a 3rd relic coming home. It's going to be a 3-2 split, so BC not too far behind. The guild
Looks
hall
like we
still
had
needs quite a bit of time.
Yeah, it looks like we had a collection in between there from Beastie. Alright, like, it's been up for 5 minutes. Should have more.
Has it been 5 already?
I think so.
Time passes by so quickly. We have a horseman switch, which it's quite a lot of Limitana to still address, but if you think about it, versus building knights, just building archer, horseman can work. Your opponent isn't exactly spamming insane amounts of caches. Mango Tao is going to try to defend, but...
Ooh, the gold mine.
Now, what was it we said Louis needed to feel safe in this game? It was Mango Towers, right? That was
Definitely it. That was definitely
more
it.
Mango Towers.
Nice.
I can't believe he just...
He went past the goal.
That would have been a massacre. With no textiles, that's at least like 6 villagers going down. Louis
Yeah, now
diving in.
Louis able to dive, yeah. He's got the tools for it now.
He almost walls the knights in with the villagers, which would have actually been a godsend. That would have been a gift.
Yeah, BC notices that.
Go back
Trying to
around,
pick
he
it up.
finds the berry workers. I mean, it feels like Louis is being hit everywhere. Meanwhile, his army in panic is being pulled home. He's buying mass amounts of time while massacring the Byzantine economy. And Louis clearly isn't noticing.
Not noticing time, yeah, he has to pull... He needs to pull some units there. He does have units in the back, and this is still a fight I feel like that he can take. He has got the sufficient front line for it. Crossbows doing amazing damage up against the knights. There we go, clean up on the knights, though so many went down.
It's just mainly archers now. However, the Keshet count, there's only, what, 5 of them here. Not really the time to push. 2 golems as well, but they'll just get kited. So, Beastie, this is critical. Look at what's coming next. Arbor Latrier. This is the end game solution. Everything that Louis has built into can be blocked by massing these. The Limitane do nothing into Gambesons. The crossbows are worse arbitrary. And then there's the mercenaries. Do we even bother with those? Everything counted.
Pretty much everything, yeah, up until the Imperial Age at least. We do still have triple relics inside the Grand Winery, so at least some olive oil coming in. Usually at this point in time, you kind of want to have him in a normal monastery just for the gold trickle. But at least with the olive oil, he can get more units in. You see, he's still able to pick up some villager kills here and there.
I mean, the knights, yeah, they hit better, but they take a lot longer to get in position than just a handful of horsemen here. And you are seeing Gambeson's stack, so yeah, he's prepping the full comp.
Yeah.
This is scary. Guildhall should be stockpiling up at this stage. We also have 2 TC now from Beastie.
Already 20 villagers ahead, and it's going to be more and more now as the game goes on.
Keep in mind,
what's
Louis
his
doesn't
game plan here
really
for scaling?
know what's happening in that base, right? Like, we actually haven't seen him get into Beastie's economy once.
Yeah, and we've been on Cistern level 2 for a while. For a good while, so no additional scaling has come in through that either.
Wait, we have 3 now.
Yeah, just came in.
Yeah, so it's like it's weirdly rippled around, right? I don't think he has his gold buffed at all. He's been splitting between the 2 locations.
Yeah.
We do have the keep
Oh,
drops.
the keep. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of saved up resources now as well. Can I
There's
quickly
also-
check on the guild hall again?
Yeah,
1500.
40. We're getting there. He's stockpiled for gold, right? Like, so we should be seeing a tech up by probably about 22 minutes.
Yeah.
And that should be towards the central golds, which is just going to guarantee rotations are harder. Also, roughs up Louis' comp. Like, he's went mass crossbows. Doesn't really bode well when you have to go wide.
We're only just now seeing the walls finally come in for him. Feels like at this point in time it's too late. Like the raids already achieved their purpose. Put Louis definitely very far on the back foot, almost 30 villagers behind.
I mean, Louis has to be sensing where this is going, right? Like, it's weird the way he's playing this
There
now.
it is.
Yeah, like, isn't Meo's Louis just being
In the
overly
middle as well.
defensive for a situation where he's always getting out macroed? Like, he doesn't know it's 2 TC, right? But even 1 TC with Guildhall, you know what's coming. The
He's
timing's
marching
right here.
forward.
Scout reveals it. Easty. It's a lot of villagers.
At so many, 28. There, yeah, it's going up so quickly.
He
You
doesn't
can't
even
stop
see
that.
it. He doesn't. He's literally a tile short of even revealing it.
But now it's too late.
Presumably, he was expecting it to be dropped between the gold and the sacred site, like an organic play, right? Most people try to do that keep drop. It's a double objective, but no, there it is. The bad news in. Imperial Age has been reached, and Louis has to be scratching his head. Like, what do you do here? We do at least have a small Keshet raid coming in. It looks like there's a gap in the walls. But in the grand scheme of things, everything is looking thumbs up for Beastie.
It's now going to find the Red Palace position.
What a fun
There's some units
landmark.
for it.
Love this landmark.
Very good landmark. The greatest.
Like, you're a civ that's like, look at me roaming with all my cavalry. I'm very good at raiding. Yeah, I'm gonna raid you back. Oh, what's that?
There's one thing that really annoys me about the Red Palace is that once you take it down, all the buildings that get the emplacement don't lose the emplacement. They keep it baseline.
That's the only thing that annoys you about the Red Palace.
Yeah, I think other than that, like, you can take it down with traps and then it's fine, but that thing, like, the emplacements stay, so you're always gonna have a tough time diving TCs and stuff like that from the French inside of their base.
Anyone queues into Crackety, you need to drop a Red Palace in his base, because if that is the only thing that annoys you about Red Palace, you've clearly not experienced enough painful games against it.
I've played some.
Oh, some. Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
Must be easier now with like Zerton and Divine DFP not playing OE4 anymore. Not so many French games.
The ladder has become calm.
The ladder is now just Delhi. And Chinese.
That's not ideal.
Sushi. Which is good for you, because 2 out of the 3 you play, so, you know. Good time to be Crackety.
Sure. Getting some horsemen in now. Arbaletria with that as well. That's so many now, up to 37. Like, what's Louis' plan behind this? He's trying to follow up with his own Imperial Age now. What 30 villages behind? Grant, he has managed to get up to Cistern level 4, so up to 22% bonus there. Doesn't feel like it's quite enough, though.
I mean, this is just going to be a spam into the base, right? Like, what does your age up get you is what you have to ask Louis, right? It's not like you're getting a defensive landmark that is impenetrable immediately, right? Like, you can build something that improves your production of certain specific units, or you can build something that allows you to spend more olive oil, of which you haven't got 4,000 saved up, right? Different game if you had 4,000 saved up with 4 elephants coming out.
Yeah, 4 tower elephants, especially if you go for the age up, like the the engineering one. There it is, the Fern Engineering Company. Because then you also unlock all the unique technologies for your mercenaries.
Yeah. Yeah, you ready for this list of unique technology, Crackety? You get step lancers for slightly better attack speed, and you also get boot camp for golems.
And you also get Howdah for crossbow elephants with +4 ranged armor and +30% HP.
Didn't they get that by default though?
Do they?
I think so.
I don't.
Unless,
they shouldn't.
Unless they changed it. Originally, they were always getting that by default. When
They
you
shouldn't.
Went for them. Okay, so maybe it's a little bit better. It does sound a little bit depressing compared to the utility of the others, right? Like getting volley on longbows and getting movement speed on Lanchk, or getting, you know, with the javelins, getting the precision training and getting the armor from the cannons.
You
But
see, he's not
there's a
going to
trade
blow now.
post. There's a trade post that definitely won't be touched this game.
2 trade posts at that.
Neither of them are going to be touched this game. This dive could just end it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the Keshiks, right? Like, they're just getting killed by the TC emplacement from the Red Palace.
Yeah, it's depressing to try and raid French and Imperial. Kind of makes me want them to buff Siege just so they'll build a College of Artillery. Love that as well. Immediately goes after the Aqueduct to decrease the efficiency here. Just in case Louis is trying to prep some techs.
Pavisa gets deployed as well. Elite upgrades are in.
You just can't approach this army. I mean, he's got
Yeah.
Nesta Bees coming, right? If you can get like 5 of those out, there's hope.
You gotta wait for him. It's a Foreign Engineering Company next to the Cistern that boosts up the production speed. There is one. Ooh, shot
Just
gets
doesn't
cut
have
off
the
though.
olive oil right now.
Yeah. Scoot up some more Keshiks instead.
Really? That's the hard way of fighting this right now. I mean, he has at least got Limitane coming to distract the
Oh
front line.
no.
Oh, come on.
Oh no, a keep there
He needs
on
gold.
the gold.
Like, he's in Imperial, but he doesn't feel like he's Imperial. He got Veterancy into Elite for the mercenaries, but everything else is still in Castle Age.
It's gonna feel worse in a little bit. Oh my god, that was an SFB going down as well. Front line.
Another horseman sneak through the back. Arbitrary can start diving in. With no Nesta Bees, they've got nothing to fear here, right? These are the kings. The only thing really missing here, crossbow strips coming in, and then one more layer after it would be Incendiary. Ironically enough, instead, BC goes a different way. He looks to prioritize the royal bloodlines to go for a horseman pump.
And Louis, he doesn't. Oh my god, Pavisa already off cooldown again. Louis, he doesn't
He's
have
not
enough
doing
wood.
anything.
Louis has no wood income and not enough wood to place another lumber camp.
is queuing up hand cannoneers. When have you ever seen Byzantines feel good in a game when they have to queue up hand cannoneers? That's it. Game 2. Beastie is looking to make it a swift end of the day unless Louis can now perform a reverse sweep.
Oh man, this is a tough situation now. Stat margins for sure. This was a clean game here from Beastie. Similar opening, I want to say, to how Vortex played with his French, but Beastie still opting for that Imperial Age play throughout it.
Yeah, and you know, like Beastie, it's not clear yet, right? Still needs to get one more win. And the reality is, last time these two matched up, it was a 3-2 scoreline. Admittedly, in that series, it was a back-and-back rallying until the last 2 games where Louis just rolled him. So, like, you know, definitely there's the potential. We know Louis can beat Beastie. He beat him in the group stage. But also, like, the grim reality is we've kind of got this weird reversal and track record. We mentioned that so far we've been mirroring the pick matchups for Puppy Paw versus Vortex. We're on course to also mirror the outcome, right? Where in the group stage, Puppy Paw won 3-2. Meanwhile, we just watched Vortex beat him 3-0. We might actually replicate that perfectly with the Group C contenders as well.
What's going to be the next matchup here? It's going to be the replay.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourself, mate. We've got to watch these knights raid all around. This funky but different approach by Louis MT.
Synchronized Night Charge. I mean, that's always... It depends on which side of the fence you are on, right? Like, if you're playing as the French, you love to see it. If you're playing up against the French, then it's like, oh my god, they two-shot my villagers.
Oh, I thought you meant literally which side on the fence you ended up. Figuratively, literally. That pathing, man. Like, this is what I meant. He's just so distracted. He's pulling the villagers away, but he was so looking at the fight at that time.
Yeah.
He didn't realize that they ran back around the lumber camp.
Yeah, when you send more villagers out, right? Like, if you don't correct that waypoint, you're gonna lose more if you're not able to instantly clean out those knights. But next up on the menu,
we have someone different.
Yeah, we're gonna see Zhuji up against Deli. Interesting one. Okay.
Yeah, admittedly, we couldn't have a complete imagining of the previous draft because it would have been Delhi Mongols. But of the flags that BC has, that is technically the closest to the Mongol color.
It is really close, and I mean, Delhi and Zhuji, it's an interesting one, right? Like, if Zhuji is able to contest the sacred sites early on, then they're in a fine spot. If they can't, like, if they take bad trades at the beginning and Delhi is able to secure some of the sacred sites, it starts getting tough. And Zhuji, once they really start committing into, like, the Zhugnu push, going for Castle Age transition doesn't feel all that viable.
I think the tricky part here is, like, this is one of the matchups where you feel tower victory can be necessary, right?
I don't want to say so. I don't think you need tower victory at all. Mainly because, sure, the bonus attack speed is going to be nice on archers, but as a civilization that already has access to Ghazi Raiders, which are already just baseline a lot better than horsemen, I don't think you need that at all. And you're going to be missing out on a lot of resources as well, right? Like, you get the Meditation Garden, which already gives you a lot of value. So you also want to get a lot of value baseline just by saving 130 resource per minute with the Dome of Faith.
Maybe you struggle to clear the Spearmen so quickly, right? Like, this matchup always feels like a race to kill the Spearmen, or just lose everything to the Zhugnu.
I mean, that's a thing, right? Like, the archers have more range than the Zhugnu, and they do bonus damage against the Spearmen as well. So you're going to be able to snipe down with good micro, you should always be able to snipe down the Spearmen relatively quickly, and then allow your Ghazi Raiders to dive onto Zhugnu.
Okay. Got a controversial thing to point out, though. Both of them are playing on ping.
Yeah, that's an issue, right?
So I'm pretty sure the philosophy is, if you are a player stuck on high ping, lots of Zhugnu wins.
You might also find yourself in a situation, though, where because of your ping, you might not be able to pull your Spearmen back in time.
I do love how, like, after realizing that, you literally shrunk on the camera. You decreased in height. You're like, yes, Delhi. Oh, shoot. We've got ping in this game. It changes things. No, you're not reclaiming that height advantage in this argument. It's not coming back. But the question now is whether Louis MT can come back here. He faces elimination. Reminder, there's no forgiving here. One of these players will go forward, but they will also still remain at risk. It's only Marino and Anatan that can still afford to lose a series and be in EGC Masters Winter. For the Chinese fans, the road has to begin here, and it needs to be a perilous but non-stop aggressive road to success. We hop into Dry Arabia for what could be Louis MT's final showing in EGC Masters Winter.
Match point for Beastie here now in the set, which means that you're really, like, you want to end this set, and Louis wants to drag it further out. He needs to come back in this one. Beastie playing as Juju's Legacy in the color yellow. Louis on the other side of the map playing as the Delhi Sultanate in the color red, and it's a classic map. We're playing on Dry Arabia.
We're also playing a Dry Arabia spawn. May not have spawned in, I want to say, the best way for Delhi in this matchup. We are in a Pro Scouts meta, and ideally, when you're playing against a blocker civ, like Delhi, sometimes what H3 can be, what you want to see is almost a linear spawn, like double deer close by, but then your deer need to be between your base and theirs. Instead, we've got wide deer spread for Louis, and a very close nearby one for BC. Admittedly front-facing, so there might be some pressure there. But one thing I'm thinking here is, like, this is just going to be a classic Ghazi opening, so you're not going to have that strong blocker against close deer pools, like if you went Spears.
I mean, I would agree if it was normal Horseman, mainly because normal Horsemen need like 14 hits with the regeneration of a Scout to kill it. Ghazi Raiders need like 9. They need like 5 hits less.
What did May do to you?
Animation canceling, man.
like I get Ghazi is strong, but that man has PTSD'd you.
I mean, it's just Delhi at the moment. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one complaining about them. Not by a long shot.
That's true, but judging by the clips, you're definitely complaining the loudest.
Yeah.
So this is also interesting. I feel like Delhi just frequently get through these ban phases, but Juji don't. I actually want to say Juji makes it through less than Chinese even does currently.
It used to be that, like, HRE, Juji, China, those were like the main civilizations that are really good up against the Delhi. And they turned from really good matchups to 50-50 at best.
I'm looking at it, and the statistics are ridiculous on this. China has been banned 40 times in the tournament. How many times do you think Juji have been banned?
90%?
Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's 53 bans, played 4 times. 3 wins, 1 loss. My favorite one is actually after that, the highest performing 2 civs. Can you guess what they are?
Highest performing, I want to say HRE.
Nope.
Not HRE, okay.
What's your other guess?
Ayubits?
It's Mongols and Ottomans with a
Mongols and
71% win
Ottomans?
rate.
Wait, is that only for the playoffs?
No, that's collectively.
Collectively, okay.
10 wins, 4 losses Mongols. Ottomans are 5 wins, 2 losses. HRE is 61% with 8 wins and 5 losses. Rus, hilariously enough, are 10 wins and 9 losses. Yet they frequently do get banned. But yeah, by far, like, it's ridiculous. 40 bans for Chinese and then 53 bans for Jushi. Like, this civ, it is a rarity for it to get through. And you know where I'm going. This is a good reason. Like, with Pro Scouts meta, which is already good, but compared to just a few months ago, I feel like this civ went from having 1 build order that made sense to 4 or 5 that can be viable.
Oh, it looks like we're getting a good meditation garden spot in here. Gold, stone, and the berries for Beastie. So should be a very good spot there for him. And get a good amount of resource in. Can't quite keep up with the Dome of Faith when it comes to overall savings, but just having constant food income, definitely a good thing to have.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Mini gardens, we used to have a time where people would just ambitiously be like Christopher Columbus looking for the way through, just trying to find that golden city. But now I think they're a little bit more chill. They don't try to go for crazy. A lot of the time, just getting the timing is more important.
What's going to be the starting play in here? We do have the double mill play, so it's going to have a dedicated mill just in order to get Pro Scouts in. Stable coming in for BC, so very fast pro scout from the looks of it. Do we already have pro scout? Yeah, never mind. It's already on the way.
Ta-da!
Deer's already being collected here.
Wow, you look at that. You looked away for a second, coughed, and when you looked back, they already had deer coming home.
Sub 5 minute first deer collected. That's pretty good timing.
It's so fast. It's so insanely fast, you know. And usually Chinese are the only ones capable of this exact timing, right? No one else can force that research to come in
Zhuji
less
just
than
does
half
it.
as normal time.
Yeah, Zhuji just does it best though.
Yeah, because of the cheaper tech up, right? It's ludicrous.
Cheaper tech up, immediately getting resource from the tech up. Yeah.
So, safe deer has been taken away. He's played this correctly. Louis, I don't think he played this wrong. The spearman idea is good. The spawn is just maybe decent for the following layout. I don't know. I think BC's approach, because some players would take the deer from the other side of the map, right? BC's approach to do this is the correct play against spearman's bow.
Yeah,
Because now you have to play stupidly wide.
Yeah, the thing is, like, typically, by the time Pro Scouts really starts pumping up, Delhi's in a position to start taking sacred sites. This is just so insanely quick for Beastie at this point in time that no sacred sites is even, like, close to start being gathered up right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is why Delhi have been feeling weaker recently, right? I think the win rate in this tournament represents that. They actually have a 17.6% win rate.
Yeah.
But the reality is, like, the reason why they look weak is because Pro Scouts is good. The moment Pro Scouts gets nerfed, Delhi will be fully back on the menu.
I feel like they also just haven't been taking the best matchups overall recently.
No, it's
In the
almost
tournament.
predictable where you want to play them, right?
Yeah.
Spear Spam already a bit of a womp-womp. And Beastie, well, the nice thing about picking Juji, you don't even need to get that Barbican. You're already ready to go.
Zhuguni coming in immediately. Scholars now moving out towards the sacred site, so should be getting a triple capture in relatively shortly. This is one of the issue with Zhuji when you get the Zhugunu out, is you're slow. 1.12 tiles per second of movement speed. You're as fast as a man-at-arm, means that you're also going to be very slow when it comes to reacting to sacred sites.
It's a good thing you mentioned Men at Arms. Because of Louis' comp, there is now a very easy way for BC to fight him early. Palace Guard.
Palace Guards only get 2 pierce armor.
True, but layering them in a little bit with Zhuganu massing. Your
Yeah.
opponent hasn't built a single Ghazi. We're 7.5 minutes into the game.
That's true, but if we get to the point of just Zhugunu and Palace Guards, then the transition into Ghazi just becomes so easy.
I think the thing I like about the Palace Guard build is, like, it's something you want to scale. It's like when an H3 player in the current meta masses Men at Arms. You know he's just going to eventually tech up. And he's going to have a wave immediately ready.
It's a very expensive play, though, typically to go for. And the issue is, like, you're still gonna get caught out by the Palace, by the Ghazi Raiders. Like, if it was normal horsemen, sure, all is good. But mainly because Ghazi Raiders exist.
0 Ghazi cracker.
At 8 minutes.
So, like, if there was a game where you could PG, this is the game.
This is like a moment where for 2 minutes it would make sense to go Palace Guards, then suddenly we see Ghazi Raiders come in, and suddenly the entire play doesn't make sense anymore. And there we go. Ghazi Raiders now in Q2 immediately.
And he goes Horseman. So he's read through it because Louis stopped producing spears now, right? Like, it makes sense against Zhuganu, you just get eviscerated. And one thing to keep in mind, dude, he's actually adding the PG.
First one is going to be coming in.
If he balances this 50-50, there's an interesting play we don't see often, is Dahlia Horses. Dahlia Horses would allow your horseman to beat Ghazi.
It got buffed recently. I don't think it's good enough, though. Because you can still, like, pull back the weak Ghazi Raiders and get healing in.
True. But if you go for an aggressive in timing, will he have any time to heal?
Probably still, yeah.
Hello.
With sufficient micro. We are getting a blacksmith in now. No
Yeah,
blacksmith
man.
in for Louis yet.
Not at all, right? He has got 8 scholars, so you can get them quite quick, but
7.
nowhere near as quick as the Zhuji. And this should be Steeled Arrow first, surely.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy that Louis hasn't gone for his own blacksmith yet when he's up against Zhuganu.
This is the Civ that forces your hand, right? Like, it's always been that way. It's like, you know, Delhi, it's weird as well, because Delhi is one of those Civs. You know, there are certain ones that are kings of blacksmith transition timings. They force you to do it even if you're not ready, right? The ones that come to mind is China, Juji, Delhi, and Byzantines.
Yeah.
All because if you don't do it, they either get it for free, or they get it way too quick for you to then knee-jerk react.
That's a big issue. I mean, in situations where you get the blacksmith upgrade and your opponent doesn't, you're able to just... You're basically uncounterable in those situations when it comes in. A couple of archers get found out. Picked off as well.
He knows about the horsemen at least, although this almost feels like a bait. Yeah, look at the count. It's only 2 horsemen, he never added in more. So if Louis now goes back into spears instead of Ghazi...
It's mostly just Ghazi Raiders for the moment, though. So still looking good in that aspect. I think BC might soon be able to find out just why Ghazi Raiders are pretty good against Palace Guards.
You say that, it's still a lot of spears.
It is. It is a lot of spearmen, and Louis, he's very far behind in military because a lot of the military is scholars, right?
And he's not at the stage where you can pull him to the fight, right? We haven't been deep in feudal where he's got all the techs and the only play left is to heal with them. So he's still got to keep them at home.
Yeah, first blacksmith upgrade only just now coming in, and it's pierce damage, not pierce armor.
Wait, really? I mean, he's in the Duke. He knows they exist.
This is very interesting, to say the
Great
least.
attempt. It's not going to work out. Meanwhile, Locke's on the sacred site. He is chasing here.
Villager
He's
going
gonna actually
down.
dive in onto the workers. Maybe snipe 1 or 2. I mean,
able
the worker
to-
kill count, like, it's stacked up over time, actually. Credit to him. It's
Yeah.
5 worker kills now.
I mean, if he's able to pull him back, he's going to be able to heal him back up again.
Yeah, it looks like Beastie's macroing towards Castle eventually.
Does he want to go for a dive behind that, though? It's remassing a bit.
In fairness, Louis is spread wide on the map, but that can backfire quickly, so... Beastie, he's going to keep committing. I think the goal here is to get up to, like, about 10 Palace Guard and then choose Castle Age, right?
Yeah.
Then you have a viable forced upgrade. It's not going to be able to deny that, so Sacred Site will eventually be capped.
An issue that I see with Palace Guards as well, up against Delhi, is that Palace Guards, they don't have a lot of base damage. They don't do any bonus damage as well. So it's like one of the easiest units to out-heal with Scholars.
Yeah, I think the goal is just to use a few to kind of bait the arrow fire. That's been the classic use of feudal meta-arms more than any. I think we are now starting to see the stockpile. Remember, that's going to come in very quickly due to the Tang Dynasty discount. Louis, he's nowhere near ready to mirror the play. His gold income is lacking.
This is a big issue for him now. I would have imagined that he just stockpiled a little bit more gold behind this. Does have a goal towards the back of his base that he could have gone for.
Is he a bit over-scholared at this stage? I mean, I know
A
the
little bit,
classic
yeah.
mantra is just build loads from the Dome of Faith, don't stop building, but that's usually when you have 2 sacred sites.
Yeah. I feel like 12 are usually more than enough in order to go for the age up. Shaolin Monastery is going to be the name of the game now, and Louis, he's still just very deep in that feudal age position.
He's way too split right now as well. He needs to bring it together because we have to remember supervision is a real deal.
Yeah.
It comes in so quickly. 24 seconds to get the upgrade and veterancy for the Zhug would just win the game.
He does know about the positioning right now from BC's army, and this, maybe he's going to be trying to collapse on it. That's not all the Ghazi Raiders, though, that he has, right?
No,
Not at
Undermesh
all.
did just come in, so Ghazi aren't going to be falling too quickly. However, the veterancy is now queued up for Beastie. Supervision is in. It's definitely coming. Do you go for the clash? There's a lot of spearmen here that could slow this down. Same with the Palace Guard. Only 14 seconds out for that upgrade. Second wave is coming in for the sandwich. Louis is wholly committed. And the Ghazi count, I don't know if they're doing enough here. There's a lot of Shiganu left over. They're about to get veterancy.
Yeah, Spearmen are gone, but as you said, veterancy now in. It's an additional +1 damage, which means 3 more damage every single shot. And that means they're going to be
Wipes.
doing... that's it.
That has to be it. There's too many Palace Guard left here as well. This is the value of just having a few in there. They're now perfect to raid into the base. Louis MT looks like he's about to get swept here. He's stuck in feudal. There's no easy rush. If Beastie commits in, he could just end the game here.
He has the food if he cancelled the units that he's got in queue, but it's not coming in. There's no way up to Castle Age now, and GG comes in. Beastie gonna be able to win the set 3-0 in a clean fashion.
clean fashion indeed, and someone that he needed after that experience up against Marine Lord. You know, he was able to put a dent in the Master of Age of Empires 4, but wasn't able to overcome him. And he needs to be on top form because it means that he's booked himself a beautiful showdown and a best of 7 up against Vortex. One that I believe he struck, if I'm not mistaken, based on stats. A Beastie, I want to say, is still slightly favored, but I think it's tighter than most people would expect. But man, can't fault him here. Clean execution throughout the series. Game 1 in particular was a really big eye-opener. Yes, he eventually had to go for the Pass to Suavia, but if we're being totally real, Beastie exploited maximum damage in the early game instead of just playing for that classic let's rush Imperial Age and chill the game mode that we've come to expect.
Yeah, this was definitely a very, very strong transition here from Beastie. I feel like this can be a very tough matchup. Louis, he just kind of missed that age-up timing, I feel like.
Yeah, I think for Louis, it almost felt like he was aiming for the later phase of the game quite often, right? Rather than like being fully invested in the early game. And Beastie done a great job of exploiting that. But I believe we do have Beastie on the line, so we can pick his brain a little bit about the series and all things AoE 4. Beastie, mate, big congrats on the win over Louis. First things first, how's it got to feel, right? Like from the group stage, the 3-2, we're looking at a huge difference here. You got to talk to me about what changed between groups and now.
I mean, he did some really weird stuff in group stage. Like, all 5 games, I was just like, I've never seen it before, like what he was doing. Even the games that I won, I was kind of like, I've never played against this. And then I remember the 5th game, the Mangud I won. That's when I learned that Mongol on Kerlagular is apparently a thing. So yeah, he just played really weird. Today, he kind of took a more, head-on approach, I guess. Byzantine was a bit weird with the way he was playing with the like Keshik and Limitane, and I was like, I don't know where we're going with this, so I just kind of played a bit passive, and I actually thought he went Hippodrome because I couldn't find his landmark until like Castle, and I was like, wait, what? Yeah, so it was very, very confusing.
We were talking about on the cast because I was like, they keep doing this. CSO, Scarlet Devil, and him, they were doing it on the ladder a lot, where like they will just walk out to the second berries, and I'm not in. I'd have to ask him directly what he thinks the main goal is with that. But yeah, it did feel like a bit of a weird game. But to what you were saying about the uncomfortable group stage with a lot of unexpected, I think this is maybe someone come to expect of you. Not saying like lose the opening set, but the logic that you've said yourself, you're not really an innovator, you're an iterator, right? You like to discover strategy and then perfect it. Do you think that kind of tracks? Is that these early phases you don't necessarily expect to come out miles ahead, but what we see is that adjustment through these double elims and group stages that can definitely favor your playstyles?
I mean, I think in the past I just kind of did what I thought was like most macro or just standard, but for this time around I've kind of been trying out everything and trying to figure out stuff. So there's so many possible matchups you can get. Like there's still some matchups that I've not played. Like there's probably like 20 matchups that I haven't played that like I figured something where it's like you don't do the standard stuff, you do something else. I just haven't had the chance to play it yet. There's some maps I haven't played yet even, so which is kind of funny because it's like I practiced a lot on those maps and I never played them. But yeah, I think now I'm a bit more I would say aggressive, taking map control. Part of it is, I guess, with who you practice. If you practice with like aggressive players, you can't really just defend because it doesn't work. So I feel like these days I'm a bit more aggro, and it's kind of working out.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I think we were talking about on the panel before the series started. It felt like you were trying out a new style, starting to find your groove. Do you think part of that is the direction of the game, right? I think it's fair to say with the changes in Season 9, it felt like defensive play got nerfed.
Yeah, I mean, the Pro Scout is, you have to do it. Like, there's some ways around it with some civs, but the 2TC is just dead. Like, I don't even know what civ can do 2TC and not die at this point. So, it was a big switch because I used to play, 2TC or castle rushes, and both of those things are not really a thing now, so I had to kind of relearn the game in the span of like 2-3 weeks. Last year I was just participating in tournaments. This time around I kind of, went to practicing every day, custom games off of stream. So yeah, relearning all these things is yeah, it's like going into custom and be like, wait, why did I lose that? And then my practice part is like, oh, that civ counters that one. I was like, since when? It's like, oh, since Pro Scouts. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Good to know.
It's crazy
so I
time.
think group stage. I think early group stage is like super scary in early playoffs because you haven't seen all the strategies, and there's so many civs, so many maps, so you can kind of get caught off guard a little bit.
I always call it like the the meta adaptation, right? Like you see in all esports, you come into a tournament and we show our hands. Like, this is what I'm doing, what are you doing? I guess the refreshing thing about these type of tournaments is obviously you then have another week to adjust, right? Whereas like when we're talking LAN environments, we've seen in the past, if you get the idea wrong, like you are immediately screwed unless you can somehow find the build orders. Do you think that that type of style is still good to have in RTSs, or do you prefer these longer wins? Because I feel like build orders is a big part, and going through those iterations is maybe, I don't want to say more linear fashion, but you have to explore all the avenues compared to like, in Counter-Strike or Dota 2, where there's a lot more variance. You can kind of get away with maybe getting certain things wrong.
I mean, I think everyone agrees Pro Scouts needs to be nerfed. I don't want it nerfed to the ground, but it should be nerfed so it's an option, right? Like, in the past, we've had All-In, we've had Castle Rush to TC. So it would be great if we had a Pro Scout to that. So I don't want Pro Scout removed, I just want it slightly nerfed so that you can do 2 TC and not just auto-lose. You can do a Castle Rush and not auto-lose. And I think once that happens, the game is going to be in a lot better spot. But, like, these tournaments, and I think like people watching don't really realize, because I guess nobody talks during tournaments about these things because it's people are keeping the info to themselves. But every week or sometimes every day when I play, I figure something new out, and it's like there's a certain matchup where I thought first civ counters the second, and then 2 days later I'm like, wait, there's a way to play against that. So then the second one counters the first, and you keep figuring out stuff. And like even today, losing against Marine Lord, like I learned quite a bit from those games. Like the Malian versus Delhi was always super Delhi favorite matchup. But that was because of the cow boom. Because you don't do cow boom anymore and you just mass units, Delhi cannot win the fights. So now the meta needs to shift again, where Delhi is gonna do like a Ghazi into Castle Rush or something to counter that. So it constantly evolves, and I think it's gonna evolve even for the last week, and we'll probably see some new stuff next week.
All right, two questions. The most obvious one, I'm sure you get asked in your Twitch chat all the time. What civ do you want to see most in the new DLC for AoE4?
So I heard possibility of some civs, so I don't know if I should say, because I kind of also hope for those civs. But I just want unique stuff. Like, give me like as unique as Malian, as unique as Byzantine. I'm all about that. I'm not one of those people that's like, I wish they had this civ because I would love to make this unit or that unit historically. I personally don't care. I just want good gameplay. People know I play games for gameplay. So as long as we have some diversity, like something wild, some new mechanics, I think I'm all up for that.
The thing I keep saying is it would be great to have like civs that complement a campaign, right? So maybe get more than one. It's like Iberians, so Spanish and Portuguese, and then like maybe South Americans, right? And then you can like branch off campaigns. Would be cool.
I mean, I think like a while back, when Byzantine, Japanese, and all the other variants came out, like I suspected the next one would be like Spanish and Vikings or Scandinavia or something like that, because those are kind of the obvious ones. But I think there's a lot of civs that devs can go with that are like obvious. But then again, when we had Mali and Ottoman, I don't think anyone guessed Malian.
No, it was kind of really out of left field.
Yeah, so I think that might happen again, or they might do the most obvious things. I guess we'll see.
Well, I'm glad we talked about Spanish, because we have to talk about the Spaniard. You have an interesting statistical matchup against 4-6 historically, the man you're going to be going up against next weekend. Looking at the results, you have one series win over him. The crazy thing, though, is when you break down the game count, you are a perfect 50-50, 30 wins each. talk me through Vortex, because we're seeing almost like a new version of him. Is there any concern? Is this something you've prepped for, or is this maybe a new beast attacker compared to the past?
Okay, so I mean, I guess I can say it now. Like, I've been practicing with Vortex every day, so I think part of the reason why he's more macro and I'm more all in is maybe a little bit of that. Like, we play games every single day, so yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting because, you know, there's going to be a lot of mind games. Like, we obviously know what each other pick and what we think about the game and stuff like that. And it's going to be interesting because I think playing against your practice partner can always lead to some really good games or some really weird games where you're like, I'm going to do this thing that I haven't done against him, or like pick this or that. And then he says the same thing. And then you get like, I don't know, moving out like French versus JD, and it's like, what? What are you doing? So I think it's gonna be a lot of fun, and actually our practice games are pretty close too. So I think it's gonna be a close one.
All right, I'm hyped up for it, man. I'm looking forward to a mixture of methodical and memery, and a best of 7 should definitely deliver that. But you know what, mate? Big congrats on the win. Excited to see you on the final weekend, and you get some rest, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Crackety, which Civ do you want? New Civ, which one you want?
I want any Meso civilization and Italians.
You know, I was thinking Italians would be cool. Like, what if when you landmark up, you choose, like, a different state to become, right? You become, like, the Papal State, or Venice, Milan.
Ooh.
No one wants to be Naples.
There's a lot of options there. There's absolutely a lot of options. I want to see like the Condottiero as a unique unit.
Ooh, yes. Like, you know, maybe a new mercenary Civ, Papal States, and then they just go through it all. Like Condottieri, then get the Swiss Guard, right?
All the
Finally,
options.
Switzerland are included in AoE. Wait, are they? Are they in there at all? I don't know if is Switzerland actually in any Age of Empires games.
I don't know off the top of my head. Maybe Age of Empires 3, but I'm not sure. I think probably not.
It would be silly. They're meant to be neutral. But you know what? I am biased towards good games, and we've had plenty of them, and we now have the updated brackets to see what you've got coming for the final weekend of EGC Masters Winters. That's right, we're down to our final 4 here. Marine Lord versus Anatan, an upper bracket showdown. Anatan on a new high, his best performance so far. And as we just were talking with Beastie, Vortex vs Beastie, a series that is neck and neck between 2 scrimming partners. Talk to me about expectations here, Crackety. What do you see as the outcome for the finals weekend?
I mean, after learning that Vortex was Beastie's practice partner, or rather they practice with each other, and that the games are close, this could go either one's way, right? Like, I gotta take a look at how Vortex's games up against Lucifron whenever they faced off before went. I think Vortex typically won those games, so maybe he's in a good spot just because he's faced off against his own practice partner a lot of times in the past. Mm-hmm. So I might want to say, like, maybe Vortex is in a good position there. Maybe, but it's probably still gonna be really close between them. When it's up between Marine Lord and Anatant, I think Anatant can do it. The guy just has his way, right?
Yeah, he just on the day needs to make sure that he steals Marine Lord's photo, and then he's entered champ form. I mean, dude, he's on a new all-time high, and I think I always believe in this. What Anatan said in that interview that resonates so true with me. I'm just playing and having fun, right? Whenever, like, it doesn't matter how good you think you are at the game. When you hear that, it rings in your ears. Like, what? We're here to compete for money. What do you mean you're just playing for fun? But Anatan has found that, and I always see that historically in a lot of esports as almost like a super level up power in these playoffs.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him. I'm absolutely rooting for Anatant in this one. Marine Lord, even if he managed to lose that one, even if he were to lose that one, he still has a way back through loser's bracket. It's definitely gonna be an entertaining series, to say the least, though.
It is, and we still have one full weekend of it coming up, February the 8th, starting at 15 GMT, folks. We're done for now. We say farewell and commiserations to a few names across this weekend, right? A farewell to Wham, a farewell to Baltoon, as well as now Louis and Poppypaw. The NA hopes are dead. The top rankers are all going to be European. The classic Age of Empires experience feels like we've returned to it. But the outcome, unsure. We've got a rising star filled and surrounded by former and capable champions. Will it be his time or will it be the expected? All I know is you need to make sure you're here at 15 GMT on Saturday and on Sunday to find out. Because next weekend, at this time, we should have an EGC Masters Winter Champion. That's it. Go enjoy your week. Make sure you're tuning in for the final culmination of this incredible event. I know me and Crackety will be watching eagerly, anticipating the outcome.
See you then.